Welcome to the weekend at the premier meet in the country with a grade 1 Diana to come. This man has owned this race. Chad Brown, 4 straight, 9 of the last 10 runnings of the Diana's gone to him. He'll send out more than half the field, including Kathy and Marissa, morning line favorite of his quartet that will run. She's the only one who's not a grade 1 winner. Last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint winner, Cypher, she is back, where she was dominant here, unleashed as a 2-year-old, of course, at Monmouth. Live coverage of the undercard on Naira Bataskal Day. Can the Preakness winner back up his big performance in the middle jewel of the Triple Crown? Napoleon Solo gets back to work for trainer Chad Summers in a loaded field in one of the most important races there is for 3-year-olds in the country this year. As you look live here in Saratoga Springs, New York, we are just 4 minutes to post from kicking off this card. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Diana Day, always special, and we have some serious talent being unleashed today.
I agree, and being on the desk with you, it makes me feel like we're at Aqueduct. We spend so much time
Yes.
on the desk together there, and it is an exciting day, and it's such a fun way to start it. With a 2-year-old maiden race, where you've got a horse on the outside that ran very well in the debut, but you've got a debuter from Flightline, plus $1.8 million, that's gotten a lot of buzz. I might argue, though, at 3-2 right now, it's just a little chilly on the board. I know a lot of people expected this horse to be odds on.
Everyone is talking, including the Steve Asmussen barn and the ownership group, have talked about this being the second coming. This horse is as advertised, working out in the morning. We'll see if he can live up to it in the afternoon. As for the Duncan Diana, grade 1, race 5, part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage to kick off our summers with that. 4 of the 7 in this field for trainer Chad Brown. And a little shockingly, Kathy and Marissa, of that foursome, the only one who's not a grade 1 winner.
Yeah.
Morning line favorite.
Well, you know, she's had stops and starts. She ran a huge race 3 back, first time for Chad Brown, and then a just gigantic race when she won the Modesty, beating last year's Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf winner Jazora. Last time out, her post doomed her. It wasn't Jose Ortiz's fault. She got caught wide the whole way, while Portfolio Duration had a much more comfortable trip, setting the pace on the rail.
Today's action presented by Claiborne Farm, Fast and Firm, Coronation Cup with Cy-Fair, weather permitting. Last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint winner. If it does get wet later today, she will face the boys likely tomorrow.
Where it'll be a little wet today, tomorrow if it gets wet today, but whatever.
We'll see. Here is the $1.8 million debuter by Flightline. Steve Asmussen, his barn has said this one, everyone thinks the world of this runner. He's as advertised in the morning so far. We'll see what we get for the debut.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, he's really bred to go longer, and he may run well. I scratched into him. I like the 5 who scratched. But I'm going to say, considering the hype that's been surrounding this horse, considering West Point, and they support their horses, he's a little bit chilly on the board at 7-5 right now, with a 7 who ran very well first time out losing in his debut for Mark Cassie. And the 2, the Good Life, he might be the first that has a lot of speed, and he has been working extremely well.
And you bring up that 7, that is a Flightline also, a $500,000 Flightline for Mark Cassie with the race under his belt. 2 minutes to post in the opener. This maiden special weight for 2-year-olds at 6 furlongs. Let's check in with Samantha Perry.
Thank you, Greg, and what a great group of maidens we have upon us. And the number 4 is a horse that looks like a force to be reckoned with, and that is Powerline. Now, he was scratched when he was entered at Churchill Downs for his debut. It was a very sloppy track that day, and trainer Steve Asmussen did not want to run him in those conditions. He's one that has been breezing so sharp. The work on July 11th was just from the pole with a horse named Grand Yalpon, and it was an interesting work because for trainer Steve Asmussen, he's a trainer that wants his horses to stay head and head the whole entire work. Well, about at the 16th pole, right before the wire, this horse just found another gear from his company and worked 48 and 4. It was the way he did it that was so impressive, and I like that he's been training across this racetrack, just trained so fluid and effortlessly, just a nice strong horse. But I'm leaning a little bit more towards a horse with more experience, and that's the 7 Greenwell. This is an extremely athletic son of Flightline who was very highly touted on debut. He finished a nice second place finish. The third place finisher came back to win at the next race. And this is a horse to me that you look at his works after he ran that second place finish, which was a very fast figure, by the way. The works have been so good. And with one of them being a maintenance work, his first race back his first work back, just kind of getting his legs under him. And it was just very straightforward. But his work coming into this race, he just was locked and loaded. You like to see that, a horse that jumps on the bridle after a huge debut effort. And he's one that I'm really looking forward to, especially with this post position. You can kind of let the other horses to your inside sort themselves out. But you do run the risk without having another horse to your outside. Maybe you break out a little bit and you can lose a length or two, which is not a great thing, but he does at least have race experience. And this is such an incredible field. Excited to see the debut of the 4 Powerline.
Thank you, Samantha. So pick 5 starts here. Obviously, there is another Flightline in this race, and a horse who has experience outside for a man who's had a couple tremendous Saratoga summers in Marcassi.
Just ran a 79 buyer first time out. So the 4 better be ready to roll, and they're betting like they're a little unsure of the way the 4 is going to run. Greenwell lost to a very, very nice early voting first time starter, and he's been a super, super hot sire. The edge and experience could make a difference, and from what I've heard, the Good Life, he breaks. He could be in front, and he's a firster, could be very dangerous for trainer Brad Cox, who's got another firster today from the tremendous race mare Monomoy Girl.
By Life is Good, who knew Flightline pretty well.
He did, as the Flightline blew by him in the Breeders' Cup. I think Life is Good would have won that Breeders' Cup Classic if Flightline wasn't in there. That was some
dueled
race.
on the racetrack. It was no match. It was all Flightline, and now they're youngsters squaring off. The Good Life, By Life is Good, Powerline, the Flightline, super hyped, and he is not the favorite right now. The 7 Greenwell has become the 7-5 choice, the horse with experience. We send it upstairs to kick off Diana Saturday from Saratoga on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Frank Miramati with the call.
Thank you so much, Greg. A little bit of rain coming down here in Saratoga Springs. Greenwell comes up and in. Nope, backs right away. Gets a little tap from the assistant starter. Now he's in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's a very quick start for the Good Life. And the Good Life opens up 3 lengths just like that. Johnny Hockey actually broke on top in his second. Then it's Got Tough in third. Greenwell in fourth. Powerline is 5th and in traffic early. He's got some issues. And Let Him Know is on the outside of him. A smooth first quarter for the Good Life. 22-4 was the opening fraction. Johnny Hockey is in second and Greenwell a 3-wide third. Another 3 back to Powerline, who's called on. Then it's Got Tough and Let 'Em Know. The Good Life cruising to the quarter pole with a comfortable 3-length lead. Johnny Hockey in second. Greenwell, Powerline comes through at the rail. 45-3 for the Good Life, who has a 4-length lead. Powerline finding his best stride now in second, taking up the chase. The Good Life still clear and widening. A spectacular performance out of the Good Life, who rocketed out of there and waved goodbye by 3.5. Powerline was second, Got Tough third, and then Johnny Hockey.
A little revenge for the Good Life sire, Life is Good, who got dusted by Flightline in the Breeders' Cup Classic. This horse, sharp from the get-go, sensational in our first real rock star 2-year-old race of the Saratoga summer.
Yeah, they went a little slow in the later stages, but this horse was very impressive and very professional, really ready to go first time out. A lot of speed, broke up maybe a step slow, rocketed the lead, just controlled the entire way. But I think Powerline's connections are going to be very happy with his performance. Obviously, you want to win. The board was making it pretty clear that they weren't as confident he was going to win as some others were suggesting. And he didn't break. He got shoveled back to last. He gets banged here by the number 3 horse, Johnny Hockey, I believe. And he did finish reasonably well. Now, they also came the last eighth of a mile in 13.25. but this horse was much the best today. But I think the flight line will be better with more distance and experience.
Still, yeah, it's got to be impressed. You know, decent debut. Everyone wants to see more with the hype. Good Life, though, ready to go at first asking for a barn that usually has them ready to go at first asking.
Yeah, and you know, people are going to say, oh, the 4, he's no good. They're wrong. He didn't break. He's a horse that wants more distance. He's likely to improve if things go on. That's Steve's MO. Sure, Steve Asmussen could have some precocious 2-year-olds, but in general, his horses will improve with racing and probably improve with distance. He got a great education in here, but the reality is the Good Life was just the better firster today, and his speed certainly had a lot to do with that.
Manny Franco with the win to kick off this Diana Saturday card from Saratoga for WinStar Farm. Trainer Brad Cox, 2-4-1-3 finish underway on this Saturday program from the Spa.
Can wait no more. 3/4, 111-3. Lion Lake attack and fits right. Angles out for the drive behind them. Kind of a stubborn Lion Lake. And
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. And the Good Life at first asking. Trainer Brad Cox, Manny Franco at 3-1 with the hugely hyped Flightline Power Line. Poor break, little trouble winding up second.
I think Life is Good just texted Flightline and said, I got you there.
Indeed. Fun to see these two sires go at it after they battled in the Breeders' Cup Classic. And Brad Cox obviously had this one ready to roll for the debut. Exciting to see, though, what some of the others could do out. I guess little surprising, Greenwell didn't do much here.
No, he was awful. He stalked on the outside, just never had any run at all. I agree. Now, was the inside good? I don't know. It's hard to say after one race. And it's nice these horses run well first time, and they just don't come back and run to them. A lot of times you want the ones that don't run as well. In this case, the Good Life just ran on the feet. You have to imagine Brad Cox is at least considering the hopeful at this point for this run.
Indeed. A little bit of rain coming down. We've heard a little bit of thunder and lightning in the air, but it seems like it's dissipated as we start for race 2 here. Set up this mile and an eighth race, $30,000 claiming group. And spoiler, right now, the favorite, Mike Maker, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, well, one thing we have seen so far at this meet, Flying P is coming here ready to try to take another shot at the owner's title. You know, Flying P had a huge year 2 years ago. Last year, a subpar year, but we've seen their runners coming back. This horse ran very, very well down at Oaklawn Park. Can he bring that form here? He's dropping, but a lot of horses are dropping in this race.
Starts the early pick 4. We'll talk more about this second at Saratoga coming up. Of course, it's Naira Betts Haskell Day at the Jersey Shore. Terrific undercard. We're going to bring you a lot of this undercard as well as we check in Oceanport with Todd Schrupp, who is all over the country over the last 24 hours in Paul Duca.
Yeah, this is not an AI-generated image, Greg. I am here. I was at opening day Del Mar in California yesterday. Let's go to the Atlantic Ocean, and I'll tell you what, if you're going to take a red eye and take a lot of effort to be here, as I did, you want to do it for the Haskell. Paul, this is one of the great traditions in all of New Jersey sports.
Yeah, and listen, the crowd is already coming in by the droves. It looks like we're going to be close to about 35,000. Hopefully the rain can stay away.
Yeah, you can probably tell behind us they have a hat giveaway, and they're orange hats this year. But let's talk about the field that will line up in the Haskell. And the Preakness is a key race. We have the winner of the Preakness, the second place finisher of the Preakness, and the fourth place finisher who's yet to win a race. Is still a maiden. But how do you look at those three horses coming out of the middle jewel of the Triple Crown today?
I do think Napoleon Solo is the horse to beat, right? You do have the New Jersey zone jockey and Paco Lopez aboard. He is going to get bet heavily. A lot of people think Further Ado might go as favorite. I think that Napoleon Solo will go just because of Paco Lopez. But the Chad Brown runner, Iron Honor, is getting better. We'll see how that works out. And then you have the Puma. It's going to be a very interesting race.
The Naira Betts Haskell. We are so proud to be presenting this signature race here at Monmouth Park, as Naira Betts is now operating in the state of New Jersey. And while Paul and I will be here on our set where the horses will come out onto the track, Megan Burgess is following them everywhere. Megan Burgess, happy Naira Betts Haskell Day.
Happy day indeed. This is my first Haskell here on site in New Jersey, and the energy is absolutely palpable. And the Kentucky Derby favorite, and a very competitive one at that, and Further Ado, will be sent out by Brad Cox and has shown some brilliance throughout his 3-year-old campaign, including a Grade 1 victory and a Tour de Force performance, and many of his best efforts coming at Keeneland Racecourse. He does exit a victory in that Grade 3 Mat win, where he'd had the absolutely perfect trip against a weaker field, kind of getting that unencumbered run outside of horses, forwardly placed and tripped out beautifully. This is a deeper test, as he does face the likes of Napoleon Solo, Iron Honor, who does have that speed to his outside. And to me, that's the X factor for his pilot, Irad Ortiz Jr., who will have to trip out in the right way, as he will have that pressure from his outside, Greg. But this Haskell has really turned out to be a competitive one, compact, but it's going to be a fun one later on today.
All right, Megan, thank you. Obviously, a lot of hype surrounding this race. I know you like Napoleon Solo going into the Preakness. What do you expect to see from him today?
Well, I worry that I've heard some reports he isn't training that well, and one of the keys in the Preakness was it was the first time this year that he'd actually been training well going into a race. So I think that's important. Listen, we all agree, that his Champagne last year was maybe as good a 2-year-old race as anybody ran last year. And his Preakness was a good race. But he's got to be going in this the right way, because this is a very, very tough race. I am really interested to see what the Puma does. Now, it's a tough spot off the layoff, but I thought his last 2 races were sensational. I was going to pick him in the Derby. I don't think he would have won given how the race was run, but that's how much I think of the Puma.
First start for the Puma coming back since the Florida Derby, when he was a narrow second beat just a nose to Commandment. Of course, before that, he'd beat Further Ado in a surprise upset score in the Tampa Bay Derby. Terrific race. That happens 5:45 Eastern time. This undercard, though, is packed with talent.
I agree. There's a lot of good stake races throughout the day. Knightsbridge is going to try to stretch out. We'll see if he's really a horse that wants to go that far, but he has a lot of speed.
Of course, Splendora, last year's Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint winner for Bob Baffert, proved she can go beyond a mile, and a victory last time out we'll see here in the Molly Pitcher.
Yeah, no, I imagine she'll be heavily favored in that race. She's obviously a very talented horse. Bob Baffert did not make the trip to Monmouth, though.
We're going to take a timeout, holding pattern here at Saratoga. When we come back, go on Saratoga Lake for a little trip on a boat edition of Kart Talk. Jonathan Kinchin, little chat with George Weaver. Expected to have Cy-Fair lining up in the Coronation Cup later this afternoon.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
And here's Tama in the final stages. The Santa Anita Derby goes to Tama. It's Tama, absolutely terrific, winning Malibu by 4 widening lengths.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just that perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the milers. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
Welcome back to NyraBets Haskell Day here at Monmouth Park on site. I'm Todd Schrupp. Very pleased to be with Paul LaDuca. The field just coming out onto the track for race number 3, our biggest race of the day. The NyraBets Haskell will be race number 12 on the card. And our post parade starts with the 1, bar 14.
Yeah, 8-year-old here for Timothy Hills. Jose Gomez will be aboard. Just missed 2 back.
The 2, Peruvian Lucky.
Yeah, Peruvian Lucky. Charlie Marquez, who's really gotten off to a good start to this meet.
The 3, 645, most recently up at Belmont at Aqueduct in Saratoga.
Yeah, Luis Saez looking for 2 in a row. This horse is dropping way in class here.
The 4, Bay Street Money, has some back class.
Yeah, Jose Ferrer will get the mount here. 0 for 9 the last 2 years, though.
Rider change on the 5, Asmodeus, make the rider Martin Rojas.
Yeah, an outsider here, although the lone start on turf last time did wire the field.
The 6 is He's Got This, stretching out from a sprint to a route here today.
I don't know if anybody's got this.
Ruse, coming up from South Florida, was at Gulfstream Park in the synthetic.
This one from Mad Dog Racing Stable. This is the horse I like. 0 for 6 on synthetic. Better turf horses throughout those last 2 races.
The 8, Vesparo, is our longest shot in the field at 40 to 1.
Yeah, Rory Houston and Ramon Moya, New Jersey bred here.
Then Takayo, probably going to be sent out to the lead by Paco, right?
Yeah, first time in the Juana Vila barn. He's only 47% with his new acquisitions. Might be getting a little bit overplayed, though.
And the 10, Jurisprudence, could maybe add to the pace. That is the post parade for race number 3 here at Monmouth. And we are sitting about inside of a minute to post. And Megan Burgess has been watching the field since they arrived in the paddock throughout the warm-up. Megan, who's impressed you?
And in amongst the crowd here on the Jersey Shore, and it's a lively one, as it always is here at Monmouth Park on Haskell Day. But the number 1, Bar 14, is taking a slight drop in class as the controlling speed from the inside, and his 2-back near miss was a heartbreaker. But last time out, I found he didn't have as many excuses on the front end when he was beaten by Shared Success. But he also does come at the commodity of being able to have that speed. He's incredibly fit, and he's been one that has continued to do well when he does control. We'll see if he can do that, as the number 9, Takayo, should be forward as well and will be pressuring him from that outside post for a very red-hot trainer in Juan Avila. He's a robust type. Now, there is a little bit of cause for pause with him, in my opinion, as he does come off of a voided claim. He is being sent out for a strong barn, but he's also being dropped down in class. Now, he has the races that can win this. He's just got some dubious form coming out of his races down at Gulfstream Park. He's going to be up on that pace, Todd. I did find that he, to me, was the strongest in the paddock alongside the number 3 at 6:45 for Mike Deeney, who I ultimately landed on in this one.
And looking up on the tote board right now, that's a fair price on the 3, 6:45 at 7-2. The field is about to step on the turf course. Conditions here today, yeah, the humidity's up there. You expect that this time of year on the Jersey Shore, about 89%, but the temperature 74. The main thing, Paul, a lot of people have been talking about, there are storm systems in the area. It had been predicted this was going to be a washout early. It looks like we're going to be okay for most of the day.
Looks like the rain's going to, I think, hit us a little bit later in the day. Maybe, hopefully, after the Haskell runs out, would be ideal. But, yeah, I mean, you know, about 2 days ago, it looked like there was going to be, like you said, a deluge. It seems like that's gone away, and the people are out here to play. So, made track fast. Turf course is firm. All right, who you taking in race number 3? Well, I'm kind of with Megan. I do think the 3, 6:45 on the drop could be tough in here. Mike Deeney owns this one as well. We do have a late scratch.
It is the 8. Oh, no, wait, that's looking way ahead. Hold on a second.
6. Yeah, the 6.
They still haven't officially taken that horse off the tote board, but that's what we're hearing from track announcer Matt Dinnerman. So we have a slight delay here before race number 3 with this late scratch taking place. I mean, that could affect the pace a little bit in here, correct?
Yeah, a little bit. This is a horse that's been on the turf 7 times, but the last time on the turf was about in 2024. So I don't know if that horse was going to make much of a dent in here. 7-year-old, you know, the key in this race, you got some older horses like the 7 Rouge at 8 years old, Bay Street Money at 9. And you have a horse like 6:45 at 5. Is there more to give with some of the younger horses? I landed on the 7 Rouge. Michael Simone has been great with his turf horses here at this meet. And you do get Jorge Vargas aboard.
Yeah, I started noticing the Michael Simone barn at Tampa over the winter, and they've kept their form as they came back up north. So late scratch, as Paul mentioned, of the 6, he's got this. At the time of the scratch, the 6, he's got this, was 16-1. Just a reminder of what that means. If you had played he's got this vertically, win, play, show, and then combinations in the exacta, trifecta, or superfecta, those will all be refunded. As far as the horizontal wagers, daily double, if you had the 6 and you were live, consolation payoff, same is true of the pick 3. There was a pick 5 starting here. If for some reason you don't make the change in this race, with the 6 being a late scratch, you will get the post-time favorite. As far as where that's going to end up, a little bit of drama there, Paul. There's 3 horses who are all within about a point of each other. Right now, the 3 is 2-1, the 9, 5-2, and the 1 is 3-1. What do you first of all think of our current 2-1 favorite, the 3, 6:45? That is the horse that Megan liked at the time when she was talking about this horse, 7-2.
Now, if you look back at this horse's PPs, when this horse got claimed for $16,000, maybe that's where he belonged the whole time. You know, they raised him up in class. He got very good. You know, they tried the state bred races so far in the New York circuit. That has not worked out. He's kind of gone backwards. Can he be a little bit better today? I do think the 9, for being here a long time, Paco Lopez takes that late money, and I would think the 9 will probably end up being favorite, the Maryland bred.
Okay, we think the delay is about done. What they're waiting for is for the scratched horse to get back and then be able to go through the paddock and then to the backside. Our set is right here where the horses come out from the paddock, and we can see the 6. He's got this being taken back to the barn area. So now they've been given the signal to move forward. The field moving into line for race number 3 here at Monmouth, a mile over the firm turf. It is Naira Betts Haskell Day. You're watching it here live on Saratoga Live for the rest of the load and then the call. Let's go up to track announcer Matt Ditterman.
We're ready to go. And blur off. Uneventful beginning. Asmodeus showing speed today. Bar 14 from the inside, prominent per usual. He snatches the lead from Asmodeus. A clear lead here for Bar 14 with 1 lap to go. Opens up 2 on Asmodeus, who runs in second. Jurisprudence alongside now. Takayo between horses going into the first turn run. It's still Bar 14, sets up shop on the lead. Jurisprudence wants to go, though, and these two hook up and speed 3 ahead of Takayo. Happy to track in the 3rd position off dueling pace setters now. There's a gap of 4 to the 4th place horse, Asmodeus. 6:45 to the outside, then Vesparo, Peruvian Lucky, who's 3rd last, clear of Ruse, and that leaves Bay Street Money at the tail end of the field. They are strung out at least 18 lengths from first to last. Jurisprudence takes a hold of the bit with a half mile to go. He opens up 2. Bar 14 gets a breather, gets outside into the 2 path. Will try to come on again in the 2nd position now. A gap of 6 back now to Tokayo in 3rd. 6:45 getting a little bit closer. Vesparo sent hard going into the far turn. Ruse rides the rail around the far turn. He's gathering some momentum. 4 clear of Peruvian Lucky, Bay Street Money, and Asmodeus is given way. Top of the lane. Jurisprudence went fast early, coming back to the group. Bar 14 goes by him. He's the one to reel in up top, but there's a wall of horses coming to challenge now. Takayo got the jump on 6:45, who's on the grandstand side. Ruse is right behind them within 4 lengths of the lead, and Bay Street Money trying to rally on up the fence. Furlong to go. Contentious battle here. 6:45, Bay 14. Bar 14, and here comes Ruse. Ruse on the outside flying. Ruse got it. Ruse on the outside got the win over 6:45. Bar 14, who was 3rd, and Tokayo finished 4th.
It's Ruse in the final strides here. This 8-year-old from Michael Simone picking up the 7th win of his career and his 50th career start.
I always loved Ruse, who Tim Hill's trained for a long, long time. A very, very cool horse. And of course, Bar 14, one of our favorites. And he was able to run extremely well while rating. He's really a horse that needs to control to run his best races. In this race, he was game to the wire without being able to get the early lead.
6:45, Bar 14, the 1 and the 3 right in the mix, but here comes Ruse. And Ruse going best of anyone late to just steal this race in the final jump or so. Jorge Vargas Jr. And it's Ruse to start off a pick 5 here on the lawn at a mile on the turf on Naira Betts Haskell Day, with stakes action to come in the very next race with the Grade 3 Monmouth Cup, where Knightsbridge, Skippy, Longstocking are set to do battle. Here at Saratoga, we are in a lightning delay until further notice. As you can see, we're still hearing some thunder in the area, so certainly out of an abundance of caution, we'll wait till that passes through.
Yep, nothing you can do about the weather, and a game played outdoors. A little bit rainy, and Greg and I, we need a canoe to get out of here.
We may need to borrow that. Trainer George Weaver learned from the very best, helping develop champions for D. Wayne Lucas, including Derby winners Grindstone and Thunder Gulch, before working alongside Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher with stars like Left Bank and More Than Ready. Today, he's writing his own success story, including coming off the first Breeders' Cup victory of his career, Cy-Fair, who we're expected to see later on this afternoon in the Coronation Cup. It's time for Cart Talk on a Boat with JK.
George, I don't know if you saw last week I had Dave O'Rourke on, and he said he was going to get me a new cart. It hasn't got here yet, so I figured we should probably take a boat.
Maybe he'll offer you a new boat.
You know, it's funny, back in I want to say 2019 maybe. You were one of my first cart talks I ever did. I don't think we even had the GoPros set up yet. A lot's changed since then for you, specifically and most importantly, July 3rd, 2022, your wife Cindy had a pretty tough accident over there on the training track. How is Cindy doing now?
She's doing very well. You know, it's taken a long time. She's put a lot of work into everything she does, what she has to, and she can't come to the barn and do what she loved to do before, and that's a source of sadness for her. But you know, we're blessed and grateful that she's done as well as she has, but we miss her. Man, she was good at what she did, and we won a lot of races because of her.
Well, the good news is Cindy's doing well, but you're still winning some races. In the last 4 years, you got a positive ROI. You're winning at 23% with first-time starters. You've got 72-year-old winners. Since when did you become this 2-year-old guru?
I feel like I've always been good with 2-year-olds, but Dew Sweeper started sending me horses, and we just started getting some more forward, precocious horses. You know, we do a lot of gait education with them early, and as you know, with the baby races, gait speed is a good thing.
There's also this interesting rumor going around that you're a turf sprint trainer now. What's up with that rumor?
You know, I guess I've had a lot of success with turf sprinters, and I feel very comfortable with it, but we feel comfortable with many other types of horses. Vekoma was a dirt horse, won the Bluegrass, came back as a 4-year-old and won the Carter and the Met Mile. Dorth Vader won the Ogden Phipps last year. Some of our best horses have actually been dirt horses. I don't know, as a trainer, we just try to maximize what they can do.
Now that we've dispelled the rumor, so let's talk about your first Breeders' Cup win last year with the Grade 1 winning Cy Fair.
When she ran up here at Saratoga first time out, I was impressed. And I'm a trainer, but I'm also a racing fan. I was impressed. And I told him right after the race, I said, that race right there won the Breeders' Cup. The way she just ran, I don't know what the number's gonna be, but like just watching that, like the Breeders' Cup's in my sights like right now.
Cy Fair's a Breeders' Cup winner.
George, talk to me a little bit about your time here in Saratoga. I mean, obviously, you got a beautiful boat here. Your house is right there on the water. Why is Saratoga as a whole so important to you and your family?
You know, my dad took me here when I was young, 1980, I think. We lived in Kentucky. He had taken me to the races when I was a kid. And so I was first exposed to Saratoga in 1980. Like, I just became a real big fan of New York racing at the time. I just love it here. I love the racing here, and on top of that, just for living, the town itself is a great town, a lot of great restaurants, a lot of great energy, atmosphere here. You know, you've got Lake George and the Adirondacks to the north. It's just a great, I feel like it's a great place to live, and it's a great place to train.
Well, before we get out of here, one of my favorite lines in racing is something you said, and I'm pretty sure it was right after Cy Fair won. Something about getting low.
Yeah, that's what the good ones do. They get low for the dough.
I like it.
Meet already off to a great start for George Weaver. Card Talk brought to you by Gainesway Power Passion Performance. Had a 27-1 shot debut winner on the lawn a few days ago. Bring it in safely there, JK.
This is impressive work by JK there. It's a whole new side of him. George is one of those trainers, one of the few, that consistently comes to Saratoga and wins with big prices and has positive ROIs. His success numbers over the years in Saratoga are really remarkable, to be honest. Everybody points for Saratoga, but everybody doesn't win like George Weaver does.
No question. Obviously, Cy Fair, she was a great story last year. She was a finalist for 2-year-old champion Philly, and beating the boys to close out that season. We saw her at Saratoga, where she wound up breaking her maiden at first asking. She looks like she's even better this year.
Potentially. I mean, I think the one question mark, and listen, to be fair, they've said if it rains, they could end up scratching her, and we don't know with the turf condition what's going to happen. But should she run, keep in mind the one potential issue is she was supposed to run at Ascot. And George Weaver did not love the way she was training. He didn't decide not to make the trip. Now, having said that, I think there's a big difference between not loving the way he's training to ship overseas to run at Ascot. He still entered her in this race, so she's obviously doing well. But I do think it's important to point out for a horse that's 3 to 5 on the morning line.
But also, too, I mean, that's how highly he thought of her. She's going to go to a prestigious Grade 1 at that Royal Ascot meet. But yeah, something to keep in mind. and that plane was scrapped just a few days before she was set to leave. We will see what happens if she does indeed run. But yeah, as you said, Connection said if it is a wet track and a yielding turf course, they could pass. As we take a look at the weather system moving through Saratoga, I'm not an expert on reading that. We're in a holding pattern here for Lightning. Stay with us.
She's got a tactile edge on a lot of fillies. She's speedy. She's got all the tools physically. She's very well made. She's long, but she's got enough hips. She's got a great neck. She's really well balanced. She just wants to run. She's 2 for 2. Everything she does in the mornings is elite. I think that's what separates the good from the great. Working with my racehorse is a privilege. It's cool to do it with a daughter of Authentic. Glad to really be a part of the team.
Well, we've been here since 1910. Started here with my great-grandfather. They moved the operation from Virginia to present-day Claiborne in Paris, Kentucky. Long lineage between my grandfather, Bull Hancock, who was really influential in importing European stallions. And those stallions ended up kind of transcending the American bloodstock, and they're still evident and prevalent throughout the pedigrees today. My father, he had Mr. Prospector. He brought him up from Florida. He's had Danzig. Obviously, Secretariat was his first stallion that he ever syndicated, so he caught lightning in the bottle right off the bat, and I'm trying to do the same thing now. Certainly, we've come along and been really lucky and gotten some really good stallions along the way. Warfront's obviously in the sunset of his career. He's been unbelievable for us. We're looking for someone to fill his shoes, and we're excited about Mindframe. We think he can be that next big horse for us. Annapolis has had his first foals on the ground, and they're looking unbelievable. Certainly Prince of Monaco, he has his first that are in utero, and we're looking forward to those foals in the spring. We've had a lot of wonderful clients over the years that have really supported us and backed us, and that's been one of the main reasons why we've had the success we've had. We couldn't do it without them. It's hard to be in business for 115 years if you're not doing things the right way. Our motto is do the usual and usually well, and we've always felt like if you take care of the horse is going to take care of you, and we've certainly been lucky in that regard.
Untouched by the passage of time, Clare Court is nestled in the southern corner of Saratoga Racecourse. Constructed by August Belmont II around 1901, Clare Court, originally known as the Surcingle, was built as a private training center. Named after former track superintendent Thomas Clare, Clare Court was first recognized by its new name in the Saratogian after his death in 1940. Equipped with its own training track, the area's barn stabled such equine greats as Man o' War, Equipoise, Citation, and Whirlaway. Known for its beauty and privacy, Clare Court is also the final resting place for 4 horses that were near and dear to the Saratoga faithful: 4-Star Dave, Quick Call, A Phenomenon, and Morjane. 4-Star Dave, or the Sultan of Saratoga, won at least one race at the Spa for 8 consecutive seasons. In 1996, the Darrell's Joy Stakes, which the gelding won twice, was renamed in his honor. The race is now a Grade 1. Quick Call won 9 of 17 starts at Saratoga, including the Forego twice. Morjane and A Phenomenon were multiple graded stakes winners on the New York racing circuit. Morjane won the 1986 Darrell's Joy and 1985 Kelso Handicap. A Phenomenon won the Jim Dandy Stakes and the Vosburg in 1983. The backstretch is a side of the track many people never see, but a trip to Clare Court provides a unique perspective of America's most historic sports venue.
Oh, one of the very special areas, so serene. And of course, some of the all-time greats forever remembered there in Clare Court.
Yeah, I think you and I were there when they had the ceremony for Quick Call when he passed away. And, you know, so many people have such a long history in Saratoga. I was just saying to Greg, man, I wish you were here for Quick Call. He was just such a cool horse that absolutely loved Saratoga. He beat Groovy. And Groovy's really an all-time great sprinter. Quick Call, a great horse. And the history of Saratoga is one of the many things that makes it such a special place.
Well, we just got a roar from the crowd because track announcer Frank Miramonti announced over the loudspeaker, horses are back in the paddock and being saddled.
I thought the roar of the crowd was Sean bringing some paper towels here to try to dry things off, and I want to give him a big roar for helping us out. A little rainy out here, but obviously you're playing a game outdoors. We've been here in the rain. It's still Saratoga. It's still a great place to be.
Well, we were in a lightning delay. Let's get the latest from Samantha Perry.
Thank you, Greg. And yes, the horses finally have received the call for the saddles on and riders up. A few of the jockeys have switched in to their mud pants as we have gotten a lot of precipitation here in the last 20 minutes or so. But all of the horses were cool, calm, and collected, just walking throughout here in the paddock. They are heading out to the track now. Everybody was so well behaved. A+ from all of these little soldiers waiting to head out to the track.
So here we come. We're going to have the post parade here coming up. Race 2 finally after a delay, where we saw that impressive first time start of the Good Life for Brad Cox. Rain for right now coming down fairly heavily. We'll see what happens if we get a let up here. Expected to let up.
It is expected to let up, and the truth is, we need rain around here. I mean, the turf has gotten very firm, so this is a greater good situation, but obviously you hate to have it rain a big Saturday. There's a nice crowd here, but you know what? You go around Saratoga, even when it's raining and people are having a good time, it's just another great thing about here. It's tough to have a bad time in Saratoga unless you get completely destroyed at the windows, but even then.
So here we go, 1 1/8, $30,000 claiming race. Post parade's going to be in with a horse who right now is favored for Linda Rice, who she claimed this one. Another Kentucky claim for Linda, second off the claim, and the drop in class here.
And you're hearing a lot of roars from the crowd with them coming on the track. You know, it's such a funny race, right? Because people have to drop and be aggressive to win in Saratoga. Burning Hot in the Rail was making a big drop. A drop for the number 4 Spoiler, a drop for the 5 Reynolds Channel, a drop for Brazenly. People are dropping to win.
Pineapple Man went by. Here's My Noble Knight for Joe Sharp.
Pineapple Man and Burning Hot should vie for the lead in here. My Noble Knight, he's got some back races that are good enough. Wow, he's taking a ton of money.
Yeah, spoiler, Mike Maker, Ricardo Santana Jr.
You know, these Flying Bee horses have come ready to roll.
Reynolds Channel, Amelia Green.
My pick in this race, believe it or not, has never been on a wet track. I like the 7-1.
Derby and Belmont winning trainer, Cherie DeVoe, Sweet Talkin' Bourbon.
Listen, another one that has some back races that give him a chance. This is a competitive race.
Brazenly, I thought a player, big price.
Crazy price on a horse who did not have a good trip last time out and has races before that that are easily good enough to win. It's a big, big price.
And the Michelle Giangiulio barn, second off the claim with Indy Rags.
Another horse who ran fast 2 races back, but is in very deep here.
So pick 4 starts here. You see that pool at 176,000 and growing. And it's burning hot. We'll see if Linda Rice can kind of kick-start her meet here with a horse who has speed from the inside. And the way this starts, obviously, at 1 1/8 miles, beneficial if you're quick early to be in that inside post.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the question with him is how much pressure does he take from the layoff horse outside of him? And Pineapple Man, who really has one way to go, and Raylu, who rides him, is not shy about being aggressive. And with Pineapple Man off the layoff, you think at the very least they want to get a good race out of him. So he's going to go. How hot will this pace be? And I think there's always this assumption, and often it's true when it rains like this and you get the moisture on the track and sort of puddles and stuff, that speed can be very good. But be careful about just assuming that's the case, because I've seen some wet tracks here where the winners are coming from well behind. So let's see what happens before we decide how the track may be playing.
Just downgraded to muddy and sealed as we get set for this second race here coming up. And yeah, coming down very hard right now. And I believe back with us we're going to have FS2 rejoin us now. All right, welcome back to those rejoining us here on Fox Sports 2. We've had some issues, obviously. We were in a lightning delay for a little while, but they are back on track. Even though the rain's coming down pretty hard, the thunder and lightning has moved out of the area, and we can resume racing now on this Diana Saturday.
No, I'm glad to get the racing going again. Obviously, a lot of big races. We don't want to have delays with the Diana coming up, but we are getting quite a bit of rain right now. We'll see if it will dissipate at some point. It can't rain like this for an hour. Or 2 hours, or 3, or whatever.
We hope, anyway. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling. This second race coming up is going to start this early pick 4. It's a $30,000 claiming race, 1 1/8 miles. It is still, well, actually the 1 and 4. Co-favored at 5-2 right now. We talked about Burning Hot, Linda Rice, second off the claim, speed from the rail, but speed next door as well. What about the 4 spoiler for Mike Maker?
Well, he's not going to be that far behind, but he's not a speed type horse. He ran some big races. In fact, he has a win. His last dirt race was a muddy sealed track, but that was Oaklawn Park. They're aggressively dropping them. Flying P Stable will be aggressive to win races here. They competed for the title 2 years ago. Disappointing year last year, but so far their horses have been running well.
Last 2 times, spoiler, the 4 was on the main track. He's coming out of a race on the grass. He won them both, including a muddy sealed track at Oaklawn. Let's go back to Samantha Perry.
All right, so I was able to get a very good look at these horses. I know when you watch on the TV, it's a little tough to see with the rain coming down, but the number 3 just looked like a brand new Copper Penny. What a good looking horse, and he was a perfect gentleman in the paddock. He's one that I think is set to run a very big race here today. He just looks like he's sitting on a massive performance. And what's interesting about him, and maybe the reason he's not getting as much money as I think he should right now, is he is over 6 at this distance. So that could kind of put a bad taste in your mouth, but I like his form coming into this race. If you move right to the outside, the number 4 did run a very, very big race in the mud. Now that was at Oaklawn. Sometimes I feel like those numbers could be a little bit quicker as far as Oaklawn goes in the mud, but we'll throw it back to the desk here for race 2.
All right, Sam, thank you. Here we go, loading up, start of this pick 4. You see Pineapple Man, part of this pace scenario, the 2 stepping in, the favorite, spoiler. Mike Maker, Ricardo Santana Jr. trying to win his 3rd in a row on the main track. Muddy and sealed now as we go to Frank Miramati.
Brazenly comes forward. Indy Rags will be the last one to load. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Pineapple Man On the comeback with good early speed, Burnin' Hot and Brazenly is sent right into the mix in the opening stages. Just in behind them, Spoiler hugs the rail and moves up to be a joint third. On the outside comes Reynolds Channel, who's racing in mid-pack around the clubhouse turn. Just inside of him comes My Noble Knight. They're followed by Sweet Talkin' Bourbon, and Indy Rags is at the back of the field. And so they've gone through an opening quarter in 23 2/5 seconds. Burnin' Hot is the boss, with Pineapple Man racing 2 lengths back in second. It's a pretty big gap then. Back to Spoiler, who's trying to get closer now. Right next to My Noble Knight, who's in the 4th spot. Those two moving in tandem, 1.5 lengths in front of Reynolds Channel. Brazenly is next. On the inside of him, it's Indy Rags and Sweet Talkin' Bourbon, 47 2 as they move into the far turn. And Burnin' Hot has been prominent throughout. His lead diminishing though. Here's My Noble Knight. And My Noble Knight is right up to him as they come toward the quarter pole. And Spoiler is very much in the thick of it too, just 3 lengths back in third, followed by Reynolds Channel in 4th. They're at the top of the stretch, 6 furlongs in 1 minute 12 flat, coming to the 8th pole. My Noble Knight shifts in on Burnin' Hot, who keeps on fighting. Burnin' Hot still in front. Up alongside My Noble Knight, and Spoiler is coming after them. 16th pole. My Noble Knight gradually gets the lead. Burnin' Hot at the rail. Spoiler late into second. My Noble Knight wins it by a length. Spoiler was second. Burnin' Hot third. Photo for 4th between Reynolds Channel and Indy Rags.
My Noble Knight, trainer Joe Sharp. Man off to a terrific start this summer at Saratoga. Jose Ortiz, this horse finding more mid-stretch, Andy.
This Jose Ortiz, I think he might be a pretty good rider going forward. See Flavien Prat battling up front. He chased the one. Burnin' Hot ran very gamely on the inside, but he was able to take over and get it done. And boy, the money was right on this one. Ended up the second choice, holding off Spoiler, who got an absolutely perfect trip. Ricardo had him in a great spot. He simply couldn't get to My Noble Knight, who was best in the year. I think it was a very courageous performance by Burnin' Hot, because they were moving up front out there. Nice race by all 3 of the first 3 finishers coming through the rain. But Jose Ortiz, man, he is on quite the juggernaut.
First of the big races on Haskell Day, Grade 3 Monmouth Cup, and a showdown between Knightsbridge and Skippy Longstocking. Let's go to Todd and Paul.
Greg and Andy, I mean, when you look at this race, as good as the Naira Betts Haskell is later, this race for older horses, Paulie, phenomenal.
Yeah, and the test is going to be for Knightsbridge whether he can go this mile and an eighth, or at least go as faster than Skippy Longstocking in the one in here money game. I do feel that this racetrack will help the 4 Knightsbridge. I kind of think Skippy Longstocking looked tremendous, but I'm going to stick with the 4 here.
Knightsbridge, known as a one-turn specialist. He was second in the Met Mile last time out to Nysos. Kind of interesting. The top 2 finishers out of there are going to 2-turn races in their next start. Nysos expected for the Whitney, but here we have Knightsbridge in the Monmouth Cup. Let's go up to Matt Dennerman for the call.
Here's Sergeant Caps. Go again. We're ready to go. And they're off in the Monmouth Cup. Knightsbridge blasts out of post position number 4. Skippy Longstocking going to move up and press the issue mildly. It's Knightsbridge in a good gallop now. Leads by 3/4 of a length, now a half from Skippy Longstocking, the long shot. Sergeant Caps is 3 wide. Money Game in the 4th position early. Kinetic at the back of the pack as they go into the first turn. Knightsbridge carving out the fractions here. Leads by about a length from Skippy Longstocking on his tail running in second. Sergeant Caps 3 wide. Money Game right behind the trio up top, and he's 4th now. The undefeated runner is 4 lengths off the lead, 3 clear of Kinetic as they approach the backstretch run. Knightsbridge clear a half length. Skippy Longstocking keeping tabs on him. Knightsbridge opens up the lead to a length and a tail now. Skippy Longstocking second. Knightsbridge appears to be going kindly today under Flavien Prat. Leads a length and a half. Skippy Longstocking is second on his tail. There's a gap of 2 to Money Game joining Kinetic. Money Game getting a little bit closer, and at the back is Kinetic as they make their way past the half-mile pole. Knightsbridge clear a length and a half. Skippy Longstocking happy where he's at. He's second going into the fourth turn. Money Game third. 4 off the lead. Nickeled along just a little bit. Sergeant Caps calls it a day. Kinetic at the back. 3 furlongs to go for Knightsbridge, who opens up the lead to 4. Money Game is in second, passing Skippy Longstocking, who's in trouble. He's in third and going in the wrong direction. Hitting the quarter pole. Knightsbridge, it's his race to lose now. He's sailed 5 ahead. Money Game second. Skippy Longstocking third. The others well behind the front-running Knightsbridge, who turns it on with a furlong to go. He's 7 clear, hitting the furlong pole. Money Game is second. Skippy Longstocking, not his day today. Knightsbridge, did he like the route? The answer is a decisive yes. He loved the 2 turns, and he was wrapped up by Flavian Pratt. He won by 9 or 10. Money Game second, Skippy Longstocking third, and then came Sergeant Caps in fourth.
Did Knightsbridge just become a classic horse?
I don't know. He was certainly impressive today. Fast time, fast performance. I'm curious to see if anybody has any gold rail thoughts. We don't know that right now, but he was very impressive. So Bill Mott's got Knightsbridge, Baeza, and Sovereignty. And at this point, right now, he might be the Godolphin one that's going the best of all.
Wow, no question. What a performance. Coming off a runner-up finish in the Met Mile behind Nisos. First time going this long, and it certainly looks like he loved a 1 1/8 today.
And Skippy Longstocking had just about enough of chasing him around the track, maybe halfway through the race. And Skippy's a pretty good horse, and he disposed of him like he was a claimer. The second horse is also a pretty good horse, Money Game, and he was getting a nice trip, and he looked like he was making a little run, Greg, around the turn. He just got completely blown away. But you watch a race like that, and it's hard not to ask yourself, is it a big inside? Now, I don't know that it is. I'm just guessing, and we'll see as things progress. And if the track remains like this, they may want to be aggressive with further ado.
I would think so. Yeah, we'll see how it plays out the rest of the afternoon. But this older horse division now just got a little more interesting after this performance.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I don't think Bill is going to wheel him back in the Whitney. We'll see what he does going forward with him right now, but gives him some options with a horse who we know is very, very talented. Still looking for a grade 1, though. But he has the talent to be competitive, as he was second to Nisos, who's one of the best horses in the country in the Met Mile.
So 7th win from 11 career starts. This one a little bit like that Gulfstream Park Mile, that grade 3 win when he just decimated the competition. Does so here as well. Puts on a display in the Monmouth Cup.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this grade 2 Suburban. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco Too Good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. What a performance from graded stakes winner Knightsbridge, who adds to the resume with a Grade 3 Monmouth Cup and maybe announces we got a new player in this classic division. We will see. First time going beyond a mile, and a lights-out effort for this runner from the Belmont Barn with Flavien Prat.
No, he was crazy impressive. I'm curious to see the racetrack going forward, but this was some performance. We should also let people know 4, 11, and 12 here are off the turf, and race 4 will be in all in the pick 4s and pick 5s.
$3 for the win for Knightsbridge. Already a graded stakes winner. Adds to that resume. Now a 3-time graded stakes winner, but this one was something else. Certainly keep your eyes on how this track is playing this afternoon as we work our way to that Naira Betts Haskell. Let's go to Megan Burgess.
We're pleased to be joined by Michael Banahan, Director of Bloodstock for Godolphin USA. Wow, tour de force performance. You told me in the paddock this wasn't necessarily plan A for him, but the 2-turn test, he passed.
Absolutely. So it was a great opportunity to see how he would do going further than a mile. Would have been great if it was a mile and 16 probably coming into the race, but glad it was a mile and 8 to see what he could do. And Flavien said that never got tired. The distance was no problem, and he suggested that even going further wouldn't be an issue for him. And so he's always been a talented horse, so it's great to see him do that, especially bounce back from his poor run at Churchill Downs. So great run against a really good horse in Iceless in the Met Mile, and then to come here today, that was a fantastic performance.
The campaign does have brother Speaker's Corner, who didn't quite get the distance, but now this opens up plans for you, Michael. What's ahead for Knightsbridge?
Well, we're not too sure, because what he did today, we'll probably have more question to answer. Initially, we would have looked at the 4-go, and there wasn't really any decent prep other than this race to come in here to do that. So maybe we'll have another look and see if there's other races around the country that maybe we could go to instead.
Congratulations, what an incredible performance.
Appreciate it, thanks very much.
The goosebumps continue for Knightsbridge.
That was just a sensational performance. Now we can't wait to what we get next from him after that. My Noble Knight finding more late stretch here in the second at Saratoga. Jose Ortiz, 17th winner of the summer for Jose, one back of Flavien Prat, who of course, as you just saw, out of town today, collecting that victory on Knightsbridge. Wins for Joe Sharp.
Yes, his brother has 6 wins actually in his short time back, but Jose is certainly in a very good position. But he's going to have to deal with Flavien, that's for sure. 2 tremendous, tremendous riders, among a lot of very good riders.
First win for My Noble Knight in 7 tries at this 1.125 mile distance. And spoiler, that win streak on the dirt comes to an end. Burning Hot winds up third. 3 very logicals, 1, 2, 3 in here.
Yep.
$7.86.
Public did some job. Second choice, first choice, and third choice.
Race number 3. It starts a mandatory pay pick 5. New York breds, $40,000 starter allowance. 7/8 of a mile. And 5-2 on Solo Jim from the inside for Mark Hennig.
And I think it's important to note for people that while the 4th race was announced off the turf, it was announced after the early pick 5 and pick 4 started. So it's going to be an all in those bets, but not this pick 5. Because it was announced before the pick 5 started. So the 4th race, a dirt race, obviously there will be scratches, there will be changes, and Vetriano getting enough as an MTO will be tough.
That is a huge drawn.
Yes.
So again, as Andy mentioned, races 4, 11, 12, they all come off the turf. Sloppy and sealed. Turf is good. We'll be back with more on race 3 when we come back.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Located at the Oklahoma training track, the Whitney viewing stand provides a picturesque view of morning workouts. Modeled after the 1892 Judges Stand at Saratoga Racecourse, the Whitney viewing stand opened in 2013 to honor the racetrack's 150th anniversary and the Whitney family. The Whitneys have been intimately involved with the track for more than a century, and their contributions to the facility and community remain evident today. Mary Lou Whitney, considered by many to be the Grand Dame of Saratoga or Queen of Saratoga, was present for the stand's public debut. Mary Lou bred and raced 2003 Kentucky Oaks winner Birdtown. She's the only woman to have done so and was inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame as a pillar of the turf in 2019. The scenery from the Whitney viewing stand is a true testament to Mary Lou and her family's devotion to the sport's most iconic racetrack.
Back with you on Saratoga Live as we get set for a mandatory pay pick 5. Races 4, 11, 12, they come off the turf. Race 4, as Andy mentioned earlier, and all in the early pick 5, but a new pick 5 that does start here. You have time to adjust. So keep in mind, Vetriano, yes, drawing into that race. As for this race, 7 furlongs. New York bred, 40,000 starter allowance. Here's Solo Jim, our current favorite.
Might be a combination of all the gyms betting him, but also the fact that he's run so well on sloppy sealed tracks, even up here as well.
That was a decent effort last start at a mile. Cuts back a little bit today and finished ahead of, come full circle to 4 for Joe Sharp. Let's check in with Samantha for more.
Thank you, Greg. As the rain continues to fall, but we still have a nice behaved group here in the paddock. The number 1 Solo Jim does have a win across a track with moisture in it, which is great for coming into this race here, considering the track conditions. And I thought the way that he ran last time out, he just kind of needed the race. Once you win in the slop against a maiden 35 group, and they put him in for the waiver that day, so you could not take him. It's hard to jump up with state bred allowance winners just to get right into. You're just getting thrown into the deep end, but he didn't disgrace himself at all. I thought it was a very awesome second place finish, and he didn't really miss by much. He's going to have to be probably hustled out a little bit more just due to the fact that he is in the rail draw, and I do think now with the third start off of a little bit of a layoff, he should be set to put down probably his best effort. Now the 8 is also very interesting now with the track conditions, and that is Apollo Code, who is coming off of a couple of months freshening. Now, I don't particularly like that too much, especially when there are a lot of races for New York breds here, but I thought that the 3rd place finish in the mud last time out was very good. Before that, he ran at Aqueduct again in the mud, and it was a 3rd and a 2nd place finish at pretty nice odds here, and I'm trying to get a look at him in the board. He's still sitting up there all right. So I would play him at this price here. He's one that does look fit. That allowance race he's exiting, New York Scrappy came back to win in a big way, and he's obviously one that really does appreciate moisture in the track.
Yeah, Apollo Code. Thank you, Samantha. The 8 never off the board 4 tries on a wet track, but no 2 wet tracks are the same.
And in my opinion, he does not move up on a wet track. It's not like his speed figures are better on wet tracks than they are. He handles them, but he's actually run his fastest races on dry tracks. I'm taking a shot with a 7 Corvu, who I think is an interesting horse. Ilke Kandramachi claimed this horse. If you haven't noticed how well his horse has been running, you're just not paying attention. And he does have some races 4, 5, and 6 back that are easily fast enough to win here. So, and he's handled a wet track before. I think he's an interesting price. But I think the wet track might help the 1, but it also may really help the Toy Cannon. And while Apollo Code can be forward, the Toy Cannon could be the speed. And he had a ridiculous trip and an excuse last time out. And while the 3 Dinner Royale may go, I got to think Kendrick is going to look to send the Toy Cannon on a merry chase here. And he has a very big win in a sloppy sealed track at Aqueduct that is significantly better than any race he's ever run. So of all the horses in here, potentially he could be the one that benefits the most from this, though it certainly doesn't hurt the horse on the rail either, Solo Jim.
Yeah, the Toy Cannon, look, had been running running Byers in the high 60s, but then jumps up to an 84 Byers speed win, dominates the field by 7 lengths on a sloppy seal track at Aqueduct. So no question, that is the one to key in on here, the 6 and 7 to 2. I'm actually surprised, considering that he's not taking more money.
Well, I think he is. You know, he was 9 to 2 when we started. He's 7 to 2 now. A lot of people look. Now, the question with him is, can he outrun both the 3 and 6? And the other thing is, when you get a track like this, I think it encourages the riders to be more aggressive. I am quite confident Ray Handel is telling Christopher Elliott, you got to be forward here, dude. So, you know, is he going to be able to clear? If Toy Cannon clears, he could be tough to catch in the front end. But if the pace gets competitive up front, a lot of weird things can happen. You know, I'm thinking back, and I know you remember this, during the pandemic, when it poured before the Forgo, and Complexity, now a terrific sire, was able to get involved and get in front. And win was approximately 450 lengths behind
I love that day.
around the turn. And he came and won the race and caught him late. So be careful about thinking wet tracks can be dominated by speed.
I was shocked more people didn't like him that day.
Yeah, I mean, he was an interesting horse. He could run on dirt, he could run on turf, but that was a crazy, crazy race. And Complexity ran great. He got involved in the fast pace, but he ended up getting caught by a horse who was a mile behind.
And I remember coming into that race, too, his trainer was so high on him that he had been training just exceptional coming into it. But, yeah, that was a thriller on a crazy day.
I watched that race with the trainer of Complexity. He was a little less thrilled with the late run from win.
Pick 5 here, and let's talk about this pick 5 quickly, specifically the next race that comes off the turf, race 4. 5.5 furlongs now main track.
Well,
you have that main track only Vetriano coming in. Look, his last 2 efforts, he's not been the same Vetriano.
I agree. He has run well in wet tracks before, and he was a big favorite. Now, looking at those races, January 9th, he got involved in the pace with 1/900, who at that point looked like he was going to be a player in the sprint division. His last race is concerning. He did not run well in that, but he was chasing outside at a day and a time when inside position was a huge advantage. Comes off a layoff, he handles the track. I think he's dangerous, but I think the number 4, Shape Note, certainly has good dirt races, and the number 6, Warstride, as well. I think Warstride's very dangerous. I picked the race 964, the one scratch mentee, but 964 is where I went in that race off the turf. I may bet Warstride's a decent price. I could be convinced to bet him in here, but I'm hoping Vetriano can get back to those good races. If he does, Greg, he's going to win this race.
It's lights out.
Yes.
As you take a look at Kendrick Carmouche, he'll be aboard the Toy Cannon, who it looks like has the most upside with the condition of this racetrack today here in this 3rd race.
Kendrick's thinking, can I get clear? If I can get clear, I can win it. We should talk about the Diana a minute, because we have a little time, right? And I think we should mention a horse that could improve in there if you're playing pick 5s with the rain is dynamic pricing.
No question, a yielding grade 1 win in the Just a Game. That was at Saratoga last summer at 10 to 1 that day. 5th from Monmouth as we move along in the Jersey Shore. This allowance optional claiming field. Let's go to Megan.
This is an incredibly strong race, and we'll start with the current favorite, the number 5, Midway Memories, as the skies are fixing to open up here on the Jersey Shore. The crowd's kind of coming behind me to seek shelter as the rain will come here as soon. But as far as number 5, Midway Memories, this is being the half to grade 1 winner, Zandon, and she's a horse that just took a step back last time out, and she's one, as the skies open up, the rain is now falling, is going to be one to me that does need a little bit of a setup and some pace. I do find she's compromised by the flow of this race. There isn't a ton of speed on paper. We'll see how it works out for her. I do have my hesitancy of her at a short price. The number 6, Jolly Jolene, on the other hand, has shown speed. That did come on the dirt. I'm hoping that she can get aggressive on the front end in this race at a bigger price, and she's won from her Oaklawn form, has just been one that has continued to move forward. She's put on weight and muscle mass. She looks very fit for trainer Lindsay Schultz, who will be looking for the upset later in this Naira Betts Haskell with Baby Vino, Paul.
We probably should be covering this, even though it's not my TV. Okay. I guess NBC will have to deal with it.
All right, we'll try and get back to Todd and Paul in just a little bit. So we're 3 minutes to post at Monmouth. Coming out on the track for a post parade, by the way, at Saratoga. So we'll try and shift gears here in just a second. 6-5 favorite at Monmouth. That is the 5 Midway Memories. Back here to the spa on the track, and we'll start here with Solo Jim in a moment. There's Sebastian the first, the 2, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Coming off a win against Weaker as he moves into a starter allowance, tough spot.
There's Solo Jim, the 1.
He's
Junior
hoping for
Alvarado.
a fast pace. He certainly handles a wet track, and he's done it up here as well.
Back to the 2 we just spoke on for Jose Delgado.
He's so good, we wanted to show him twice.
Coming off a victory. Yeah, it's a step up here for this one. Dinner Royale off a maiden score, Amelia Green.
He's not good enough to win off that race, but it was a race off a layoff. Amelia's a terrific trainer, and he can be forward.
Just come full circle. Blinkers off for Joe Sharp.
One of my favorite horses. I've finally kind of given up on him. You know what happens when you do that.
Constant Chaos, sent out by David Duggan.
That's a great name. He's sort of a fringe player for a very, very good trainer.
The Toy Cannon, big effort on a wet track 2-back.
He's got to get clear. If he gets clear, he could take a ton of beating, but will he?
Corvu, Edgard Zayas aboard 12-1.
I think he can be somewhat forwardly placed in this race, and I like the trainer switch and a big price. I'm taking a shot with Corvu.
Barn having a tremendous meet, the Cantor Machis. And then Apollo Code, 7-2, Christopher Elliott.
Yeah, I mean, my problem with him is the 4 wins in 8 seconds, but he's another one that can be forward and can certainly win for Ray Handel.
Stay frosty, my friend. Gregory Sacco, Barn.
If this race falls apart, this horse could be making a run at the end. His last race, he got completely left in there. He just stood in the gate. And then he made a crazy big run and a big gallop out. He could be a kind of a weird fuzzy. We'll see if he can show up in the wet track today. It's a fun, competitive race. I think there's a lot of things to talk about in here and look at. And you know, sometimes at this level, the races aren't as strong. This one is strong.
Back to Monmouth. Mile on the turf here in the 5th. And the big favorite, the 5, Midway Memories, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Mrs. Katz. I'm blushing. 2 back, Sonia Henney. And to the outside, Midsummer. Midsummer coming up, going in. We're ready to go. And Laroff getting squeezed at the break was Midway Memories from the inside. Butterkiss is the long shot up close. Sonia Henney moving up. Sonia Henney grabs the lead from Butterkisses, who takes a hold, will track in second. Mrs. Katz right behind the pace setter here. Sonia Henney who gets towards the rail. Butterkiss is in a little bit tight, has to tap on the brakes and loses a couple spots. Butterkiss is Joaquin going into the first turn. We come back to the lead. Sonia Henney is the pacemaker from Mrs. Katz, and an aggressive Butterkiss who's hard to control here behind the speed on the rail, running in third. Midsummer outside relaxed, level third. A length and a half to Maximo Madness in the 5th position. She's running 4 lengths off the pace. Another length and a half to Tavin, who rides the rail onto the back stretch. Jolly Jolene alongside. Midway Memories getting shuffled to the back of the field now, but she's only 6 or 7 behind. Down the back stretch, Sonia Henney carving out the fractions. Went at a moderate pace, 24-2 that first quarter, the half in 50 seconds flat. It's still a firm turf course, even though the rain's coming down, so not a fast pace here set by Sonia Henney, who hits the far turn 3 parts of a length ahead. Mrs. Katz getting closer on the throat latch of Sonia Henney, and they speed things up, rounding the far turn run. Midsummer is in third. On the inside, Maximo Madness is next. Midway Memories being asked to go. She's tipping outside, and she's 4 lengths behind under a ride. They're at the top of the stretch now. Sonia Henney, Mrs. Katz confronts her. Midsummer on the outside, 3 deep in the final furlong. Midway Memories still has to pick it up within 3 lengths of the lead. Final 16th. Mrs. Katz has passed that early leader, Sonia Henney. Midway Memories is charging. Midway Memories on the outside. Midway Memories gets there in a perfectly timed ride by Flavian Pratt. Midsummer in the photo for second with Mrs. Katz, and then Maximo Madness, who is 4th.
Midway Memories, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt goes back to back.
I don't believe that's winning like a 3-5 shot should, and if you better, you had some anxious moments here, but Flavian gets it done with that late surge, getting up at the wire at 3-5.
Just up in time, but enough to get the 2nd win of her career. First row partners, Burton Jones. your winning connections as we get back to New York. And the favorite has become the one with that big effort on that wet track, the Toy Cannon.
It's going back and forth between the 1 and 6, and you've got the 8 at 3-1 as well, and it's that kind of race. You got 3 3-1s, you got a 5-1, and the rest of them are double digits. So I think this is a fun race. And listen, you get this kind of weather, but that doesn't mean there are not opportunities to get it done, as the horses should be heading over the gate.
Let's go to Samantha.
I really do like this pick 5 here, and I think you only need 3 horses, and one of those is the number 4. I'm going to use the 1, the 8, and the 4. And the 4, Joe Sharp, going for back-to-back victories. I like what they're doing with this older horse now, is they're going to take the blinkers off. They've had a few tries with blinkers on. Now they will take them off, and for a 4-year-old, that seems to be a bit more mature mentally now and a little bit stuck in neutral. I think it's a very sharp move, and all of these Joe Sharp horses just come into the paddock almost breathing fire. They're all just very tucked up, but look good and just very defined, and he's no different. This is a horse today that I think will put down a pretty big effort, has yet to win across a wet track, but I think he's got a good chance here in this middle pick 5.
Thank you, Samantha. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, Joe Sharp, Barn, Manny Franco already on the board this afternoon with a Good Life, debuting to kick things off in our coverage in that 2-year-old race. And a big number you're going with here at 12-1.
Yeah,
7.
I think the 7 is interesting. I definitely used the 4. I put him second in here. I'll be very interested to see how this race is run, because you've got some closers who can get into it. You've obviously got forwardly placed horses as well. A horse like the 1, Solo Jim. Can he put in his kick despite the conditions? Be interested to see how it plays out. The last race was very much dominated forward, but they were also the first 3 choices. And in this race, you have a horse who's one of the choices who is not going to be forward, and that's the 1, Solo Jim.
Meanwhile, stay frosty, my friend. Gregory Sacco Barn, huge price, second biggest number on the board. Who moves up on this wet track? In the public, they're sharp here, identifying that race 2 back from the Toy Cannon, the 6.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. You know, we'll see if he can run it. And he had a massive excuse in a tougher spot last time out. He's very dangerous. Can he hold the form, though, from the former trainer, Brad Cox? That's, to me, the biggest question with him.
Travers Bankroll Builder. Take advantage. Bet $50 to win on any horse in the Grade 1 Duncan Diana. You get a $20 bonus for the Travers later this summer. Opt in each week at NYRABets.com. Here we go. Start of a mandatory pay pick 5. Here in the 3rd, the favorite, the 6th, the Toy Cannon for Linda Dixon with Kendrick Carmouche. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Friend is the last one to load. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Corvus has hustled pretty hard for the early lead. Apollo Code extreme outside, as several of them are battling for command in the opening furlong. Here's Dinner Royale coming through on the inside of the Toy Cannon, who's quickest of all. The Toy Cannon in front, Dinner Royale along the inside takes second. Apollo Code is a close-up 3rd. Constant Chaos now 4th, 3 lengths off the lead, 3 clear of Corvus on the outside of Solo Jim. It's another 3 back to Sebastian the First, who has 2 behind him. Come full circle and stretch running. Stay frosty, my friend. 22-3, a contested opening quarter mile for Dinner Royale on the inside and the Toy Cannon. These 2 slugging it out. Apollo Code in 3rd. At the rail, Constant Chaos is 4th, 45-4 for the half. Solo Jim is making progress. Come full circle. Stay frosty, my friend, is starting to rally from behind. They're at the top of the stretch. Wide open is an understatement coming to the 8th pole. Solo Jim out in the center of the racetrack. Stay frosty, my friend, is closing steadily. Stay frosty, my friend, trying to get to Solo Jim late. Solo Jim 3-length lead at the rail. Come full circle. It is Solo Jim. Solo Jim wins it by 3 lengths. Come full circle was second. Stay frosty, my friend, and Dinner Royale.
Solo Jim, Mark Hennig, Junior Alvarado to start off this mandatory pay pick 5.
Mark Hennig's happy it rained, I'll tell you that. And this horse has run well in the wet before, but I mean, they were moving up front. You saw how bunched up the field was in the front end, and all the horses that ran 1, 2, 3 came from way back. Solo Jim likes a wet track. He's in good form. He gets it done. Come full circle, put in his run. He was second best, as he often is. And the 9, who we talked about, who made that big run, made a huge run to finish third at a price here. This race gave every indication we're dealing with a more fair racetrack. They were moving on the front end.
1-4, 9-3 finish. 3-1 on Solo Jim. And the son of Salamini picks up his second win in 8 career starts. As you see, coming up next, our first of the summer, Fox Saratoga Saturday with live coverage of the Grade 1 Diana. Chad Brown trying to win this race for the 5th year in a row. He's won 9 of the last 10. He'll have 4 of the 7 fillies or mares in that field.
Yeah, he's obviously got a very strong hand in this Diana to get his 11th win, but no races are fait accompli. And of course, the weather, you know, it's a variable. And one thing, if you have a favorite in a race, whether it's turf, dirt, and even if they handle it, and you're a trainer, you never want it to rain. You don't want the additional variable, because even if you have a horse that can handle it, you don't want it, because it can help and hurt anybody equally. Just because, as you said, you handle it one day on one track doesn't mean you'll handle it on another day.
There's winning trainer Mark Hennig. Solo Jim gets him on the board at this Saratoga summer. We'll have the prices from this third. We're actually going to stay with you here, so not taking a timeout. So Solo Jim, picture time here. Sideman Stables, again, Junior Alvarado for Mark Hennig. And Solo Jim, who had run well, actually caught sloppy tracks the first 2 starts of his career and broke his maiden on a sloppy sill track 2 starts back, gets the wet going again today, and now back in the winner's circle.
Still bitter about the defeat in his second start when he got slouted at the start and was about a week the best, but I'm happy for owner Maggie Seidman. He's got a nice presence on Twitter. Happy to see Maggie get the win, as well as Mark Hennig. It's the horse. When Mark saw it start raining, he thought, it's not a bad thing for me.
Not at all.
You can see how happy he is going to the winner's circle.
And good early on in this long summer to come here to get on the board with a victory. So difficult to win here. Difficult enough, and then you throw in variables of the weather certainly help this horse, though.
Yeah, one thing about Saratoga, you will get days like this, you know, hopefully not that many of them, but in Saratoga we've seen some crazy storms over the year. Things have cleared up a little for now. We expect that there could be some other rain moving through, but right now things are kind of calm.
Back at Monmouth, Naira Betts Haskell Day, Midway Memories. Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, first row partners.
And some wet people in the winner's circle, 340. I don't think that's winning like a 3 to 5 shot should, though, but a win nonetheless.
But gets the second win of her career, and already this has been a very profitable excursion to New Jersey for Flavian Pratt.
Well, Flavian tends to ride live horses, and he tends to ride them well.
Mrs. Katz, Midsummer, complete the trifecta. And it's more stakes action to come next. Grade 2 Molly Pitchard next up at Monmouth with the reigning Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint winner Splendora in action for Bob Baffert.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back here, the big one on the day, Grade 1 Diana, and we're going to have a little bit of moisture in this turf course here where Chad Brown will try and win this for the 11th time in his career. We talk about all the success. He's won 4 in a row. He's won 9 in the last 10. It was also the first Grade 1 win of his career was Zagora back in 2011.
Who I want to say was also his first, no, not his first Breeders' Cup winner. That was Moram, the 2-year-old, actually getting it done. Who broke her maiden in a maiden claiming race up here. The rain is going to certainly help the horse on the rail. And, I mean, the common wisdom is a horse like Portfolio Duration, who has that European pedigree. But all the Euros don't love softer turf. Just because you're a Euro, there are plenty of Euros that ship here because they want firmer ground.
As for Portfolio Duration, coming off a Grade 1 win in the New York. Loses Pratt, though, but a capable fill-in here in Manny Franco.
You know, Manny has been riding the turf extremely well. He had a win for Clarvich Stables yesterday on the turf, giving an absolutely perfect trip. And I think, obviously, his success, which is, he's always been successful, but moving to his agent, John Panagot, and riding more for Chad Brown has given him more confidence. And also, because he's riding for Chad Brown, he's getting more live horses in turf races. And when that happens, you get more experience riding good horses, and he's just riding, to me, man, he's riding as well as anybody in this colony.
I believe we're sticking around after this break. Not sure if you'll see us or not, but we'll be back.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 two-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
What if you didn't just watch horse racing, but own the moment? With Bond Racing Stable, you can experience the thrill of ownership without the full cost or commitment. It's easy in a racing partnership with Bond Racing Stable. They do all the work while you get access to the backstretch, morning workouts, the paddock, and the winner's circle. Whether you're new to racing or a lifelong fan, Bond Racing Stable makes it easy to get in the game. Don't just bet on the race, get in the winner's circle. Contact Bond Racing Stable and ask about a racing partnership today.
Up alongside of Knightsbridge, and now these two will turn for home together. Imagination on the outside to the front. Knightsbridge back into second. T.O. Elvis, the horse from Japan, has rushed up on the outside, and he has taken the lead. He's taking off. Oh, look at T.O. Elvis pull away in the last 16th of a mile. He meant business today. Japan's T.O. Elvis crushed them.
Elvis is in the building. Yes, he is.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are indeed back for another segment before we send it over to Fox Saratoga Saturday. Solo Jim getting what he wants, a wet track, and winning for the second time in his career, both wins on a wet going.
Yeah, no, he absolutely loves to slop, this horse. But, I don't want to just say he was lucky to win because it got sloppy, because he ran very well in his last start on a dry track. He ran the best race he's ever run.
Yeah.
So I think there's an argument that while the wet track didn't hurt him, it might just be in terrific form for Mark Hennig. And I think it's a little unfair to just say, oh, this guy got lucky winning on a wet track, because I think it's more than that.
$8.26 for the win. Junior Alvarado again aboard for the winning ride. Come full circle. Stay frosty, my friend. Complete that trifecta that comes back over $122 for 50 cents. The race that is the prelude to the Grade 1 Diana comes off the grass, and a huge storyline with that. Vetriano, the only main track only entrant in the race, who is a standout on what he's done on dirt. 4-1.
He'll be close to favored. He's slightly higher in the double than the number 4 is. Now, the pick 3 is a big price because people didn't know the race was going to come off the turf. That's just a tough situation. You and I have talked about this for years and years. The best betting opportunities are often off the turf races because they get misbet. For instance, Dabad, the 2 is now 2-1. Now, he's going to drift up, but he's still not going to be that big a price. Now, listen, maybe he'll like a wet track, but he has a turf pedigree through and through, and the likelihood of him being competitive here seems pretty minimal, where a horse like Shape Note, the 4, the 6 War Stride, and the 9 Vetriano, these horses can run well in the dirt.
Indeed. Fair price, you think, at post time for Vetriano. We did talk about, look, that last race was not good.
No.
Still.
I don't know, 8 to 5,
okay.
Somewhere in that range. What do you think?
Yeah, I would probably agree with that.
Yeah, I'm going to end up probably betting War Stride because he's going to be the best priced horse that can win. And I'll use him protectively with Vetriano. I'm not against Shape Note. He's in great form. Mike Maker's horses are running well, but he is a better turf horse. So I'm inclined to be more interested in both the 6 and 9 in this race.
Interesting race coming off in here. And then, of course, it is Diana time. And you look at the 4 runners that Chad Brown's going to send out. And 3 of them closely bunched on the board. The biggest price, though, with the weather we just got, all of a sudden dynamic pricing becomes a lot more interesting. And we may not see that 6-1.
Right. I mean, look through her PPs. She has a big win in the Edgewood on Derby weekend in 2024 on a yielding track, getting it done at almost 9-1, right? She gets a good track in the Lake Placid, and while she didn't win, there's an argument that she ran better than the horse who was second, and she's a champion. She feels pretty. You look at the Diana, okay, it was good, but they went fast that day, and she couldn't get it done. But you look at her Just a Game on a yielding track, she ran her best race of her career, so she is a horse that will relish this going. And, you know, if you're a big price, you're always happy to get weather help you. If you're a short price, you don't want weather. She's a big price.
Meanwhile, back in New Jersey, Grade 2 Molly pitcher, $500,000 purse, and the reigning Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint winner back in action for Bob Baffert. Flavien Prat will try and win his 3rd in a row since that victory to end last year in the Breeders' Cup. She is 3 for 4, including probably in some ways, it's not bigger than the Breeders' Cup, obviously, but the fact that she proved last time out in the Shawnee she could win beyond a mile, that was big.
I agree. I thought she was lucky in the Breeders' Cup with all those horses scratching, but turns out she's pretty good. And I imagine a big race here, we'll probably see her in the Personal Ensign.
We had a weather delay here in Saratoga. We have a weather delay at the Jersey Shore right now until further notice. So some issues out there at Monmouth as we wait for Splendora to line up against a pretty good field she's going to face as well, including Alpine Princess for Brad Cox. Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard there as we get back here to the spa. And 18 minutes away here from this 4th that does come off the grass. And that price coming down as expected on the main track only runner Vetriano, who's now down to 5-2. And we fully expect to be a pretty heavy favorite by post time.
Well, I mean, looking at the doubles when people didn't know it was off, the four is still favored. So it'll be interesting to see how it works out. I agree with you, Greg. He should be the heavy favorite here. Whether or not it plays out that way, one thing is for sure. He won't be the same price as the number 2 by post time.
I'm going to
take a strong position on that, Greg.
That one who has never been on a dirt surface. Yeah, this one right now, though, shape note, there's certainly dirt form. 6-time winner on the main track. And,
you know, Greg, I just want to say, if I had to get stuck out in the rain with anybody here, I'm glad it was you.
I appreciate that. I echo those sentiments. Rain has stopped, though. That's good news. And hopefully in for a better second half of the afternoon. Fox Saratoga Saturday with a Grade 1 Diana, our first Fox Saratoga Saturday of this summer from upstate New York. It is up next on Big Fox. Change your channels over to Network Fox for that first Saratoga Saturday of the season. Coming up next.
How do you define domination? In sports, it's a high bar. Any sport, winning at the highest level, it's not supposed to be easy. And yet some just have a knack for it. Like trainer Chad Brown, looking to win one of Saratoga's most prestigious races for an 11th time. That's domination. What star jockey Jose Ortiz has done this year. On the biggest stages, under the brightest lights, he's dominated. It's why he's the most recognizable figure in the sport. 6 Kentucky Derbies, 2 Triple Crowns. Yeah, pretty dominant. And over the next hour, from Saratoga Racecourse to Monmouth Park on the Jersey Shore, you have a front row seat to watch the best in racing do what they do best: dominate. And when you're searching for racing's best, you'll find them there. Looks a little different today. Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York, where Kathy and Marissa runs today, the favorite. In the main event, will she become the 11th Chad Brown trained Diana winner? 220 miles south, Monmouth Park in Oceanport, New Jersey, biggest day of the year. Stars have arrived. Splendora in for the West. The one to beat in the Molly Pitcher Stakes on Naira Betts Haskell Day. All kinds of weather in the Northeast. Back here at Saratoga, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, just outside the paddock. Whether you're a horse racing fan or anyone, there is nothing like a Saturday at Saratoga. And sometimes weather wreaks havoc. Around 12:30, the skies opened up, heavy rainfall. There was a lightning delay, but racing has resumed. It will continue, and it's still a Saturday at the Spa. This is still the most prestigious individual race meet in North America, and we're going to spend a lot of time together this summer. Over the next several weeks, 7 consecutive Saturdays are right here on Fox, presented by Oceana Cruises. Today's main event, 88th running of the Diana, all leading up to the DraftKings Travers, August 29th. Next stop for Kentucky Derby Belmont winner Golden Tempo. Again, brought to you by Oceana Cruises. Your world, your way. Your favorite analysts are with me alongside champion jockey Richie Migliore, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, multiple Grade 1 winning trainer Tom Amos. Guys, great to be back with you for another season of Fox Saratoga Saturday. We'll get to the weather and the conditions of the Diana in a moment, Richie, but for our viewers, what can they expect this season on Fox Saratoga Saturday?
They can expect to see the best of the best in our sport. We have pretty much every division covered. We've got races for 3-year-old colts, 3-year-old fillies, turf, females, males, and you get the best participants, equine and human, here in Saratoga. The best jockeys, best horses, best owners, and they're all starting to write their Hall of Fame resumes.
Just learning the Grade 1 Diana, you'll see on FS1. About 3:08 FS1 for the Diana. We'll have all the lead up right here on Fox. Tom, the race this Diana, it looks a lot different right now than it did about an hour and a half ago. How has the rainfall impacted the dynamics of the race?
Well, I think you have to talk a little bit about what the conditions of the turf course were earlier before the rain came. It's been very firm, if not hard. So we've had the perfect conditions for it to soften up. An hour and a half of steady rain. This turf course dries very, very well, but the steady rain will keep it a bit soft. We like to say there'll be a cut in the ground. And Jonathan, I think that really helps the one horse who Chad Brown has said is a major contender if it's a little bit soft, as well as the European ship-in.
We'll get to Chad Brown in just a moment. Yeah, let's set the stage and take a look at the field. Turf course now listed as yielding for the Grade 1 Diana. Chad Brown trains 4 of the fillies, going a mile and 1/8 in his Grade 1 Diana, the most prestigious middle-distance turf race at Saratoga. 7 strong. Will we see another brownout with Chad Brown trying to win in 11th overall? There it is. Kathy and Marissa for Chad Brown, 2-1 on the morning line. And what we wanted to do was revisit what happened in the New York, Jonathan, between the stablemates. Eyeball to eyeball in the gate. Kathy and Marissa, portfolio duration at a longer distance. This was the mile and 3/8 New York Belmont week. How was portfolio duration able to defeat Kathy and Marissa?
Well, she got no traffic. She had a very beautiful trip, comfortable on the front end, just a nice, easy stroll on the interstate, while the other horse, Kathy and Marissa, with the pink cap, had a lot more of a trouble trip, was trying to close into that slow pace, was losing ground on some of the turns. I think it's a story of 2 different trips. Kathy and Marissa got a bad trip, in my opinion, compared to her stablemate Portfolio Duration, who got a nice trip.
Michael Dubbs, Kathy and Marissa, named after 2 bankers by co-owner Michael Dubb. Big racing fans, hope they're watching. She has a big shot, Tom, in part because she is trained by Chad Brown. Chad Brown, who's won this race 10 times. Can you put it into context, a trainer winning any Grade 1 race 10 times?
It's a remarkable feat. Grade 1 races, as you all know, are races of the highest caliber here in the United States. For Chad Brown to win 10, the only thing I can really compare it to is Tom Brady's 7 Super Bowl wins. I think they're both these kind of feats that'll stand the test of time. I don't think they'll be matched.
And well represented, locked and loaded, looking for an 11th talent volume. That's the attack today for trainer Chad Brown, seeking that 11th Diana victory. We mentioned the favorite in Kathy and Marissa, ridden by star jockey Jose Ortiz, as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Maggie, he has never won the Diana. Jose Ortiz would be a nice addition to the resume now that he's a Kentucky Derby winning jockey and a 2-time Belmont Stakes winning rider.
Lafitte, what a year it's been for jockey Jose Ortiz. From winning this year's Kentucky Oaks to the Kentucky Derby, and the last time we saw him here on Fox, he was winning the Belmont Stakes with Golden Tempo. Not to mention, he's currently second in the riding standings here at the Spa. But today, he's looking for a first. His first win in the Grade 1 Diana. He will be aboard morning line favorite Kathy and Marissa. And the last time we saw her, she was finishing third in the Grade 1 New York. But possibly standing in his way, more horses from Chad Brown. And for more on those, we check in with Acacia Clement.
4 chances in today's Grade 1 Diana, Maggie, and that does include Grade 1 winner Sagesta, who we saw dead heat at Keeneland 2 starts back now. She is a horse that has not shown an affinity for a turf course with cut in it, but her rider is one that you may not necessarily anticipate, with regular rider Flavien Prat out of town, including riding Iron Honor in the Naira Betts Haskell today for Chad Brown. Jockey Dylan Davis gets a chance aboard Sagesta, and Dylan has a great relationship with Chad, riding a lot for him throughout the winter. The same could be said for Manny Franco, who has an opportunity aboard Portfolio Duration, and dynamic pricing with Edgard Zayas. So 3 jockeys getting a big chance with some other of the top riders out of town this afternoon. And speaking of that turf course, it will be a challenge for some of them. Perhaps not the Rail Filly, who likes the soft turf, as that turf course has been downgraded to yielding. So definitely a course that you will have to take into account when looking at these fillies, Lafitte.
Musical Diana saddles, Acacia. Several new riders on multiple contenders. Which rider will capitalize on the big opportunity? Speaking of which, big opportunity for our viewers to bet with house money. All you have to do, go to NairaBets.com, sign up. You're going to use that promo code TOGA50. Just like that, you receive a $50 free play. $50. Sign up today, NairaBets.com. Off to the Jersey Shore on Monmouth Park's signature day of racing, Naira Betts Haskell Day. Todd Trupp, Paul LaDuca on site. Guys, not your typical beaches and boardwalk kind of summer afternoon there, but the racing does continue.
Well, Lafitte, you mentioned that up at Saratoga, the heavy rains came around noon. It was actually just about 45 minutes ago that a pretty severe storm swept through here. As a matter of fact, this grandstand apron was full. Everyone went inside because there was a lot of lightning, a lot of rain, heavy winds as well. It's finally started to clear up, but the race that we're anticipating next, the Molly Pitcher with Splendora, has been delayed a bit. We're about 20 minutes away. But Paul, this is the reminder that horse racing is an outdoor sport.
Yeah, 100%. The racetrack has changed from a fast racetrack to a wet fast racetrack. They sealed it. And a lot of these fillies have never been over it. Splendora right now on the fixed odds, close to 1-9, Todd.
If I were to put a baseball analogy that you could speak to about Splendora, she's a 5-tool player. She has it all. She won the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint last year. That's around 1 turn. She was the best in the division in 1-turn races. But she's also capable at winning at the highest level around 2 turns, and today she's going to try and prove that ability again in the Molly Pitcher.
Yeah, I think she kind of silenced a lot of her doubters in the Shawnee, was thinking, okay, she's never really run around 2 turns. She got the job done. 8 for 14 lifetime. You do get Flavien Prat aboard, and they get that cozy outside post.
And we're going to get back to some normalcy here. It really, at one point, with the wind coming through, you thought Auntie Em and Dorothy were going to show up, and we're all just going to blow away out of Kansas here. But the fans are starting to make their way back onto the track apron. The horses for Chad Brown.
Number 11 in the Diana for Chad Brown, and this magical season continues for Jose Ortiz. That first win in the Derby, now a two-time Belmont Stakes winner, and now a Diana winning jockey. Kathy and Marissa in the 2026 Duncan Diana.
And a perfectly timed ride by Jose Ortiz, who's just riding in another zone. I think he's already got the Eclipse Award locked up this year. But he actually gets run into by the one Dynamic Pricing, Chad Brown's other horse right there. Edgar Zayas trying to angle out and actually impeded his teammate a bit, but she was just best. Suggested no excuses. She got as comfortable as could be on the lead.
I mean, put this in perspective. This is a huge effort by Kathy and Marissa. Suggested had everything her way. If you ever want to know how much gas in the tank of a horse, watch the ears of the horse. They're flicking back and forth to Dylan Davis saying, I've got plenty in the tank. For Kathy and Marissa to come off a slow pace and make a run at Suggested had it all her way is massive.
I got to tell you guys, when I think about this idea that Chad Brown has won 11 of these Dianas, it's hard to fathom. I can't think of that much domination in any race in this entire sport, especially a race of this caliber that matters as much as it does.
Do you think there'll be a day when it'll become the Chad Brown Invitational?
AKA the Chad Brown Invitational. Another brownout indeed. He runs 1, 2, 3. Kathy and Marissa, the winner of the Diana. Over to Maggie.
2026 is your year, Jose. Your first win in this Grade 1 Diana. Jose, what was the difference between today and last time in New York?
Just the draw. The draw outside last time. Today I was able to be a little bit more inside. I felt like the pace was a little bit slow with 5G not breaking, but I was able to follow Manny. She relaxed well. That helped me a lot. And when I asked her to go, she exploded.
She is such a beast of a mare. Jose, talk a little bit about you, though. I know you don't like to do it, but this has just been, certainly, we all know who you are, but this is just your time to shine. You're now tied for leader in the Saratoga riding standings. Can you just reflect on it?
Yeah, it's been a great half of the year, like I said before. Just riding good horses and getting good opportunities. I think that's the main thing. I get good opportunities and I'm delivering, but I don't like to talk about me. I just like to ride and win races.
I know you do. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but well done again.
Thank you, Maggie. Have a good day.
Right, and Acacia, I know you're with some happy owners and the human Kathy and Marissa.
That's right. We finally get to put faces to names. Of course, Michael Dove winning owner, but Kathy and Marissa joining us here. First of all, how exciting is it to see your namesake winning a Grade 1 at Saratoga?
Oh my gosh, full of drama, amazing every minute. She's extraordinary.
Has to be really special to see a horse like that carry your names.
It does, and this was such an amazing race, and we're so happy to be here.
Yeah. Congratulations. It's great to see you both here. And Mike, last time she had such a tough trip given the post. What a performance today to come from off of it.
Yeah, we knew she had this in her, and, credit to Chad. You think about horses every day of the year for one day. And so it can be December, it can be March. You're thinking about one day. And when it really works out, God bless.
Well, congratulations to everybody. Enjoy a special moment. Liffy?
How cool is that? The real Kathy and Marissa. They're bankers who Michael Dove worked with, said they're the nicest people in the world. They love horse racing, and to be here at Saratoga to watch the filly named after them win a race this prestigious.
And for all that Kathy and Marissa has accomplished, over $1.6 million in earnings, this is her first Grade 1 victory. That means a lot for her pedigree.
It all starts with the breeding. A salute and 3 cheers to the breeders from our friends at Three Chimneys, where dreams are born. Kathy and Marissa Don Alberto, winning breeder, having bred a Grade 1 Diana victorious Don Alberto Corporation. Kathy and Marissa, she's changed. She's a different filly. When she beat Gazora, the reigning Breeders' Cup filly and turf winner, she did so from off the pace. Before that, she was always forwardly placed. She didn't break that day in the modesty. She was far, far back. That wasn't the game plan going in, Tom. All of a sudden, now she's this explosive closer.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think she's now the pro tem leader of this division. To come from off of a very slow pace and be able to catch a very, very nice horse in Suggested that's made over $1.5 million on the grass and do it the hard way puts her at the top of the list.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And this was a really big performance. And like I said, she got hampered a bit turning for home and never stopped her forward momentum. Big effort.
The good thing about Kathy Marissa as well, if you look a little bit further along, is that she has some races that are won at longer distances as well, which plays into Chad Brown's plans, I would imagine, to point to the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf.
Kathy and Marissa, big effort. Suggesta, who you really like going in, Tom, who does everything but win.
Everything but win. And, I think maybe, I know it's about the athletes, the equine athletes, but don't we have to say something more about Chad Brown and his domination of this race, winning his 11th Diana today? It'll be a feat that will go down in the record books. It'll never be matched.
There's a lot of gals and guys, trainers, that won't win 11 Grade 1 races, and they're very good trainers.
Look, I mean, I won 4,200 races. I didn't win 10 Grade 1s in my career. I made $130 million in purses. I didn't win 10 Grade 1s. He's done it in one race.
I think we've gotten to a point, Richie, with Brown and the Diana. The bar is so high, it's almost expected. It's almost like you take it for granted. Like, yeah, how many runners is he going to have this year in the Diana? You lose perspective. Just how special and rare this really is.
It's incredibly rare. I've never seen anything like it. And I think the Diana in some ways is like an unofficial classic. It is the marquee race for fillies and mares on the turf in the summertime, bar none. And this was a huge effort.
Ran 4 fillies, ran 1, 2, 3 Kathy and Marissa in this 88th running of the Grade 1. Diana Jose Ortiz locked in, third stakes win of the meet for him. Kathy and Marissa in the Diana on this first Fox Saratoga Saturday, presented by Oceana Cruises. Your world, your way. But coverage continues from the spot. A fist pump there from Ortiz. Now a Diana winning rider.
Bet any. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Race Course. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Dust settling following that stirring edition of the Grade 1. Duncan, Diana. Welcome back, everyone. Saratoga Live continues on this Saturday afternoon. Lots of live racing still headed your way. Overcast still, naturally. Light rain, much heavier earlier, hence the delay. But in the end, all about Kathy and Marissa, all about Chad Brown. 11th win, in case you hadn't heard, in this Diana. Make it 11 in the last 16 years. There is domination. Then there's that ice in his veins. Jose Ortiz, what a season. Biggest races, the best rides, delivering in the marquee events. Kathy and Marissa, Jose Ortiz, big effort, suggested portfolio duration. Chad Brown running 1, 2, 3, and standing by live with Acacia in the winner's circle.
A remarkable feat, 11 wins in the Grade 1 Diana. Trainer Chad Brown joining me here. Chad, first of all, congratulations on an incredible achievement. What a nice performance, especially from your top 2 finishers.
Yeah, they really ran well. It's unfortunate there had to be a loser. I've been in this situation before. I would have screaming for the dead heat there late, but both mares ran terrific. I'm very proud of both of them.
As far as Kathy and Marissa, as we heard from Michael Dubb, last time the post really seemed to hurt her, but she came and did a lot of the dirty work coming from off of it today.
She did, and I'll tell you, some of those horses that ran really big Derby weekend, they might have felt their race a little bit the next time I ran them. I think of Always a Runner, the horse that won the Oaks, was just maybe a touch below her best, and she's going to be running again on the coaching club next Saturday, so I hope to have a similar result. So I think Kathy and Marissa ran really big off a layoff and didn't have a great trip last time, but again, I think now she had more time to recover from that huge race at Churchill, and we saw her best again today.
Saratoga is obviously a special place, but to have 11 wins in one Grade 1, how meaningful is that to you?
It's very meaningful. I mean, my parents are with me, who took me to the track, as everyone knows, when I was very young in the picnic area and got me involved with horse racing. And I think about all of the various horses that gave top efforts, all the loyal clients that supplied us with just really a wide range of different fillies that have fit this race, and my staff. And I mean, they've done a remarkable job when you think about it. So many different fillies to work with through the years, different turf conditions, and different challenges, bringing them into this race, and they've never missed. They just always execute their tasks, and they're really the main reason we're here.
Very well said. Congratulations, and many layered congratulations on this win.
Thank you very much.
The 11 wins, the 5th favorite, Kathy and Marissa. Chad Brown looking on. Just another day at the office. This division, much like Bob Baffert with 3-year-olds, it's not a question of if he has Derby contenders, it's how many. Tom, it's not just the Diana this race, it's been the division as a whole for years for Chad Brown.
This isn't just any other race. This is the biggest summertime race on the grass for the older fillies and mares. That statistic that we're looking at, I mean, quite frankly, it blows my mind.
I mean, it's outstanding, and you got to think it's one of those things, kind of gift that keeps on giving. Because if you have a good filly and mare on the turf, what are you going to do with the horse? It might make a little sense to sit in Chad Brown because he can help you get to the Diana and win that race. It's kind of chicken and the egg. I don't think it's going to stop at 11.
It's the talent, it's the volume on the attack. Runs 1, 2, 3. Yes, Diana win number 11. So much racing coming your way here at Saratoga on this Saturday afternoon. About 17 minutes out, race 6 more. Stakes racing, Coronation Cup. 3-year-old fillies, blink and you'll miss it. 5.5 furlong turf scramble. One name, Jonathan, jumps off the screen. Sci-Fair, odds on 3 to 5 morning line favorite.
Yeah, she's extremely good. The one issue I would think is, what's going to happen with the turf course. I think what we saw just there and the Diana, I'm not overly concerned about that surface. I will say this, though. She is fast. Sci-Fair is. She was the best 2-year-old turf sprinter in the country last year, winning this Breeders' Cup race. I think she's got a chance to be one of the best older filly and mares sprinting on the turf.
And I agree with you. I don't think the turf course condition comes into play in this race in any way, shape, or form, and especially for Sci-Fair. Tactical speed, and speed when you want to use it, which may even be today based on this field size. She is so good.
Trained by George Weaver. How'd you wind up on a boat with Weaver for cart talk?
Well, I mean, look, I asked Dave O'Rourke for a new cart. I didn't get it, so I had to do something. I had to upgrade
so
somehow.
That was like a protest? I'll get back in the cart when you give me a new cart. That's how it works.
Yeah, we're gonna go skydiving. They said next time. which won't happen.
Card Talk with Jonathan Kitchen. George Weaver, will we see him in the winner's circle following this Coronation Cup? Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual unusually well. 6 through 12 right here from Spa. Also live coverage all leading up to the Naira Betts Haskell, the undercard with the Wolf Hill and the Regret still to come. No better time to sign up. In case you haven't just yet, a reminder, there it is. Sign up NairaBets.com. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Sign up today, NairaBets.com. Horses right behind us in the paddock. 6 race sprinters in the slop. You're looking at the 2-1 favorite in Dr. Caper. Riders up, post parade, and the 6 from the Spa next.
For 100 years, we've built tools to work in nature with legendary performance and quality to master every challenge. Tools for people like you who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature, trusted since 1926. Steel.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on. Running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward. It is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
Skydiving, you said next, Jonathan Kinchen. Cart Talk, diving there off just above the announcer booth, Saratoga.
I'm too scared
Who's
to do
your
that.
next
I don't even like turbulence on a plane. I'm not going to jump out of one.
Maritime Cart Talk with trainer George Weaver. Cy Fair later on. Horses here in the paddock. Dr. Caper, 2-1 current favorite. Why is Dr. Caper, Jonathan, the current favorite?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's got that big maiden race at Keeneland. He got a fast figure that day.
That's what we're looking at.
I just don't love his races out of that. But this is something that you'll see at this time of the year. You'll see horses that have big performances earlier in their 3-year-old year. Then they try to jump on the Derby trail. Something goes wrong. They hit the reset button. They pull out the cartridge and blow in it. You haven't done that in a long time, huh, Nintendo?
Kick that Nintendo when you're getting killed in 10-yard fight. I know what you're talking about.
And see what happens. Maybe the horse is ready to come back and run well, but at a short price, I'll try to look elsewhere.
Felt like kicking that Nintendo at about 2:15. Dr. Caper. How important is it, Tom, to figure out that a Derby horse isn't a Derby horse? A 3-year-old, maybe they run in one of the preps, and how important is it to kind of pull the plug early and say, let's redirect?
I think it's very important in a horse's career to be able to say to yourself, when you think you have a Derby horse, that the dream is going to die. And that's exactly what they do with Dr. Kapoor. Coming off these route races and going back to sprinting, which he does best. Look, he's extremely fast. And in that replay that we watched, in that paint going back to Keeneland, you saw a horse that was challenged right out of the gate. He's very speedy. He can handle that challenge and still move on and move forward. And he's going to get the addition of Lasix, which he hasn't had. He looks like a picture right there.
Yeah, 5 wishes. And for this team, Jonathan, it could be a big afternoon given what's in front of Napoleon Solo, about 220 miles south.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be hoping to get Gold Square and Chad Summers, obviously, with this Napoleon Solo situation. The horse was sold. So not with Gold Square anymore, but now still with Chad Summers. We'll see if Napoleon Solo wants to deal with further ado the Puma and the others when they get down there and the Jersey Shore.
How do you think he responds today? First start since that Preakness win, Napoleon Solo.
Well, I think there's a question as to, traditionally the Preakness has been the weakest of the Triple Crown races. I think there's a question as to what Napoleon Solo is against really good horses. He's going to get challenged today for sure. I do think he's the speed of the Haskell, so I look for him to go forward right out of the gate. And I also believe, based on not only what the race we see, but historically on Haskell Day, speed is very, very good at Monmouth Park.
For Chad Summers, 5 wishes here. Napoleon Solo there, 5-2 on the morning line. It's a good, athletic, talented colt. Napoleon Solo, Grade 1 Champagne winner and a Classic winner. Naira Betts Haskell later on this evening. Here, riders up shortly for the 6 to Maggie, right behind us.
And from one Chad Summers horse to another, as he sends out 5 wishes here in this race from Saratoga. And he is a horse that is really finding his stride. I remember talking to Chad before the other than performance last time out, and he was so relieved that nobody took 5 wishes out of that maiden 50 there on Kentucky Oaks Day at Churchill Downs. This guy is fast, and a lot of times, as we saw in the race before the Diana, well, on tracks like these, the clean faces win races. And I think with the outside speed, it gives this horse the opportunity to flaunt it and not get any kickback. We'll see how he negotiates, however, a wet track, as this will be the first time he's on it. He is a horse that has those 4 white feet, so whether, this track that has now been sealed without any moisture coming down on it, it gets a little pretty tight, fairly hard, but I think he'll be okay. He looks tremendous here. He continues to develop and get stronger. Moving on to the horse that is taking a lot of early money. Co-favorite right now at 2-1 is number 5, Dr. Kapur, as he will turn back in distance. I know his 2 fastest races of his career came when sprinting, but I got to say that he's not necessarily built that way. And, last time they tried to be forward with him, but he had that unfortunate far outside post where he was just stuck out in no man's land chasing the early pace. He is a good looking sort. He's also quite big, and he's also rather laid back in the paddock. So nothing about him says he'll be really fast and be quick enough to assert himself going the 6 furlongs. He looks great. He looks 90% fit. I just have my reservations about taking this horse, not really knowing for sure where we see him placed in the running of this race. Lafitte?
Be up to Jose Ortiz. Maggie looking for back-to-back wins. Confidence riding high. What else is new? Celebrating that first win in the Diana. Manny Franco to ride Tab at Zanzibar. Tom, who is the current choice at 2-1. What are you expecting from him?
Oh, he's a player in this race for sure, but from that inside post and with his speed, he kind of has to go, and he's going to have some company on the front end. Maggie mentioned that 5 wishes might be one of those horses for Chad Summers, as well as the second choice in this race, Dr. Kapur, the 5. But more importantly, this one horse, Tab at Zanzibar, has just come out of a maiden winning race. So now he's stepping into an arena against horses that have all already done that. And so these are experienced horses, and he's now going to have to step up a level and show that he can do it.
So, handicapper Jonathan, how do you look at that? Horse coming off a maiden win, do you say, okay, well, they've figured out what he wants to do, and he has some rhythm, just having won a race. He comes in with momentum. Or do you say, well, no, it's a competition, it's different today. I want to see him prove it against these type of horses first?
Not necessarily. I think that the speed figures in racing, the higher the better, like a quarterback rating in football. Let me know how fast a horse ran. I don't necessarily care how fast he did it against who he was facing. I care more that he was facing the clock, and he stopped the clock in a fast time, which makes me know there's some talent there. And now, look, I think you can get a little concerned at times. I think the biggest concern I would have if I was involved in this race is about 6.5, 7 horses in this race that have all, at least one time in their career, won in wire-to-wire fashion. This pace is likely going to be pretty quick, especially considering the conditions.
Something to watch right from the start. How will it all unfold? Riders up shortly. 6th race, Saratoga, back at Monmouth Park. Live look on the Jersey Shore. Back to Todd and Paul on this Naira Bets Haskell Saturday. Todd.
Lafitte, did we mention there was a weather delay? We've now had our second weather delay. The longest one was just before Splendora's dominating win here in the Molly Pitcher. But this one comes before race number 8. They've got 2 minutes up on the board, Paul, but no one's even coming close to come out of the track. Look, you can handle rain, you can handle wind, but you don't mess around with lightning.
And we're starting to hear lightning and thunder behind us. And, obviously, the louder you hear it, the closer we're getting. And it's coming right from over our shoulders, basically. And it kind of subsided a little bit, but now the thunder's back up. Matt Jennerman got on the mic, another delay.
If you look at the weather radar, essentially the rain is parked over us, but it is moving away, and then there's a pocket that's going to allow us to continue on with this card. So let's look ahead on the card. So race number 8, we've got this delay. We don't know how long it's going to be, but race 10 on the card is the Regret Stakes, 6 furlongs on the main track. Polly, as you look at the field of sprinters going in the Regret later today, who are you keying in on?
Well, I thought it was a wide open race, to be honest with you. I think Disco Ebo. Now, Kilwin was a big scratch in there, and you get the other runner in there for Rusty Arnold, who's going to probably be your favorite. I can get to this horse, Echo Sound. And a horse been off since September in the dogwood, but that 101 buyer in the Victory in the Victory Ride just stares right at you.
There are 4 scratches in this race. The 1 Do-Gooder is out. The 6 My Magic Wand is out. The 9 Kilwin is out. And the 11 Unsolved Mystery out. A field of 7 will contest race number 10, the Regret Stakes. But Lafitte, we just want to get to race number 8. But we're in a holding pattern right now here in Oceanport, New Jersey.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Outdoor sport indeed. Play the hand you're dealt. The anxiety for a trainer on a day like this, stakes races, big horses running, you have to wait out these delays.
All horses have personalities, and you can think back to when you were playing sports in high school and you're waiting to tip that ball off or the first down from scrimmage when the whistle blows. You get a little bit anxious. So when there are delays, you really want to pay attention to horse behavior and see who's chilled. That's very important. You got to be good physically. You got to be good mentally also.
Just want to get things rolling. Tabit Zanzibar, post parade, race 6, Unbroken Chain with Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, an aggressive rider, a horse with speed, drawn inside. Something tells me this one's got to go.
Number 3, Rock Music and Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, 1 of 2 for Linda Rice, and a horse that runs some very good speed figures.
Caldo Candy, number 4, 11-1, 2-time winner here at Saratoga.
I mentioned how much pace it looks like there is in here. This is a horse that would come from out of it. I don't know if he's good enough, but does have the right style.
Big Colt, laid back, Dr. Caper.
Yeah, he's one of those speed horses, and the question is, oftentimes you get a lot of speed. Is there a speed of the speed?
The 7, Oil Capital, Jose Lascano.
This is Linda Rice's other horse in this race, and, a win here would be a surprise because this would be a big step up.
And for trainer Chad Summers, there's 5 Wishes and Dylan Davis.
Yeah, 5 Wishes drawn outside for Chad Summers, another one that has a lot of early speed. He does have the outside post, which gives him the advantage to be able to look to the inside and see what everyone else is doing and try to make the best decision for his horse.
Davis just missed in the Grade 1 Diana. Suggesta, bang-up, runner-up effort. He'll ride 5 Wishes. There's Dr. Caper, Tom, and you went with him.
Yeah, I did. And even though he's coming off those distance races, he hasn't been out since February. His workouts are very good. And to me, he's making a drop in class. He's coming out of big Kentucky Derby prep races, going back to sprinting, which is something he has done successfully before. How close will he be up front? I think pretty close.
I love the Saratoga faithful. They stick it out. They know the drill. Eventually it will stop raining. Eventually, Jonathan, the racing will resume.
Yeah, it always goes by. You just never know when it's going to come back. But it looks like today we're in a good spot so far. And the only bad thing is I wore the wrong shoes today, Lafitte. It's very, very wet out there, and I've been walking around on my tippy toes trying to avoid the puddles.
We'll do everything we can here on Saratoga Live, Jonathan, to make sure you don't have to walk through any wet ground or mud here around leaving the set.
Come on, Jonathan, you've been doing this how long? How'd you make that mistake?
Yeah,
Don't you coach football, man?
Yeah, I don't know what I was doing. It was just one of those look good, play good things. Got the Fox show. I'm wearing these shoes. Big mistake.
How much as a handicapper, I find this varies from handicapper to handicapper, when you have a sloppy track now, how much does that affect what was your opinion going in?
About this race or the...
In general.
Yeah, just no, I mean, it does a little bit. It does a little bit, but I usually try to wait when I know there might be weather on a day. I try to wait to the last minute to handicap because I don't want to make decisions on a Wednesday then thinking it's going to be dry, and then you have to have that internal wrestling with yourself of changing your mind. I like to try to look at it one time depending on what it's going to look like.
We check in with Maggie.
We'll take a look at your favorite down on the rail. That's number 1, Tab at Zanzibar, who was a little bit of a surprise at how well he ran first time out, though I know Brad's assistant here in New York, Dustin Dugas, really liked this guy at first asking, and he made good on that promise here at Saratoga during Belmont Stakes Racing Festival Week. And while he's pretty light on experience, I love the way that this horse has fastly developed. He's so much stronger, so much more athletic, and mentally just that much more clued in. Furthermore, well, he has to answer, of course, the question of how he will deal with a wet track. He does look like a horse that will appreciate the wet going. Being by Candy Ride, they always had those small cuppy feet to them, so I like the way he warmed up over it as well. Gonna chalk it out here, but a horse that has shown at least an affinity for handling a wet track is number 2, Unbroken Chain. However, when we saw him last, he was winning over a sloppy sealed surface, though he didn't switch leads at all down the lane. So that has then been followed up by a fairly long layoff where we haven't seen this guy since April here for Eddie Barker. Does come back incredibly fit, very vascular, and at least we know historically he's liked a wet track. Number 3, Rock Music. I like these horses that Linda claims in Kentucky, and then maybe she runs them once there, but then she brings them to New York. They always seem to run better the longer they're under Linda's actual care here in New York. This guy at 12-1, my eye just kept going back to him, Lafitte. He's so well turned out.
Looks the part. Will he outrun those odds? 12-1, stepping forward into the starting gate. Rock Music. Tabit Zanzibar, 2-1. Dr. Kapoor, contender, second choice. Co-favored now, 2-1. Frank Mermati with the call. The 6th from the Spa, live.
Dr. Kapoor takes up his spot. Oil Capital. The last one to load is 5 Wishes. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Oil Capital is quick. Dr. Kapoor has speed. Tab at Zanzibar flies through on the inside to take the lead. And Unbroken Chain wants a piece of the pace too. He takes second. 5 Wishes is on the extreme outside. They are followed by Caldo County and Rock Music at the back of the field. It's Tab at Zanzibar, the quickest into the far turn. The opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. 5 Wishes coming after him now. At the rail, Unbroken Chain is racing in third with less than 3 furlongs to go. Oil Capital on the outside moves up, takes that third spot. Dropping right out of it was Dr. Kapoor. There, a quarter of a mile to go. Tab at Zanzibar has been there throughout. Turns for home with a 2-length lead. On the far outside, Oil Capital. Down on the inside, the gray is coming after him now. That's Caldo County. And in the center of the track, Rock Music comes alive. Coming to the 16th pole, Tab at Zanzibar clinging to the lead. Caldo County in second. It's Tab at Zanzibar holding on by a half length. Caldo County was a very good second. Photo third between Rock Music and Oil Capital.
Just kept digging and finding more. Resolute winner, Tabit Zanzibar in the 6th at the Spa.
You know, early on in this race, there were literally 5 horses across the track vying for the lead. Tab at Zanzibar came through on the rail to take over that lead early on. But more importantly, watch Manny Franco down the lane. He's going to sense that he has a horse to his inside, the 4-horse, the gray horse, that's going to make a charge up the rail. And he's going to take Tab at Zanzibar. He's going to move over to try and intimidate that horse. He'll go to the right-handed crop to get his horse that way, and intimidating enough that this horse, Caddo County, has to go outside of him and try to gain the lead, what did we get beat? A half a length here? That is the difference in the race. That won the race for Manny Franco and Brad Cox, and it's perfectly legal.
Yeah, Caldo Candy got the setup I thought he might get. I just didn't think he was good enough to overcome what was better horses than him, and Tab at Zanzibar was just better and was able to hold him off despite Caldo Candy making it look this close. Those two animals are not that close in ability, in my opinion, as the result of this race shows.
Manny Franco going to work. 3 wins a couple of days ago, off to a fast start at Saratoga. That physical, aggressive finish. Tab at Zanzibar responding. Franco in those Madacat stable colors saw Cumin. Bob LaPenta. But Tab at Zanzibar onward and upward now, having 2 of 3. Bright future.
Absolutely bright future. And boy, this dude is quick early.
But the fans here at Saratoga, they stuck it out, stuck around, and lots of terrific racing still ahead, including that champion's daughter. Running in the upcoming 7th race, Monomoy Girl, brilliant champion, Breeders' Cup Distaff winner. You'll see her daughter coming up, Spendthrift's Effusive for Brad Cox. 1437, 1473 in the 6th. Welcome back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. Brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Delay continues Monmouth Park. Here at Saratoga, just saw race number 6, Tab at Zanzibar. Make it 2 of 3, as mentioned, co-owned by Saul Cumin. Standing by live with Maggie.
Here with Saul Cumin, winning owner here at Tab at Zanzibar. Please tell me you have a Tab somewhere in Zanzibar.
I would like one. Unfortunately, I'm chasing these lacrosse boys around, so no Zanzibar for me today, but maybe down the road.
Well, definitely paying for a Tab was the horse. He's been so impressive and very gritty. He's a horse that really kind of wants it more than any of the others out there.
Yeah, he's been good. He's 2 for 3 with the second, and Brad's been really high on him. We were a little bit worried about the post today just because we knew we kind of had to get out of there. But Manny did a great job working out a great trip, and we're super excited with all the boys here.
Absolutely. Your son Sam's birthday as well. So happy birthday to Sam. He really didn't want to come on TV.
No, he's a little nervous. Just 15, so we got to give him a little more time.
Absolutely. We'll let him warm to the task. But I do want to ask you, we see Monomoy Girls baby coming up in today's 7th race. I know owned by Spendthrift, but a mare that you were heavily involved with that took you on so many wonderful rides.
One of my favorite horses of all time. We'll be pulling for the baby, and it's just so exciting. It's just so you start realizing you've been doing this for a while when you start seeing the babies run, but it's really exciting, and I miss that mare a lot.
It also makes you feel old that knowing your son is 15, so congratulations here. Enjoy the birthday celebrations, and let's go effusive later on.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
All right, Saul Cumin and family having a fun time at Saratoga.
Celebrating his son's birthday, Saul Cumin, a magical 2018, his involvement with Justified, Triple Crown winner, and Monomoy Girl, who, Jonathan, was an absolute star. We'll get to her in a moment. Tabit Zanzibar, though, the winner here over Caldo Candy and Oil Capital, 1-4-7 in the 6th. At Saratoga, turn the page, Tom. At the end of yesterday's broadcast, you talked about 2 races you were looking forward to seeing today, aside from the Diana and the stakes races. This was one of them.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many powerful horses in here that maybe haven't started yet. We just went over Effusive, who's out of Monomoy Girl. Monomoy Girl, winner of the Kentucky Oaks. I lost track after 7 in the number of grade 1s that Monomoy Girl won. But we're going to probably look at one of our more special ones right here.
Breeders' Cup Distaff at Keeneland in 2020. Jonathan, it wasn't just a God-given ability. Richie would talk about her evil eye when she would be challenged and competition would range up. And just look at her competition, the ability to dig in and fend off challengers late.
Selfishly, this moment reminds me of the largest win bet I ever made in my entire life in the Breeders' Cup betting challenge. And yes, it went well. She won. The thing about her that's so impressive is she was only beat twice. I mean, I know she has 3 losses. One of them was a disqualification where she did win. That's really, really hard to do. When there's a million ways in these races for these horses to get beat, she dodged it on almost every occasion of her career.
The combination of the ability, you can't measure heart, Tom, but man, did she have it, Monomoy Girl.
Yeah, to the tune of $4.7 million in earnings, 7 grade 1 wins, won the Kentucky Oaks as well as the Breeders' Cup Distaff twice. I mean, that's a dream horse.
So it's that simple, right? We can just expect Effusive, looking at this pedigree, buy into Mischief, Monomoy Girl, like she's going to be like that good, just as good as Mom, right?
Well, the workout reports say that Effusive from the 1 hole is training very well, but the 1 post position is a very difficult post position for a first-time starter. We can't simulate in the mornings workouts with a big group of horses. Everybody wants to save ground right out of the gate, so everybody's going to be moving over to the rail. The 1 horse Effusive has to maintain a position there, or she's going to shuffle back, and she's going to experience something she never has, a lot of mud in her face.
It doesn't always happen, though, with the babies, right? I mean, Lafitte, you can't ride, and your dad's a Hall of Famer.
I fell off a merry-go-round when I was 6, man, and that was that, upside down, like dangling upside down. Riding wasn't in the future. Riding is in the future for the jocks that'll be arriving in the paddock very shortly here at Saratoga. And how about trainer Dale Romans? Making his debut as a first-time starter. He's about to unleash top-class 2-year-old fillies, taking center stage next at the Spa.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness!
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win!
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today. Fierceness to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic!
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
All right, Dale, let's talk about cruising again. You have her in on Saturday, and she looks as though she's pretty quick, Dale. What has her morning work shown you?
She hasn't missed a beat since day one, since the day she was born, actually. I mean, she's a homebred, so watched her grow up and actually purchased her mother to be a broodmare for us, and she's never missed a beat. And, you know, that's the key coming into Saratoga. You can't be having problems. Everybody brings their best here.
We saw Tammy aboard for the July 11th workout here from the gate. I mean, she just destroyed the horse that she was with.
And she was with a pretty nice little horse.
Yeah.
It didn't work bad. She just does things so easy. And, you know, that's a tell always when you see Tammy working them, because she tries to pick the best ones. And she's undefeated in the mornings.
Bob, talk a little bit about buying Rose Gray. You were interested in getting a broodmare.
So Dale loves to tell the story, because now he's a broodmare master. So I said, come on, I got to buy one more broodmare. I got to go to the sale. And he goes, well, I don't buy broodmares. And I says, well, you're going to today. So we went over to the sale, and doesn't he pick out Rose Gray? We're there most of the day, and he picked out a nice broodmare. So she had a not this time the first time, and this is, I think, is the second, right? A very nice mare, so he now thinks he's the master of broodmares. So, and he loves to pat himself on the back and give himself credit. And I do too, so, because I would never buy a horse without him. I bought all my horses with Dale. I give him all the credit, but he's gonna take it anyway, so I'm gonna, you know, we give Dale all the credit for that.
Maggie's Spendthrift 2-year-old report. There she is, cruising again for Dale Romans. Tom, how often do first-time starters surprise you in terms of exceeding expectation or perhaps disappointing in terms of what you were expecting?
Yeah, I would say most times disappointing with first-time starters, and it's because they're getting thrown so many new things in a race. Saddling in the paddock for the first time, going to the racetrack with a group of horses, getting in the gate with a large group of horses, taking dirt in their face. So many factors that you cannot simulate in the mornings. So, I mean, look, even the great Secretariat was beaten in his first start.
American Pharaoh defeated by Ohm in his debut, eventual Triple Crown winner. Now, Energy Flows at 9-1 pictured. You were involved in the acquisition. What can you tell us about her?
Well, this was a beautiful yearling, and oftentimes you buy a beautiful yearling, and sometimes they don't grow up to be beautiful 2-year-olds or 3-year-olds, but she did. She is really, really pretty. She's very athletic, just like she was at the sale. She's got a race experience under her belt. She's going to outrun those 9-1 odds.
Jonathan, there's 2-year-old races at Saratoga, and then there's 2-year-old races at Saratoga. Collectively, how good is this crew supposed to be?
Yeah, I mean, look, you look down, you see the pedigrees, you see the price tags, you see the trainers involved. That's how you know when the good ones are happening, right? When you look down and the prices look a little light, you don't see the Chads, the Todds, the Brad Coxes of the world showing up, then you know that it's a lighter one. This one feels like one of those ones that the horse who wins this will then make their next start in a stakes race and then go on to do other things, potentially win big races like the Kentucky Oaks.
Sometimes you just know. Last year, undercard of the Jim Dandy, it was our first look at Tommy Joe. And right there was a sense that she's going to be the filly to beat in the Grade 1 Spinaway. And she followed through to establish herself as one of the top 2-year-old fillies in the nation.
Follows a long line of 2-year-olds we've seen win up here that go on to greatness.
Tom, when you talk about experience, what are a couple things that you could kind of take on the checklist that they gain from that, right? Is it this part, the paddock? Is it going to the gate? Is it oh my gosh, everyone's running really fast and I'm getting dirt kicked in my face? What are the things that they learn when they do gain that experience?
So a good trainer is observing it all, and he's taking notes, not only of what's happening here, but the warm-up, how well they adjust to a pony alongside of them coming out there, as well as the race itself. And then they'll work on all of those things before the horse makes his second start or her second start. And that's why you oftentimes see the most improvement in a racehorse between the first and second start. The trainer has a race under his belt, and he knows what to work on to make that horse his best the next start.
Maggie, you spent some time with Cruising again, but now it's game day. What is she showing you?
She's still the same, cruising again here in the paddock, which I love to see. You know, last week when we did that piece with Ariel Affair and Jenna Antonucci, she was so cool in the mornings, and then she lost it in the paddock. Well, cruising again, she's just like, yeah, okay, whatever. This is just another day in my life. And looking at her, you know, you want to compare her to the rest of the field here. She is very athletic looking overall. She looks quick. She has those elevated hindquarters that really speak to being able to push herself out of the gate. And Dale has definitely left no stone unturned when it comes to getting this filly out of the gate. But I love how just relaxed she is. She's being a true pro here in the paddock, as we'll also take a look at number 1. That is Effusive, who we mentioned her pedigree. She is a daughter of Into Mischief out of the dual champion Monomoy girl. She has had a full brother to run, Providence, who did show promise, breaking his maiden in his second start as a 2-year-old for Bob Baffert, though unfortunately he got hurt, but standing with my good friends in Maryland at Country Life Farm. And, you know, there's even pedigree when it comes to the second generation with Mr. Monomoy as well, being a Greatest Stakes winner. But all of that success, for the most part, came going longer. So I think that might be in her future. But as I always say, if they're good enough, they can win at any distance early on. Now, watching her workouts, which you can watch on KentuckyBred.org, July 3rd, as well as June 25th, where she was working with very impressive maiden winner Angel of Kirk here last week, who won. And she was going easily throughout that work, and by my eye, going better than her at the end. She's solid. There's a lot of muscle mass and substance to her. She's another one that's being a total pro so far here in the paddock. I like this filly. Now, as the guys were mentioning, it is not an ideal post, being down on the rail for one that I'm not sure will have an abundance of gate speed, though. Lafitte?
Maggie, Angel of Kirk, she was good, real good in her debut. Says a lot regarding Effusive. Jonathan, the kind of filly that can create a fan, in sense of a fan that had a connection, or really loved Monomoy girl, like you feel you're already invested.
Well, I think that one of the things when it comes to fandom is you know how that one song on the album that's not the single, and you're the one who found it? I think when a maiden wins and you're the one that found it, you handicapped it, you fall in love with that horse, right? For me, it was Champagne Doro back in 2011, where she won a race at Del Mar, then she ran it for the fairgrounds, she ran the Kentucky Oaks, and then she won
you have her at 30-something to 1?
40 to 1 the Acorn.
Yeah.
It's because that was my song I found, you know, in my head. And
on
I
the
think
B-side.
This happens in racing when you get to see these horses because you were there from the start. And so you can always have that as a bragging right.
Like an athlete, a quarterback who you've been following, who you happen to attend a high school football game for some reason, and then going on through college, and if they take that next step, there is that connection because we were there at the very beginning. Right back to Maggie in the paddock.
Taking a look at the Flightline filly that is taking a lot of money. So far, we've only seen one winner from Flightline. That was Rudy Rodriguez's back at Aqueduct. Now she's taking a lot of money. Number 7, Elevated in here. There really isn't that much pedigree on the bottom side. She was the dam was stakes place as a 2-year-old, and this is her first full to run. She is incredibly athletic. She should be. They paid $600,000 for her as a yearling. Has a lovely walk. So I think that's, you know, obviously coupled with being by Flightline, what they saw in her. She really pushes off nicely from behind, and she's athletic. She does show up wearing blinkers first time out, which I don't particularly love from Bill Mott. And watching her workout back on June 22nd, she was sitting just off an unraced mate, easily caught up under a stranglehold, and they galloped out together. So not able to glean that much, but it was a decent time of 48-3, and she's been consistently putting up those types of numbers. Number 8 is Key Colony Beach, another one they paid a lot for at the sale, though she's not taking nearly as much money, up there at 8-1. But Dave Fox thought enough of her to bring her to New York from Churchill Downs, where her last breeze at Churchill, she was with a 5-year-old, 3-time winner on the inside of him. And what I love most about this filly and watching her workouts, watching her sales workout too, is that she's just serious. This is one of those fillies, we talked a bit about it with Monomoy Girl, that doesn't want to let anybody else buy her. She's physically mature. She's well prepared in here. I think she outruns her odds, Lafitte.
Let's see what she does in her debut. Key Colony Beach, Saratoga, Monmouth Park. Back up and running, Paul and Megan. Paul, you've sat out much longer rain delays than this one.
Yeah, you're right, Lafitte. My mother was a mudder, and my father was a mudder as well. And we got a lot of mud here, Megan. The rain has come down, and we got a 4-5 favorite in Superfractor.
Yes, and one that I'm a bit dubious of as far as the Superfractor is concerned. And this horse, I think, can be forward from the outside. He is drawn wide, so going to have to utilize that early speed to get that good position going forward. And I think the number 3, Roma Art, to me, is the X factor for Kelly Breen, facing winners for the first time.
Take us through that start with Roma Art. Was really impressive first time out.
Well, as far as his trip, I mean, it was a wide stalking trip that had a closer flow. The pace kind of came undone, and it wasn't overtly fast. And he was green when asked for the response, but he did finish on incredibly well, kind of got back into the bridle after showing that greenness. And Kelly Breen has very strong numbers with those last out maiden winners in Allowance Company. He's 31% at Monmouth the past 5 years.
So you got that horse at 9-2. The 4-5 shot is the 11. Anybody else you fancy in here?
I think the number 6, Gaelic Heart of Gold, you can't ignore. With a bit of an affinity for a wet track, though, is going to have to face a little bit of a class hike at a big price.
Yeah, Tyler Gaffleon looking for his third on the day. We're back and running on Haskell 2026. The Jersey Shore Pick 6 starts right here. Don't forget races 9, 13 off the turf.
Electric Eel has gone in. Kaz Sweet Heist coming up. Just a couple more runners to load. Doing this in Superfractor. Doing this goes in. Superfractor to the outside post.
Right there. You go that one out. You okay? Yes, sir.
We're ready to go. They're in the gate. And fire up. An eventful beginning. St. Erling, the maiden, on the lead at once here. Doing this, taking second. Superfractor on the far outside. Roma Art is hustled along outside of Peroto. Those two dashing forward. They're right off the speed. Pretty contentious pace down the backstretch run here. We come back to Poggi. He's in midfield, running 7 lengths off the pace. Roma Art has lost position already as they approach the far turn run. Big gap of 6 to Electric Eels. Sir Newton's Law to the outside of that one. Kaz Sweet Heist. Gaelic Heart of Gold at the back together as they charge into the far turn. Doing this, paves the way. 3 parts of a length. The favorite Superfractor in chase mode second. Pushed upon now. Gap of 4. St. Erling in the third position. Poggi under pressure, and he's well behind too, about 9 lengths off the lead, coming to the top of the lane. Royal Performance alongside of him as they wheel for the judge. Doing this off the turn, a clear lead. He's got a 2-length edge. Now here comes St. Erling on the outside let loose. St. Erling from third to first with a furlong to go, and he's kicking away from the competition is the maiden. It's St. Erling clear by 2 under Chantal Sutherland. St. Erling drawing away for a 4-length victory in the wet going. Tight for second, it went to Sir Newton's Law, I believe. Superfractor third, and fourth was Doing This, the early leader.
St. Erling and Chantal Sutherland just circles the field here, gets the job done at 5-1.
This is a maiden.
I know.
This is a horse that has not broken his maiden and decided to do so against winners. He has run second back-to-back performances in maiden special company. One against New Jersey breds, one in Open Co. Gets the job done against his fellow state breds.
The 7 runs second here, Sir Newton's Law at 28-1. And Lafitte, Erwin Holland, he brought the World Cup by storm. Norway, baby.
Much more out at Monmouth. Here at Saratoga, the complexion of this 7th race has changed drastically. Elevated, number 7, who was the favorite, is scratched. In the paddock behind us, she fell and has officially been scratched. The Flightline first-time starter, Elevated, out of this 7th race. Much more on that in a moment. Post-parade, there's Effusive, the daughter of Monomoy Girl.
Looks calm, cool, and collected, and favoritism is going to move over to this inside post. Effusive, first-time starter.
Energy flows, the edge and experience.
Has that experience. She got picked out by a guy I know pretty well.
Go
at least
get him,
I'm pretty
Tom.
close to.
Go get him. Mel went home, owned by 2-time Super Bowl winning head coach Bill Parcells.
Yeah, has the advantage of a race experience, and I think that goes a long way in these kinds of races.
Have hope, Mike Rapoli's debuting filly.
Yeah, this horse isn't taking a lot of money. That would be my biggest concern. When Todd's got one ready to rock and roll, you can tell by the toe board.
Cruising again for Dale Romans.
We saw Maggie's piece with Dale Romans and the fact that this horse has been working extremely well, a very live player.
Elevate will have to wait for another day. Scratch. There's Key Colony Beach.
Yeah, you get an Omaha Beach here for David Fox, who ships up from Churchill Downs. Definitely drawing live.
Kirk and Judy Robison's Business Math.
Business math. That's why I was a marketing major in college.
Jose Ortiz in the saddle. Diana winning jockey. That's the field. These 2-year-old fillies sprinting 3/4 of a mile, $115,000 purse. Maggie, what do we know about Elevated scratched out of this 7th race? What happened?
Lafitte, I have failed you guys. I was hurrying to get in front of the crowd so I could get out here to watch them warm up as I typically do. And then Ricardo Santana, as he was about to get up on the 2, said, Maggie, the 7 flipped. And so she, unfortunately, when Junior Alvarado went to get up on her, she just went up and over. So that is an automatic scratch here in New York. And you just never know with them because they are horses that, you know, they're young, and she was being so well behaved until that moment. Hopefully we'll see her back here sometime during this meet. Lafitte?
Maggie, thanks so much. We'll let that one slide. I'm disappointed we won't have a chance to see Elevated today, but hopefully before long. Why is that the rule here, Tom, in New York, an automatic scratch?
Well, it's simple. In thoroughbred racing, the horse comes first. The athlete comes first. So it's an automatic scratch. They just showed the 7 horse on the screen after it happened, and we were able to see her walking after she fell. Elevated looks good, you know, and in the old days, maybe they would have even let the horse run, but that's not the case anymore, and I think it's a great rule, and it shows you how far we've come in thoroughbred racing.
Erring on the side of caution, the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, but yeah, it really does change things here, Jonathan, for these 2-year-old fillies competing and for the bettors, the handicappers.
Yeah, horse taking a lot of money as well, and you'll notice those silks that Junior had on, My Racehorse silks, a micro-share syndicate, so there's a lot of owners, and when there's a lot of owners, there's a lot of people that have some ownership and want to bet their $2, $5, $2, $10, $20, and sometimes it can affect the price in the win pool.
Look to see her resurface and debut before long. Keep Colony Beach. Right back to Maggie with Energy Flows, the filly Tom loved and acquired in the acquisition. Maggie.
And I can see why, honestly. She looks like a very classic thoroughbred. She looks like a horse that would love classic distances as well. She's very big, and she has an enormously long gaskin. So the gaskin is kind of, you know, the hind leg for the part of the leg that is above the hock that kind of attaches to their stifle, and that is where a lot of horses get a lot of power. I talk about their hind end a lot, but that gaskin is also integral to a horse's ability, and boy, is she impressive in that department. She's incredibly fit. I love the way that she ran first time out, considering that she was wired by smidgen. She broke well, she just wasn't quick enough naturally, and she was chasing professionally while on the inside. She got a little green when it came to the lane and switching leads, but she stayed on done incredibly well. So needless to say, she's going to really appreciate an extra furlong, though I think we'll see her best when she does get to go a bit further, but I respect her wholeheartedly in this spot here. It's just the fact that it feels like a pretty live maiden, so there's a lot going on with these first-time starters. Your favorite has now moved to number 1, Effusive, who warmed up so well over this wet track, which is an X factor when you're dealing with these 2-year-olds. A lot of times trainers will not train when the track is like this, so this is likely the first time they're going to run fast over a surface like this. However, I did go to number 8, Key Colony Beach. Dave Fox seems so excited to run this filly and so confident. I just love her demeanor overall. I don't love the fact that we have a rider coming in here from out of town, but there's a lot of riders that are out of town that usually ride here in Saratoga. So I think Dave just wanted to make sure he had a rider that knew her, as this is a very exciting Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, Lafitte.
So much hope and promise, Maggie, with these 2-year-old fillies. Effusive, impeccably bred, beautifully bred. Buy into Mischief, Spendthrift Stallion, Adam Monomoy Girl, the favorite. Right next door, Energy Flow. How's this different for you, Tom, than watching a filly compete that you train?
Well, I mean, I still have skin in the game, and I love that, you know. And when Kinnan won last week with one that I bought at the sale, it was just as much fun to walk in the winner's circle with Kinnan LaRose as the trainer as it would have been if I was.
Dr. Joel Politi, Serengeti Empress, those colors we saw in the winner's circle following the Kentucky Oaks years back. What will Energy Flows do in her second career start? What will Effusive do, the daughter of Monomoy Girl, in her debut? 2-year-old filly, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Frank Miramati with the call, the 7th from the Spa, live on FS1.
Have Hope going in. Here's Cruising Again. Taking up her spot. Key Colony Beach. Backs off after almost getting all the way in. There she goes. Last one to load will be Business Math. Going in. They're in the gate, and they're off. And you can't get a more even start than that. Business Math on the outside. Here's Have Hope coming through, and Cruising Again has the quickest early foot and up to take the lead. Key Colony Beach is racing in and among horses. Effusive is down at the rail. Mel Went Home is second to last. Energy Flows, very compact, 5 lengths covers them, and Cruising Again zips an opening quarter in 22-1. Bounding 3 lengths clear of Key Colony Beach on the inside, and Business Math is just outside of her. Another 2 back to Effusive, who's 4th with 6 to make up. Mel Went Home is next. The 2 trailers, Energy Flows, Have Hope at the back of the field. Cruising Again turns for home with a 3-length lead, the half in 45-3. Little bumping there between Key Colony Beach and Effusive, who's starting to pick it up with nice strides in between. They are followed by Energy Flows, and Effusive is up to take the lead. Key Colony Beach in second. Pedigree power displayed at the Spa. Effusive wins. Key Colony Beach was second. It's a photo for third between Energy Flows and Cruising Again.
Chip off the old block. Too early to tell, but that was impressive. Spendthrift Farms Effusive in the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Effusive, Tom, emerging between fillies after that contact with Key Colony Beach.
Yeah, super race. My first time starter, breaking from the rail, trying to angle out and trying to be held in by the horse outside of her. They make a bump, but it doesn't matter. Effusive wants to go, and that's a big-time finish there. We talked about seeing some really, really good young horses that are running today. You're looking at one right there.
Oh, this is a very popular horse, right? One of those horses that not only were you here the day that Effusive won, some people will probably remember Monomoy Girl or a fan there. Now it's double the love. You love the mama and the baby. It was an impressive performance, especially to take that bump mid-stretch that Effusive took and was still able to fight.
How many 2-year-olds in their debut, right? That could have thrown them off their game and thrown in the towel. Not Effusive. She engages.
I mean, you can't tell for sure, but oftentimes when that happens, riders will tell you that it knocks the wind out of their horse. They can hear it. You know, it's very hard to get restarted when that happens.
You talk about the ears, Tom. You say pay attention to the ears. Waiting for that next command, effusive.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to clear here, and those ears are going to start flicking back and forth when she does clear, as you could see from the replay we watched earlier. And that's just a sign that she's willing and wanting to do more.
Brad Cox, his son, lots to celebrate. 3 wins on the afternoon. Trainer Brad Cox, effusive. Wow. Terrific debut. Bright future in the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. The Spendthrift filly Buy Into Mischief out of Monomoy Girl. Electric performance at Saratoga. Speaking of electric, Cy-Fair, a Breeders' Cup winner, takes the stage in the Coronation Cup. Next at the Spa. We'll be right back.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Dazzling performance by a first-time starter, effusive. Welcome back, Saratoga Live FS1. As always, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in on Mohegan. All in on effusive. Spendthrift homebred last summer, a pretty good one for Spendthrift. Tommy Joe, grade 1 Spinaway winner. Ted Nafi, grade 1 hopeful winner. The sweep of the marquee 2-year-old races here at Saratoga. What's next for effusive? We'll see. What's next for Manny Franco, aside from his 3rd victory? An interview with Maggie.
That's right, as effusive, very impressive in her debut, Manny. And, you know, she didn't look like a filly that was going to show an abundance of speed. And with the one hole, you're never quite sure. But how professional was she, sitting in the pocket, taking the dirt?
She was really professional, like she did it before. I'm just happy to be sitting on her today. And I mean, she had a bright future ahead of her. And hopefully, who knows? Hopefully I can, you know, sit on her again.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Talk a little bit about, we mentioned it on the show before we went to break, but the ears. And you know, despite her being Bay, a Monomoy girl, God, that scared me. Talk a little bit about that bump and how that kind of, how she reacted from that first.
Man, when he bumped me, my filly get more brave, you know, like when she feel the contact, she just wanted to go forward. So that's what all I need. You know, I know he's riding his race, but at the same time, I come with horse. He tried to keep me in, but I have a lot of horse under me.
I loved it because the way she carried her head, the way she flicked her ears back and forth, it reminded me so much of her dam.
No, yeah, definitely. Monomoy girl was a really great filly, and like I said, this one had a great future ahead of her.
She's so exciting, Manny. Well done. And here's to you, staying aboard her.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Manny Franco, and that really made me feel like Monomoy girl, despite being a different color, Lafitte was out there on the Saratoga racetrack once again.
That's the thing. You're invested. You're a fan of Monomoy girl. You are a bona fide fan of Effusive because you saw some of that fight. You see, Mama would have reacted just like that.
And did many times. She was in dog fights down the lane many times, and she knew where the wire was. Effusive not only drew off at the end, big time gallop out. The suggestion of going further with one like her is the sky's the limit, guys. I really think we saw a really top 2-year-old girl today in her.
If I'm not mistaken, Manny won this version of this race in 2024 for Brad Cox on Immersive, who went on to win 3 Grade 1s and become a champion 2-year-old filly.
12-1 when she won the spin-away. Acacia asked him about Immersive. 12-1. Eyes lit up right there. If you're watching that interview, all of a sudden you're interested, or that much more so, in Immersive. Won the spin-away, became a champion. It's that easy. It's been that easy for Mott and Alvarado, right? Everything they did last year was Sovereignty, all right? So we didn't get a chance to see Elevated, but they'll team up a little bit later on this afternoon. One of the most potent combinations in the sport. You're watching Saratoga Live.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Gratefully and Saratoga Special, nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully Saratoga Special, gratefully would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
So I always loved horse racing. My dad would take me in the early days Rockingham Park, and then we would make the summer journey to Saratoga, and I just loved it. It was like my favorite place on earth. I remember the first time driving by the track in the morning, and the horses were just crossing the street, and it's like your jaw drops. It's like, this is the town. I sold Barstool and made a good chunk of change, millions for the first time, and I decided I gotta do something. And so I'm gonna go to this sale and buy myself a horse. And that's what we did. Paid 650 grand, I think, for a gun runner. 1 for 1 in her life. She won, and then now she's a broodmare of mine. The beauty of horse racing, and whether it's at the track or at the sale, It's like the Star Wars bar. You can have every walk of life. It welcomes everybody from a $2 better to somebody who just wants to look at the horses, get a drink, and that is the Fast Egg sale. You can be next to billionaires that you didn't even know existed, rubbing shoulders and watching it.
Welcome back to Oceanport, New Jersey. Good to be with you on Fox Sports 1. We had that profile of Dave Portnoy. I actually had a bit of a social media back and forth with him after opening day at Del Mar, but it turned out very nice.
It did.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to seeing him in person at some point at Saratoga. Welcome back to our coverage on site here in Oceanport, New Jersey. Megan Burgess, you know better than anybody. We've had a lot here today, especially on the weather front. Now the sun has finally come out. Are we finally going to get in the clear leading up to the Haskell itself?
I'm hoping so. I really think we are. We had a pretty bad line come through, and it's since passed. So I do think we're going to be on the good side of that. But I wish people at home could see the height disparity right now. It's pretty amazing.
It actually started a discussion earlier.
I'm just staring up at this man.
So here's the thing. I have stood next to, and on this staff, I've stood next to Andy Serling. I've stood next to Paul LaDuca, and now I'm standing next to you. And yeah, the disparity was pretty good. And so it started an online debate. Well, Paulie's got to be shorter than Serling. I'll let those two guys figure that out.
Yes,
all right,
I love that.
This race coming up, as we had mentioned earlier, the only race that is going to remain on the grass after this weather system is the United Nations. So again, United Nations will remain on the turf listed as good. Everything else has been moved to the main track. So this race had a lot of scratches, 5.5 furlongs on the main track here in the Wolf Hill. Scratch the 2. Alder, scratch the 4, Kalahari Not Sorry, scratch the 5, Allegan, scratch the 6, Nothing Better, scratch the 7, Moody Bay, scratch the 10, running out of air, scratch the 10, Cardi Trick. Okay, who's going to win with this shortened field and on the main track?
The number 1 Super Quest is the horse to beat, but his best races have come obviously on the turf. Mark Casse leaves him in this race. Nobody in this 4-horse field has a victory over the wet surface. And that's the equalizer, but Super Quest has run a fast enough race to win this on the main track, albeit a fast one.
And that's why the betting public has made the one Super Quest 1-2. They're ready to go. Let's go up to Matt Dinnerman with the call, the Wolf Hill, now on the main track, race 9 here at Monmouth.
And they're off, and Super Quest did not break well. Super Quest with a very awkward beginning at the back of the pack after that start. Spirited Soul on the lead. Super Quest rushing up to be part of the action. In fact, he snatches the lead. He had to use some energy to get to where he's at after that bad beginning, but he's taken the lead in the slop with a half mile to go. It's Super Quest on the lead, 1.5 lengths in front. Spirited Soul runs in the second position. I'm a Gambler third as they go into the turn. Fierce and Strong, last year's winner, at the back now as they round the far turn. Super Quest, 3 furlongs to go in a 2-length lead on Spirited Soul in the second position. I'm a Gambler under a ride in that third spot. Fierce and Strong, not his day today. 1/4 mile more to go for Super Quest, clear by 3. He's opened up. I'm a Gambler level second with Spirited Soul as they come off the turn, but Super Quest is still clear, switches leads, opens up 4, maybe even 5 with a furlong left to go. I'm a Gambler second, then Spirited Soul, and fourth is Fierce and Strong, and that's how they'll finish, it appears. Super Quest right to the lead after that bad beginning. He was much the best in the Wolf Hill Stakes. Second home, I'm a Gambler, then Spirited Soul, and Fierce and Strong.
Well, Matt Dinnerman, a nod to that bad break. He said Super Quest was much best. This horse spotted the field a couple of lengths at the break, then rushed up. Usually, that's a recipe for disaster, Megan, but when you're much best, you can make those mistakes and still win clear.
4-horse field, and while, yes, he did have to be, you could say, used a bit to get to the front, he was the fastest, best horse on the day. He obviously floated over this sealed surface and had no issues doing it. Much the best and up to form, and he does get a stakes victory, though.
Yeah, that's right. And there's going to be horses in here who are stakes placed, who maybe wouldn't have without the circumstances here. 1, 3, 8, 9 posted on the board. Super Quest over I'm a Gambler, over Spirited Soul, over Fierce and Strong. 2-5, over 5-1, over 5-1, over 7-2. All right, so we had ideas about how this day would go. It didn't go the way we wanted, but we are going to eventually get to the race that we're here for. That is the Naira Betts Haskell. So pleased that Naira Betts is presenting the signature race here every summer at Monmouth. This year, the Naira Betts Monmouth Haskell. And remember, you can open up a Naira Betts account talking to you, New Jersey residents. Okay, looking ahead to that race, who do you like?
I like what will likely be a popular pick in the number 2, Further Ado. And
Popular because you're picking the horse, but go ahead.
A little bit. But this horse, the only issue I have with him is the fact that he is going to be drawn to the inside and have that pressured pace to contend with, as he's a horse, Todd, I find has been at his best when he's gotten that unencumbered run right there in the 2-path, tracking horses and being able to get the job done. Why do I like him? I think he's going to get the right kind of trip rating behind horses from the inside to save ground. The ultimate test is if mentally he can get the right kind of trip. I find he does, and I think he has the pure brilliance to him, that X factor. Today could be his big coming out party, Todd.
Where are they holding this race today? What state are we in?
I think we're in New Jersey, not Kentucky.
So that's the thing. Everyone looks at Further Ado and says, Kentucky, this is a Kentucky horse. I mean, hasn't had a lot of chances to prove otherwise, but this is a big opportunity today because it's a quality field and the race is not in Kentucky.
A stallion-making field, and one where he has to validate himself and his incredible brilliance we've seen on other tracks.
Speaking of incredible brilliance, it's fun to finally work
Yes.
alongside you.
This is so fun.
You have done great work. Are we going to see you the rest of the day? What happens now?
Well, I think we're staying at the same hotel.
Oh, okay. So I will see you at the after party. Yes, we have a huge after party at the Courtyard by Marriott. Let's go back to Saratoga.
Here at the Spa Live look in the Paddock Coronation Cup, 14 minutes out. No surprise with Cy-Fair even money to Acacia with this Coronation Cup. Paddock Report.
And looking forward to seeing Cy-Fair, but starting this Paddock Report with a horse that actually beat her 2 starts back, and that is Sapphire Beach, who finished second to Cy-Fair's third in the Limestone at Keeneland. My first time laying eyes on this filly, as it's her first time on the Naira circuit, but she is so elegant. She actually has some size and some stretch to her frame, but just that kind of catwalk type of walk to her and the way that she covers the ground. I thought that she ran very well last time at Churchill when getting back to the winner's circle, as she was pressing and took over and pulled away just much the best. And she just looks the absolute picture of health in here, as she will get a chance to rematch with Cy-Fair and look for her first stakes victory. Like I said, given her size, I understand why they did try stretching her out, but she has found her home sprinting, and see if she can run back to that very fast 91 Buyer speed figure in that Limestone 2 starts back. To her outside, the number 4 Cadenza was a filly that was quite precocious, especially when switching over to the turf, and then actually found a little bit of a home on synthetic as well throughout the winter. She is one that's never really grown or changed too much, and she often is not the most appealing in her coat overall. But I will say that since she's come back as a 3-year-old, she has continued to fill out a little bit, which I do appreciate. Last time out, she was chasing and lost second in the stretch. I would have liked if she had a little bit of extra punch in there to hold on for second, as opposed to finishing third in that Soaring Softly. But a horse that has shown that she does have a good closing kick, has found her home on the turf course and likes the turf here at Saratoga as well, which is the site where she broke her maiden. But Maggie, as we head over to you, the bettors all in on Cy-Fair.
As they should be, Acacia, as I love what I'm seeing from Cy-Fair. She is a filly that I identified last year as one that could really have the potential to step up and be a star, and luckily a star in this division, turf sprinting, as she's also a filly that when you watched her workouts leading into that debut, she just kind of runs and attacks the ground, and we saw that on full display when she blew out a field here at First Asking. She has continued to progress, and boy, has she filled out tenfold. I mean, from 2 to 3, you could not ask, especially a turf sprinting filly, to do as well as what she has done. So she's looking to get back to the winner's circle here. She's 4 for 6 lifetime, with just a second and a third. The interesting thing about today, however, is the apparent lack of speed. And I think she's actually proven to be better when she has a target. So does she just, by fruition, end up on the lead because she is naturally faster than some of her other foes in here. As we'll check in with a horse coming in here for Mike Trombetta, who always seems to have a good horse sprinting on the turf. He'll send out number 5, Hark the Angels Sing, this Virginia bred who came back to the races in the Stormy Blues at Laurel as a 3-year-old and got the job done. You know, I thought it was a good effort because she kind of wanted to run off and just be a little too free early on in the race. She was taken a hold of, she settled, she then found another stride through the lane to run down the leader, but also hold off the closer. And the horse Gerard's Cross would come back and win with an 82 Buyer in her subsequent start. So I think the Hark the Angel Sing can actually build upon that effort. Obviously, she's going to have to, and have to a lot, to even think about taking down Cy-Fair. But a good-looking sort here in the paddock, has a lot of size to her. She's kind of physically dominant against some of these other horses in here. So it's Mike Trombetta. He always brings the right types here to Saratoga, Lafitte.
Presence about her, Maggie. Can she spring the upset? Hark the Angels Sing. Another look at Cy-Fair, Tommy. You're surprised about the wagering and how close it is between Cy-Fair and Sapphire Beach.
I am. And now, although Sapphire Beach beat Cy-Fair in this specific race, look where Cy-Fair is. Very aggressive early, first race off the bench since last year, and that was a different horse than what we're used to seeing. Not switching leads down the lane until very late. These are all things that Cy-Fair is not. And she came back and showed exactly what she was in the Mademoiselle. Let's not forget, she won the Breeders' Cup Turf, and she beat the boys. And she beat the boys one time before that. You're going to make her even money against Sapphire Beach, who beat her? I just don't see that here at all. I think these odds come way down.
Expectation, Jonathan Cy-Fair.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you look at the double, Cy-Fair is paying $5. Sapphire Beach is paying $12. So whatever happens, Sapphire Beach is going to basically be twice the price, if not more than twice the price, of Cy-Fair. This being pari-mutuel wagering, you got to wait and let it unfold till they pop from the gate.
Reagan Swimbank, co-owner Cy-Fair, live with Acacia.
I always love a chance to catch up with Reagan, as we will get a chance to see Cy-Fair back at the spa where she began her career. How special has this filly been to you and the owners?
Yeah, I mean, she's the queen, as we refer to her in our household, and I think in Weaver's too. So having a Breeders' Cup filly named after my mom's high school is unbelievable, and so we love her, and we're so proud of what she's done, and excited to be back in a race, and hopefully we can win another race.
I know she was defeated at Keeneland 2 starts back, but still ran valiantly. But how big was it to see her get back to the winner's circle last time?
Yeah, I think anytime you go from a 2-year-old horse that was awesome and won a grade 1 to the 3-year-old campaign after 7 months off, you're nervous, right, about the transition, about the growth. For her to bounce back in the grade 3 at Churchill proved that she really is the best turf sprinter, and we think that, and hopefully she can prove that again in about 10 minutes.
We look forward to seeing her. Thanks for the time, Reagan.
Of course. Thank you very much, Keisha.
Lafitte?
With Johnny Velasquez in the saddle, Saratoga's all-time leading rider aboard Cy-Fair, and this just in. Velasquez to ride the reigning champion 3-year-old filly Nitrogen in the Whitney. According to John Green, general manager DJ Stable, Nitrogen's owner, Velasquez takes over as regular pilot Jose Ortiz has opted to ride Magnitude in the Whitney. Wow. You'll see it right here. The Whitney, August 8th, only on Fox. Gentlemen, Penny, for your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, you got to make a choice, and it would always be a little bit tricky. There's a possibility. Maybe the conversation was you could have her back, but maybe not. Also, I think the idea is Magnitude, a horse that's going to be in much more expensive races, the bigger Breeders' Cup Classic, and then if he comes back next year, he's going to take some of those trips over to the desert where there's life-changing money on the line. I would imagine that had something to do with the decision.
But isn't it sporting that a great filly like Nitrogen is going to go in the Whitney and take on the boys? Win or lose, I think it's an awesome move.
Terrific edition of the Whitney coming together again August 8th, only on Fox. Jose Ortiz sticking with Magnitude, among the very best older horses in the nation. look, it's a good problem to have, but can be problematic nonetheless. You don't want to choose wrong, but can't be in two places, can't be in two saddles at the same time.
That's correct.
Jose Ortiz to ride Magnitude. Johnny Velasquez, Nitrogen in the Whitney. You saw Manny Franco today. He's having 3 wins thus far. 3 with Brad Cox, teaming up once again post-parade for this Coronation Cup. Another look at Johnny V and Cy-Fair.
She is a champion. I love to hear Maggie say she was looking good. She's got speed from the inside. She would be very, very hard to beat in this race.
Right next door, eyeball to eyeball, Sapphire Beach.
Yeah, beat Cy-Fair in her first race off the bench since last year. And Jonathan, right on cue, the odds have done exactly what you said they would.
Cadenza, can they do it again, Manny Franco, Brad Cox?
I thought she was a cut below what she needed to be in the Soaring Soft, and there wasn't Cy-Fair in there. I can't support her here.
Maggie liked what she saw in the paddock, Hark the Angel sing.
Look, when you've got a couple of horses in the race and they're just kind of right next to each other and they're fighting each other the whole way, the rest of the field can be kind of forgotten and they can pounce on them. Cy-Fair and Sapphire Beach, okay, but Hark the Angels sing, maybe comes and gets them.
Number 6, Snowface Princess, perfect 2 for 2 here at Saratoga.
Yeah, she had some nice races as a 2-year-old, but she never really grew up in a way that she can now try to beat a horse like Cy-Fair if the real Cy-Fair shows up.
The runners in this Coronation Cup, 3-year-old fillies, sprinting 5.5 furlongs. All eyes on Cy-Fair as we revisit from Kentucky Downs. Very different to apply, Jonathan, these races and how horses are going to transfer their form elsewhere.
Yeah, Kentucky Downs is a little bit unique. If you're watching this, you say, oh, that looks a little unique. It is. There's some ups, there's some downs, there's some undulations, there's a lot of things. There's some lefts, there's some rights. Some horses love it, some don't. I always joke, if I want to like a horse that ran at Kentucky Downs, I'm going to say, oh, well, they like it. They'll run anywhere. If I don't want to like a horse that ran at Kentucky Downs, I'll say, oh, well, they ran well at Kentucky Downs because it's Kentucky Downs. That race will stay there. Big money, I'll tell you that much there.
And in defense of Snowface Princess that ran second in that race we just watched, that was at 6.5 furlongs. She made a huge, huge move down the stretch, only to get outrun at the end. She's going to enjoy the turn back in distance of an 1/8 of a mile to 5.5 furlongs.
Jonathan, handicap of the race, do you feel any differently about this Coronation Cup with more give in the ground now?
Not really, because like we talked about a little bit earlier with Maggie's turf report before the Diana, what we saw in the Diana, one of the things you can look at when you're trying to understand how soft the ground is, especially for the golfers out there, is to see how much is getting kicked up, how many divots are coming up from those horses' feet. When we watched the Diana, it did not look dramatic like it has looked before when we have a very soft course.
It hadn't rained in a long, long time. Chad Brown had said a couple of days ago, a little bit concerned about the turf course. How he said he had never seen the turf course like that firm here at Saratoga as it was before the rains arrived this afternoon.
And the times of the races before the rain came reflected that. They were very, very fast over the turf course. Now it's a little bit, as we like to say in horse racing, have a give in the ground, which is important. When you look at this race, guys, the speed literally seems to be the 2 and the 3. Cy-Fair has that great tactical speed. Sapphire Beach might try to take advantage of it. I'm going to see how much these horses are battling early and getting caught up with each other and not paying attention to the rest of the field.
Back to Maggie, keeping a close eye along with the rest of us on Cy-Fair.
That's right. She's got a lot of spunk and sass to her, which I love with my race fillies. As the other horses started galloping by her in the warm-up, and she kind of wanted to buck, and Johnny just let her do her thing. She looks tremendous. The only question mark I have today is how does she win this race? As Tom's kind of mentioning, does she get pressure from other horses? Is she better when she can run down a horse, when she has a target? So that's kind of my main concern. There's no doubt about it. She's heading into this race in fine form, and she's probably the best of the division. It's the dynamics that I think could potentially get her beat today. But Acacia, as we get over to you, she's still my pick.
She's going to be tough in here, Maggie. She's not one that I'm going to try to go against either, though I do have a lot of respect for Sapphire Beach. And as far as Sapphire Beach was concerned, I was catching up with her owner, Kirk Wyckoff, back in the paddock, and he said, these two fillies are probably going to be going at it. And I concur. They're both horses that do project to be forward. And I know that they didn't necessarily want to face one another again, but if you are a 3-year-old filly turf sprinter, this is the most ideal spot on the calendar to run right right now. I think it's fun that we do get a chance, at least from a fan standpoint, to see them face each other once again, Lafitte.
So you're all on Cy-Fair.
That works out well.
1-2. I think there's an added layer of intrigue in terms of how she performs today, just because the plan was originally to go overseas to compete at Royal Ascot. Trainer George Weaver spent some time with Jonathan on a boat this week. Wasn't thrilled with how she was training, so pulled the plug. Has not raced since. And as good as she was last season, as talented as she is, it's just okay, what is she going to do today?
It's a fair question, Lafitte. You know, this is definitely plan B, but that's a trainer's prerogative, and that's what good, great trainers do. They watch the little things, the details on their horses and how they train, how they eat, how they handle themselves around the barn as opposed to before other big races. And if George Weaver said, hey, you know what, this isn't time to do this, he wouldn't have her entered here if he didn't think it was now time to do this. Hey, buddy, what's up?
I completely agree with Tom. If George is willing to not feel great about a huge race, an opportunity for the owners and the partners of this horse to not go to Royal Ascot, he's not going to run here if she's not 100% ready to go. He didn't go there. Why would he run here? I think she's going to show her best performance.
What was your takeaway spending time? And look at her. She's bouncing, bucking, Cy-Fair. What was your takeaway in terms of level of confidence spending some time with George Weaver?
I didn't talk to him about Cy-Fair.
There was no conversation about Cy-Fair?
We were talking about Jonathan getting a golf cart, a new golf cart.
You know what he did?
Boat, man.
What he did say, we were trying to find some adult beverages. No, I'm kidding. What he did say was,
no, you're not.
The way she ran in her debut here, he knew when she crossed the wire that performance could win him the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. He's very confident in her because she's fast. She makes her own race, and it doesn't matter what anyone else in the race does.
She's exciting, man.
Oh, yes, she is.
Just as a fan, Cy-Fair's running. You wanna tune in, and you get to watch her do her thing right here, right now, as we have reached post time for the Coronation Cup. Cy-Fair, odds on. Frank Miramati with the call. The Coronation Cup live on Fox Sports 1.
Snowface Princess will be the last one. She's guided to the gate. And in. All set. And they're off in the Coronation Cup. And Cy-Fair broke very alertly. But it is Sapphire Beach who gets to the front as expected. And Cadenza is third through the opening furlong. Hark the Angels Sing and Snowface Princess at the back of the field. Jose Ortiz and Sapphire Beach lead the way with the heavy favorite Cy-Fair just 3/4 back. Now a length and a half back as Sapphire Beach tries to sprint away through a quarter that went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Sapphire Beach, Cadenza now takes up the chase in second. Cy-Fair a close third. Hark the Angels Sing. Snowface Princess at the back. They turn for home. And Sapphire Beach is the leader. On the inside, Cy-Fair gets a clear angle now, and these two come past the furlong pole. It is Sapphire Beach and Cy-Fair. Cy-Fair on the outside shows her class, and that's that. Cy-Fair pulls away to win the Coronation Cup by 3. Sapphire Beach did her best, but was second best. Cadenza third.
Really showing her class. Not the way they drew it up on the chalkboard. No difference, no matter. Cy-Fair rolls in the Coronation Cup.
Oh, she was brilliant today. Jose Ortiz on Sapphire Beach did everything he could to beat Cy-Fair. He baited that horse to go inside going into the first turn and then accelerated enough to angle over the turn to make her lose momentum. But Cy-Fair, it doesn't matter. She's so brilliant. She picked him back up. And when you can see a horse quicken on the turf like that, Jonathan, like you do when you watch her live on TV right there or on tape, you know that's a horse that's running.
Absolutely. George Weaver said it. That's what he said to me in Car Talk. He said, the good ones get low for the dough.
That's right.
And that's
Get low.
exactly what Cy-Fair did.
She got low. What a filly, Cy-Fair. Sensational in the Coronation Cup. Results forthcoming. Reaction back to Todd and Paul on this Naira Betts Haskell Saturday, leading up to the Regret. Todd.
Lafitte, thank you. Regret, one of the handful of fillies that won the Kentucky Derby. She kind of started that chain of events and honored here today with a 6 furlong sprint over our main track. Paul, some scratches. The 1 Do-Gooder is out. The 6 My Magic Wand is out. The 9 Kilwin is out. The 11 Unsolved Mystery is out. Looking at the tote board, we got 2 horses who are both sitting at 9 to 5. The 4 Miss Pachero and the 5 Echo Sound, suggesting this is a 2-horse race. Do you think it is?
Well, maybe now that the rain has come down, we have a sloppy racetrack. It kind of has made these mares and fillies, I guess, together a little bit more. Now, Echo Sound's coming off a long layoff. No doubting that one race in the victory ride, Todd, wins this race, 101 buyer, but it's an outlier in the rest of her form, and Miss Bucaro does like a sloppy racetrack.
Yeah, that's a great point. She likes just about any surface.
Yeah.
She's been effective on the synthetic. She hasn't been great on the turf, but she's been great on the dirt, great on off-dirt tracks, and she sits up on the board currently at 2-1 as the second choice. If you're going to look outside of the 2 horses taking most of the play here, who's attractive at a price?
Well, I think the 3, it's Good to Be Jose, 17-1. Someone
Wow.
has to come from off the pace in this race. When you look at this race, the 2, Jewel of the Ocean, has some pace. Miss Bucaro has some pace. Echo Sound, a horse that has some pace. Summer's Coming, the 7, fast. The 10, Disco Ebo, fast. So I'm looking for some kind of long shot to maybe round out the exactor or the try here. I think the 3 at 19-1 is in a good position.
Field is getting close to the starting gate here for race number 10. Just a reminder about what remains on this card. The biggest race of the day, the Naira Betts Haskell, is race number 12 on the card. In between, we will have a turf race. Race number 11, the United Nations remained on the grass. And despite all the rain that we've had, the turf course going into the United Nations is listed as good.
Yeah, well, I think a little bit like Saratoga, not a lot of rain here. And we did get a lot of rain, but it was only, in a 2-3 hour span. I think this turf course can handle it as well. We talked to John Himes earlier. He said the turf, we're going to be running on the turf unless it's really, really bad. I think it got to really, not really, really.
Well, when you look at it, they needed that rain too,
Yeah,
as well.
did.
Look, like you said, you don't want to have it all in a compact amount of time. That's how it worked out. But they will be on the grass in the United Nations. That'll be race number 11. Moving into line right now for the Regret. Let's see how the odds have shifted. Kind of staying the same. Our slight favorite is the 5 at 8-5 Echo Sound, despite that layoff that Paul was talking about, having not raced in September. And then Miss Bucaro is the second choice at 2-1. Field loading quickly here, 6 furlongs over the sloppy main track at Monmouth Park. It's the Regret Stakes here on Naira Betts Haskell Day. Matt Dinnerman with the rest of the load and then the call.
Summers coming. Goes in, ticking time blonde. And to the outside post, Disco Ebo. Disco Ebo, go again. We're ready to go in the Regret Stakes. And let off. Uneventful beginning. Disco Ebo on the far outside. Echo Sound, these 2 quickest away. Echo Sound to the lead. Miss Bucaro in the pink not far off. Jewel of the Ocean, the State Bred moving up. And here comes Jewel of the Ocean to contest the pace with the favorite Echo Sound a neck behind. A 3-deep Disco Ebo is right there too. Miss Bucaro settles off the speed, 2 off the pace on the rail. Gap of 4 to Summers Coming. Ticking time blonde. She's second to last. It's Good to Be Jose at the back of the field as they go into the far turn. A contentious battle up top. A 3-way go. Jewel of the Ocean out of those 3. The first one under pressure. Echo Sound in front with Disco Ebo, who keeps chugging along outside of her. Echo Sound short lead. Just a nose, though. Disco Ebo right there to the outside. 2 back to Miss Bucaro, creeping in nicely from third. Jewel of the Ocean is bowing out, and then comes Summers Coming, getting to the outside for the stretch drive. They're off the turn. Echo Sound trying to put away Disco Ebo at the 3/16 and does so. And she opens up Echo Sound with a burst and kicks away to a 4-length lead. 5. She is running away. Ticking time blonde trying to rally on here with Summers Coming, but as they come to the line, it is a successful 4-year-old debut for Echo Sound and Luis Saez, a dominant winner of the Regret. Second home came Summers Coming, and then from far out of it, It's Good to Be Jose rallied on for third. Ticking time blonde was fourth.
Test for Echo. Echo Sound dominating the Regret Stakes. First time over the off track, but I think you also have to give a lot of credit to Rusty Arnold, the trainer, having this horse ready off a long layout.
And it looks like Luis Saez has the key to this horse. Back-to-back victories in the victory ride, was on this horse in the test. Little bit of a layoff, very, very impressive today.
All right, Paul, we got to step aside for a little bit. And before we go, your thoughts on the Haskell. Who's going to win the Naira Betts Haskell?
Well, I kind of think they're going to flip-flop what happened in the Preakness. I think that Iron Honor and Napoleon Solo are going to flip-flop. I actually think those two horses ran well. I think Napoleon Solo is better than people think. I'm just not going to fall for further ado. The Puma, I'll let them beat me.
Okay, let me ask you this. Going to the Kentucky Derby, if Puma had made it there, would it be unrealistic to say he might have been the favorite?
I think he was going to be the favorite. He was actually the favorite in the early pools before he was scratched. So, yeah, you know, he's very talented, but is this the time to bet him or beat him?
This is the time to bet him, Paul LaDuca. Anytime with you is a good time. We will have post-race reports from the Naira Betts Haskell, but that's it for now from Oceanport, New Jersey. Back to our crew up at Saratoga.
Guys, thanks so much. Here where the Coronation Cup is in the rear view, Cy Fair, good as advertised, and then some. Tom, what did you learn about her today that perhaps we didn't know prior?
Well, I think brilliance is an overused term, but we saw brilliance today from Cy Fair. She was race-ridden, didn't have the best position that she would have liked to have had down on the inside, but when she got out, she absolutely took off. I mean, the time showed it, but when you can watch it on TV, when you can see a horse quicken on TV just for the naked eye, that tells you you're looking at brilliance.
She didn't have a comfortable trip. She sat in behind horses. For a horse with that much speed who's willing to be forward but still shut off for her rider is a very dangerous filly.
The rain tried to ruin the afternoon. The leading ladies would have none of it. Catherine and Marissa in the Diana, a 10th for Chad Brown. Effusive, sensational in her debut, and Cy Fair delivers in the Coronation Cup. Greg Wolf and the crew when we come back.
Crown jewel of American yearling sales, where world-class bloodlines meet glamour, grace, and grandeur. America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners has produced recent stars Clico, Commandment, Hope Road, Journalism, Shred the Gnar, and Sierra Leone. For 105 years, success starts at Saratoga. The 105th Saratoga sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Cy Fair definitely showed her class as her trainer George Weaver joins me now. And I think we saw Jose Ortiz do a good job keeping her and Johnny pinned inside as long as possible. But once she got outside, it was all over.
Yeah, it got a little tight there for a minute, but I really prefer the filly not to be on the lead if she can. I told, it's up to Johnny based on how she broke, whatever. I just think she runs a little better, settling behind some pace. Even if the pace is a little slower, I just think she runs better like that. And I'm just, I'm very proud of Johnny for getting it done. He did it right.
I heard you saying that you felt that she was the best 3-year-old filly turf sprinter. She was dominant as a 2-year-old, and it seems she hasn't missed a beat coming back this year.
Nah, she's run well. The third at Keeneland was a little blip in the radar, but it's just her being fresh and being on the front end. And, there were some solid fillies in there. Kirk's fillies, very nice. They were wearing, I guess, today. And anyway, we're just looking forward to the rest of the year.
I know that Reagan called her the queen, and he said that's at least his household. How is she for your household, for a horse that's been as consistent as she has been?
Queen's a good word for her. She can be some other things too sometimes, but listen, when they're as good as she is, you just have to appreciate their athleticism, and you just look at them, you're like, wow, what a nice horse.
She certainly is, and she's got the attitude to back it up. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including Champions, National Treasure, Corniche, Abel Tasman, and recent Grade 1 winners Hope Road and Clicquot. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick threes. Play our new $3 late pick three and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Well, I think what My Racehorse does is it gives owners an opportunity to get involved in the game.
Very much enjoy sharing the barn visits and those big wins.
Straight no chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
It allows everybody to come together to own a horse, whether you own a microfraction or you own 50%. It's the same feeling you get when they win.
I'm Dan Blacker.
I'm Safi Joseph Jr.
I'm Todd Fletcher, a trainer for My Racehorse.
She's the brave, wins the Preakness.
This is what you get when all your wishes come true.
Cody's Wish right alongside, down to the wire. Cody's Wish.
The Horse of the Year trophy. Cody's Wishes Horse of the Year trophy. Start the quest for your award.
Cody's Wish has rocketed past. Cody's Wish is drawing away. Cody's Wish.
His first yearlings are selling now.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage as we continue along on Diana Saturday on Saratoga Live. And we just saw a big performance. Grade 3 Coronation Cup, reigning Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint winner, Cy Fair. With a win in this Grade 3, George Weaver, John Velasquez, Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Richard Migliori taking over for a little while. We get you for about an hour. And Cy Fair does it again.
She was awesome. I really liked the second place finisher. I thought she'd control the race, and she did. And Cy Fair just tipped out and ran by her, Richie, with the utmost of ease.
She's
This was almost a joke.
So professional, just sit in the
so
pocket.
good.
And when she got outrun fairly easily by the
It was a good
runner-up,
horse.
It was a nice horse. I thought maybe she's not handling the ground. Look at the way she drops her head and reaches for ground, and she finishes.
I was feeling good top of the stretch for the three, and then they got a little back, and they went, I'll tell you what else is interesting. This turf is firm. They went 101.4. I think we're so used to these crazy times when the turf gets rock hard. We got a little rain. We need the rain, but it's firm to good.
It did need the rain, and maybe it's just going to help the course stay really healthy for more of the meet.
Great move by these connections who had said, yeah, if there was rain, and expecting a lot heavier than what we got, but we know it might not see Cy Fair today. But stays in and it works out.
Yeah, I think they saw the purses were the same. One was the boys and there were 12. This one was 5 and it was the girls. And they did some math and said, this might be the better spot. We're 1-2 here. We're not going to be 1-2 tomorrow.
2026 for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint winner, off to a pretty good start. Now back-to-back graded stakes wins. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More coming up. Race 9, maiden special weight, 7/8 of a mile. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado going to team up with this one, Stimulate, when we come back. Stay with us.
Can wait no more. 3/4, 111-3. Lion Lake attack and fits right. Angles out for the drive behind them. Kind of a stubborn Lion Lake.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, Grady Stakes winners, and Grady Stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as we have horses set and ready here in the paddock for today's 9th race, as this is a good-looking group seeking their first win. We'll start with the horse taking a lot of money. That is number 3 in here, Stimulate, and it's kind of been a day, as it typically is up in Saratoga, of big pedigree horses running, as Stimulate is the son of Elate, who I was such a big fan of for Bill Mott. He is a Tappet. Now, he did debut, I should say, late in the meet last year as a 2-year-old, but things did not go well. He, first of all, was a pretty bad actor in the preliminaries, and then he broke slow, then he ran off up the inside, and Junior Alvarado had to really severely check him throughout the running of down the backside, so just not going accordingly. And now we see him come back off of a long layoff, but he has kept some pretty impressive company in the mornings in his preparations for this, including coming out of the gate 3 works back on the Oklahoma with Baeza,
as he was hard on the bridle throughout. Now, I know Baeza has had gait woes, but they both broke well on this particular occasion, but he was just hard on the bridle, cruising on the outside of the already very accomplished Baeza. Physically, he looks tremendous coming back here, strong and fit. He was a little naughty when they put the tack on him, but overall, he's behaving far better than what he was in that 2-year-old debut. Coming back off a layoff as well for a 3-year-old Bow is number 6, Stirring Words here for Cherie DeVoe. Now, his better effort came in his second start when he was stretched out to the 2-turn mile in a 16th. We saw him finish in front of eventual Wood Memorial winner Albus in there. I thought he ran well that day. But I also feel like coming back here at the 7 furlongs is maybe just a starting point for a horse who's so big, very handsome. I really love the appearance he makes, but I feel like 7 is just getting him going again to stretch out around 2 turns. He has behaved beautifully here in the paddock, a horse that I am not familiar with, but boy, is he appealing to the eye, that's for sure. As we'll also check in with another one that the same can be said for Al Stall and number 9, Gadget Play. As I saw Al walking in with this horse, he said, Maggie, I'm surprised he's not screaming his head off yet. Well, he gave us a little bit of a holler once he got the tack on. He was a little bit studdish, but not bad. I'm assuming this is better than what he was first time around. Wish he was still a little bit more focused. But then again, he ran very well in being that way in his first start. I thought he was a bit green away from the gate. He was kind of running with his head in the air, just trying to work out how to negotiate the kickback that he was getting. And then once he was tipped out in the stretch by Luis Saez, he really closed well. The horse that finished second that day would come back and improve his bar while still running second. But Gadget Play, I think he improves upon that effort. We still might not see the best of him because of that lack of focus in here. But guys, this is a good looking group, just your typical Saratoga maiden special weight.
Now, we got off to an incredible start to kick off this Saturday with a big 2-year-old race. Obviously, we have older horses in here, but that was the Good Life winning first time out for Brad Cox. Another good maiden special coming up here.
No question. Brad Cox having a great day with the filly, the Monomoy girl filly, winning. And, of course, that first race looking good. Yeah, 3 wins today. You look at the Spencer, if you see in those orange colors on the outside, moving to third. Nobody gained any ground this race, Richie. They were sort of all 4 except this horse. And it just looked like a horse for Al Stall. Probably needed that race. And one thing about Al, man, he knows how to bring the right horses to Saratoga.
Yeah, he doesn't bother shipping them here unless he knows they're going to belong. And he really did kind of settle when he got out in the clear and found his stride. That was a really nice debut.
Yeah, I think both he and the 10, and I like the 10 as a better price. I thought the 10 ran like a horse for Brad that just needed that first start. And, I'm never as big on the kickback. You and I will talk back and forth on it. I thought this horse took some kickback, and I think it'll help him going forward. He seemed to start running through it at the end, and it took him a while maybe to get going.
Yeah, and most horses do learn, right?
Yeah.
They'll be shocked by it at first, and then they settle in, and then they get over it.
I feel it's a perfect learning experience for him.
Here's Stimulate the 3. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, Claiborne Farm, and Adele Dilschneider, who bred this son of Tappet. Out of Pretty Good One, who, if you've watched the show over the years, you know well, elate.
Yeah, I mean, she should have swept the stakes up here because she, while losing the CCA Oaks by a nose to Abel Tasman, was badly fouled by that one, sort of a very puzzling non-DQ. And then she dominated here, and Stimulate apparently, Richie, is working sensationally
Mike
well.
Smith made things awfully tight.
Yeah, he made some silly comment after the race, and he was full of it. He should have come down. Jose's probably almost as mad as I am still. Probably not quite as mad.
Let it go. Let it go. I will tell you, Stimulate, we talk about it a lot. A horse showing run somewhere in the context of the race, right? He lunged at the break, and he wanted to run off, and he showed a lot in about a quarter of a mile, and then he flattened out as a 2-year-old. And then the way he's been working, are you surprised he's favored, or you think that the Clocker reports
I think the Clocker reports have a lot to do with it. I mean, as they should. Look, he's working great, and he's got a zillion-dollar pedigree. I mean, one thing about this guy, he's bred to the moon. And interesting, I guess 7 furlongs be fine, but he's got a pedigree. It says he can just run all day, right?
Yep.
Meanwhile, there's Junior waiting to hop aboard, and he was aboard for that debut as well. Criteria from the inside. Chad Brown, horse with already 4 starts under his belt, a Yaupon, and has shown some speed from the inside, although he got off to a bad start last out.
Yeah, I didn't think he had much of a, maybe a little bit of a bobble. The problem with him is that he ran this really good race behind the 2-year-old champ in his debut, and then he's come back this year and been okay, but not really that good. And I always say when trainers like Chad Brown are short prices and they can't break their maiden, it's not a good sign.
No, it's not a good sign. He's actually regressed as a 3-year-old compared to that 1-2-year-old race that was so good against Ted Nafi. And then he gets an inside draw going 7/8. Not the easiest position either.
No, but we are seeing horses running very well on the inside on this track, on the dirt track. So that could be a favor. That could help him a little bit. So it's not doesn't hurt to have Jose Ortiz riding the way he's riding.
Well, let's go back to the outside horse. So Noble Edition coming out of the same race as Criteria. That was back on June the 5th, Belmont at Saratoga week. What do you take away from this?
Well, I want Noble Edition out of the race. I'm not saying Criteria is impossible, but I want Noble Edition because he feels, you see him in those, also in the Spendthrift Silks, he feels like the one that's going to improve the most out of the race. And it's he's like, man, he's riding him. I mean, we keep talking about Flavia and Jose, the races. I think Manny's got like 14 wins or something, 13, 14 wins in the meet. He's having an unbelievable meet, winning more than a race a day.
Great start. Where last year he got up to a little bit of slow start. You want to set a tone early in the meet, even though this meet is longer than it's ever been.
I'm not sure he hasn't won more races than those guys over the last 5 racing days.
Yeah,
He's been tremendous. He's riding just great.
So this one Into Mischief out of a dialed-in mirror, going to get a little more ground, an extra half furlong here for start number 2. And the outside post is Manny Franco takes over for Rad Ortiz Jr., of course, who's over in Jersey.
But that's the beauty.
So, nine is very stuttish, as Maggie mentioned.
That's the beauty of the jockey colony we have here in New York. You can go pretty deep into this colony and be pretty happy with who you come up with.
No, I agree. I mean, who's riding in this race that you don't consider a top rider?
But too, a day like this, when you have 2 big names out of town, opens the door opportunities for some other guys to get on the board.
For sure, for sure.
But then you have to deliver.
Right, you're right. Is it? You've been in these situations before. Do you feel a little added pressure in these situations?
Well, my thing is I think you have to stay prepared. 365 days a year. You don't know when you're going to get an opportunity, but it's your responsibility to be ready to take advantage of that opportunity.
And yeah, Andy, you were talking about Manny Franco, Jose Ortiz, Flavia Pratt. They're tied with 18 wins apiece. Manny with 13 victories.
Yeah, he's riding as well as anybody right now, and it's great to see because he has not had those kind of breakout Saratoga meets. Right. He's done great down in New York. Get up here, as you say, some slow starts, which, as you know, is brutal when you have some slow starts. But he's riding fantastic.
Wager, suggested AI play, a daily double here. $4 daily double, so the 1 and the 3. Criterion Stimulate here. Wager AI says use with the 3 and Experience. And the 5 Whittington Park in the next race. And Experience, that huge dirt race on the slop. 2 starts back in the only dirt effort, a 99 buyer on a wet track.
He's one of the more intriguing horses running today.
See if he can back up that effort, getting wet going again. Here's our post parade. We start with Criteria for Chad Brown.
Yeah, had a lot of chances. Obviously has some talent, but it just feels like there's too many in here that have the room to move forward that he hasn't done.
Looks like game face on, Stimulate for start number 2.
Yeah, I look to see if he's more professional in today's race than he was last year.
Junior Alvarado for Bill Mott. Here's Dark Assault, Shug McGahee.
Yeah, just has had a lot of chances, turns back in distance. Gonna have to find a little better race than we've seen.
Ken McPeak with Mo the Merrier, slightly shortens up.
Favored last time, taking a lot of money here. I don't love the race he's coming out of. We've seen horses come out of that race and not run that well going forward.
Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winning trainer Cherie DeVoe, stirring words.
Turning back in distance off of the layoff. Is this a starting point, or do they like him on the cutback?
Here's Ovi, Mark Hennig, Edgard Zayas.
Well, this is for Richie. If he's a named after a hockey player, I shouldn't be weighing in. It's really all about what Richie thinks.
Is a runner, a first-time starter for Chad Brown.
Yeah, but this horse has 3 siblings that have 11 turf wins combined, 0 dirt wins.
$1.15 million first-time starter. Here's Gadget play, start number 2.
Yeah, I think this horse is going to run very well for Al Stall, but as Maggie pointed out, studdish, and we saw him go by, and he was very studdish.
And Noble Addition, the 10, making start number 2, Manny Franco for Brad Cox.
Well, he finished with interest. Now, he obviously had a fast pace to run at, but you like the way he finished, and he should be a lot more focused and in tune to the game in his second start.
I like that warm-up from him as well. Pick 4 starts here, 246,000 and growing as we get set for post time here in this maiden special weight, 7/8 of a mile. For these exclusively, it's 3-year-olds and up, but it's all 3-year-olds in this group. Let's go back to Maggie, who's catching her eye in the warm-ups.
Well, Greg, it was number 10 in here, Gadget Play. Oh, he's gotten a little aggressive there with Manny Franco, but I think that's a good thing, as he's a horse that the way he ran first time out says that he needed one to kind of wake up and get clued in, and I think that has happened. I'm going to circle back to him in a moment, but let's start with the 2 for Chad Brown. We see horses hitting the track late because they couldn't get the tack on criteria, and that's not something that I had observed from him in the past. He looks great physically, but I didn't like the way that he was misbehaving while trying to get him saddled. As we'll take a look at Chad's other runner is a runner. That was weird. But a son of Gun Runner. And like you guys said, it's all turf on the bottom side. But he doesn't look overtly turf. And I always find that when Chad does this with a horse that has blaring turf pedigree, but they show up on the dirt, and obviously with the Gun Runner influence, it's a good sign. Now, he might need a race for that proverbial light bulb to go on. He might need to tuck up a bit. He also might need to get a little bit more ground. Also to grow a tail, as this poor guy has no tail whatsoever. But I'm going to watch him with interest. I don't think today is the day, but I think there's some talent in there. Yet one would hope, being 1.15 million in the sales ring. I do like number 10, Noble Addition. He just, in a field of horses that, albeit were very good looking, but a lot of them distracted, he's been the one with his game face on, laser focused, really well muscled in here. He's the one that the 7/8 I think fits beautifully. A lot of these other ones I think want a little bit more ground than this. So I'm going to take him, and he's a generous 6-1 right now, Greg.
Purse.
Thank you, Maggie. Pick 4, pull 263,000 plus, and Noble Addition. Brad Cox, what a start to this summer for that barn, leading the way right now. He's got 7 wins.
Well, 3 wins today certainly doesn't hurt, and Brad's a terrific trainer. He's got a loaded barn, and he's obviously ready to roll here. He's got some good 2-year-olds already.
And yeah, potentially a hopeful bound 2-year-old. The good life after that impressive debut to kick off this card.
That was a really impressive debut, and particularly to me, what was probably the most heralded 2-year-old race for the boys so far this season. Obviously, we had a flight line in there that I think ran extremely well.
He's fine. He just
didn't break
needed the race.
well,
Needs more distance.
Learned a lot, right? I think that's a race we're going to look back on and go, it was a pretty solid group.
I think the girls were good, too. That was probably the best girls race we've seen, too, the one in the 7th race today. No, today was a real Saratoga 2-year-old day. You know, we saw some excellent horses you're going to hear from throughout the year, if not next year.
Criteria steps in from the rail. Jose Ortiz for Chad Brown, Klarovich Stable Silks. Stimulate the 3, start number 2 for Belmont. The favorite at 5-2. As we get set for this 9th here on our Fox Sports 1 coverage, we send it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Dark Assault takes up his spot. Here's Mo the Merrier. Eyes a Runner. Eyes a Runner hesitates briefly. Gadget Play. And Noble Addition. One behind the gate. It's Noble Addition. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Gadget Play, with a very sharp start, opens up a couple of lengths in the first few jumps. Criteria comes away in second along the inside. Mo the Merrier is in the mix. Ovechkin is not far behind as they run down the backstretch, and Stimulate is tugging in his return. Moves up to claim second at the back of the field. Dark Assault. Noble Addition is next. He has 8 lengths to make up the 2 trailers. Stirring Words and Eyes a Runner, 22-2 for Gadget Play. Into the far turn with Stimulate in pursuit second. At the rail, it's Criteria in third, and Mo the Merrier is racing in the fourth spot as they round the far turn. A gap of 3. Ovechkin is under serious pressure. Dark Assault is down at the rail as Stimulate in hand takes the lead from Gadget Play at the top of the stretch. Gadget Play has something to say and fights on bravely. It's Gadget Play and Stimulate at the rail. Criteria opts for the inside path with 1 furlong to go. It's Stimulate, Gadget Play, and Criteria out in the center. Mo the Merrier's in fourth. Stimulate just keeps on going, and he struts his stuff late. Stimulate and Junior Alvarado by 3. Gadget Play was second. It's a photo for third between Criteria and Mo the Merrier.
Stimulate, a homebred for Claiborne Farm, and a Del Dilschneider out of the Great Elate. Breaks the maiden start, number 2.
Oh, that was a very impressive performance all around, Richie. This horse, professional. It felt like maybe he got rebuffed by the Al Stall horse, but he got it done. He's good. This is a nice race.
He broke much better. He was able to establish his position forward when the 9 Gadget Play cleared. That put him in the clear out of the kickback. And for a brief moment at the top of the stretch, it looked like Gadget Play might shrug him off. He dropped his head, found that big stride that he gets from his mama late, and just finished the deal.
Very nice performance.
Almost a year away and doing this. Excited to see what this horse can develop into.
No, I agree. Nice for Claiborne Farm as well as Del Dilschneider getting this race done. This horse is good. I mean, and you got to think he's going to have no problem getting the longer distances. Now, you know, it's midway through the year. I imagine they'll try to get a non-winners of 1 sometime at Saratoga, and then, you know, depending on things go, they start dreaming a bit bigger. This guy's good. That was a very impressive race. So I'll tell you, second horse is good too. I mean, you know, it wasn't like, and Criteria ran fine also. This horse was just very, very good.
A lot better from the beginning from Gadget Play early on in this race, but there's Bill Mott, and he's got another talented 3-year-old now in an incredibly deep barn. And one to look forward that he can try and continue to develop, and certainly playing catch up a little bit here in terms of what they can look at. But this horse might have a nice career ahead of him.
It's always next year. A lot of racing left to be done by this horse.
Homebred for Claiborne Farm at Del Dilschneider. Stimulate. Ultra impressive here, and start number 2 off the bench for Bill Mott.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Keeps coming, Explora's down toward the rail, but it's always a runner. She's going to do it, and the Kentucky Oaks, always a runner. She's always runners on top of the world.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. Race 9. A budding star potentially in this game. Stimulate gets that first win of the career and start number 2 for Bill Mott with Junior Alvarado. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Here with Hall of Famer Bill Mott as Stimulate. He was ready, Bill, and he's been keeping some pretty lofty company in the mornings too, working with Baeza, and he's been responding so well. You had to be kind of expecting this performance here.
Well, I'm not surprised, but you know, we've always liked him. We liked him as a 2-year-old, and we just had the baby issues that so many of them have, and he just wasn't ready until now. But we were able to train him, get plenty in him coming into this race. I mean, we gave him the time, he came back. He's been completely sound, and we were able to lean on him a little bit. And you know, we had a couple nice gate works in him with good company. So he showed it this afternoon that he's okay.
Hopefully onwards and upwards. I do have to ask you about another big win that you had today, but on the Jersey Shore as Knightsbridge. He just blew the field out in the Monmouth Cup.
Yeah, he was very impressive. You know, we've always kind of wondered, how will he handle 2 turns? We know he won several stakes this winter over a flat mile and ran good. He was second in the Met Mile. And, you know, we thought there was nothing for him that we wanted to run in for the next 60 days. So we decided, why not now? We'll try it now. And the race at Monmouth turned out to be good. And it was a 1 1/8 miles. It wasn't just a flat mile around 2 turns. It was, you know, 9 furlongs, and he finished up very well.
Is that the division he stays in?
I think we'll talk about that. You know, I mean, one race we were looking at, you know, after this would have been back to the Forgo going 7/8. And now I think this probably opens up some options. And I think, you know, the way he looked today, we'll have to really consider another 2-turn race for him.
Of course, you have another horse for that division for the same ownership in Sovereignty, as he is looking to bounce back in the Whitney. Had to work today, a minute and change. Tell us about what he's been showing you in the mornings.
Well, he looked, you know, you have to ask him to do it. You know, that's why we put a workmate with him. He does what his workmate does, and his workmate worked very well today, and he went along with him, and Neil had to nudge him a little bit to, you know, the other horse had opened up 3 or 4 lengths on him, and he closed on him around the turn and then finished up with him. But it was a good, solid work, and we'll just take it from there.
Well, you've had a very nice day. Congratulations, and looking forward to the future with Stimulate as well.
Yeah, thank you. You know, he was one last year. Last year at this time, I was thinking, well, maybe he's our next Derby horse, but he didn't make it. We had to give him a rest.
They keep you humble and keep you waiting. Well, Bill, well done. And like we said, maybe we'll see Stimulate in those bigger races in the near future. Greg?
Sounds like it from what we heard there from Hall of Famer, one of the best to ever do it in this game, Bill Mott. What we saw earlier, too, from Knightsbridge, and you and I were on for that, Andy, over at Monmouth. Exciting to hear he may stay 2 turns, because that was impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised Bill said time in the next 60 days because the Forgo's coming up, and it was August 29th. And you would think it's a grade 1, you want to try to win it. He was very good today in that race. I like chatty Bill. Bill was very chatty today. I like that.
Yeah, he was.
He was, yeah, he's great. Bill's great.
You could see how much he liked that horse.
Yeah, no, he should be excited. I mean, and I think, you know, for him, he said, you know, we were hoping he's our Derby horse this year. So it's got to be really a relief, but also exciting for him to finally get him on track and get that maiden win and onwards and upwards. This could be a major player, whether or not late this season, but into next year.
Race 10 at a mile, New York breds in this allowance optional claiming race out of the Wilson Chute. 8-5 on Anna Experience, whose only dirt start came off the turf. Maybe a sort of a nitrogen situation. I mean, just lights out performance. We'll get back to that in a moment. Going to look back on the Diana. 5 in a row, 10 of the last 11, and 11 total for Chad Brown, who wins and has the trifecta. Stay with us.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage, Saratoga Saturday. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. And we look back to earlier today in the main event, Grade 1 Diana, one of the most prestigious events there is on the lawn for fillies and mares. And Chad Brown's domination continues in this race. 5 in a row, 10 of the last 11. And Kathy and Marissa, what a performance, Andy.
Got to be very disappointing. You got beaten ahead to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Kathy and Marissa was sensational winning this race, Richie. She right now is the best older filly or mare in the country on turf.
I would completely agree. Segesta had everything her own way, got as happy and comfortable on the lead as a horse can. And Kathy and Marissa came storming down the middle of the track to run her down after actually being hampered a little bit by Chad's other runner, Dynamic Pricing, who kind of floated her out into the stretch and, could have cost her some momentum. She was relentless the way she finished.
She ran super when she lost in New York with a crazy wide trip. And today, she was against it the way the race was run, and she still ran him down. She's good.
Do you think, I know we still got a lot of season left, I can't see anybody but Jose Ortiz getting the Eclipse Award this year. He's done so much already.
It's too long to go, Richie. There's too many big races to be run.
Certainly pole position, no question.
He's in position to win it, but his brother's going to win a lot of races. Flavien Prat's going to win. The Breeders' Cup's going to matter a lot. I'm not disagreeing he's the favorite, but there's too much.
First half of the season, though, he's won all the right ones.
He has, but there's a lot of racing left to go.
Okay.
You saw that list. A couple of champions on there, too. Sister Charlie, a couple of championships. Lady Eli, Rushing Fall, excuse me. Is this one good enough?
Well, the Breeders' Cup's always going to come down to what kind of Euros show up, obviously.
Sure.
But right now, she is the best older filly or mare in the country. I don't think it's close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a performance. And again, Chad Brown, not just the win, 1, 2, 3 in the Diana, which we see from him a lot in that race.
I know he was looking, thinking, missed getting fourth.
We'll be back. We are 15 minutes away from the 10th. Well, the post parade when we return.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Journalism is third now, continues a sustained run on the outside. They're at the top of the stretch in the Naira Bets Haskell. Gosker headed front, goal-oriented, trying to keep up. He's second. Journalism on the outside needs to quicken right now. 1 furlong to go. Gosker, goal-oriented inside, stubborn. Journalism, here he comes with those big, robust strides. Journalism, he's the headliner today.
Bounced out of a runner-up finish to sovereignty in the Belmont with his Haskell performance, the Preakness winner. What a 3-year-old campaign he put together, and a heavy favorite to get his first win of his 4-year-old campaign later today on the West Coast.
Remarkable consistency for this horse, Richie, who danced all the big dances last year.
And I love that the Connections chose to take on every challenge. They ran every leg of the Triple Crown. They came back to win the Haskell, and then they went to take on older horses in the Pacific Classic. He's Hickory. He shows up. Ultra consistent.
Triple-digit buyers, I believe, in 9 of his last 10 races. He's the real deal. He's got to beat, though. He's kind of the house horse for us, Miramati. I mean, come on. Got to root for Miramati.
For Bob Baffert, yes, speedy horse. Yeah, the goat's a little interesting, but I mean, journalism is a massive standout in this race.
Wait a second. You're saying the goat isn't Miramati?
Well, the goat.
Don't let Frank hear you say that.
Frank is the goat, but there is a horse named the goat. Multiple Group 1 winner in Chile, who had a productive States debut in the Triple Bend. But look, there's no question. I mean, journalism's going to be, what, 2-5 in here?
He's going to be a big favorite. I like the way you said Chile.
But I think the presence of the GOAT helps journalism, because isn't he the one that's going to put pressure on Miramati?
Seems
Miramati
like it.
never feels any pressure. He's impervious to pressure.
And, look, stepping stone to the Pacific Classic. And
except he may be dealing with a horse that decided not to run the Whitney in the Pacific Classic, right? Nisos.
Yeah.
Does he want to go that far?
We know journalism does.
See if journalism can get. I mean, look, he's not run bad, even though he's not won his first 2 starts this year. So let's not write him off in terms of the Classic towards the end of the year.
I will always root for journalism. The way his Connections handled him last year, running in all the Triple Crown races, coming back to Haskell, they were as sporting as could be. I agree, and I will always root for that horse and root for Eclipse as well.
Back to the 10th here on this sloppy sealed track here at Saratoga, and this state-bred allowance optional claiming group. Let's go to Maggie.
Well, I know one trainer that was excited to see the rain come down. That would be Jeremiah Engelhardt with number 3 and Experience, who just destroyed the field that he met when rained off the turf on the sloppy sealed surface back on April 25th. So this is a horse that I think is one of those that really does prefer a wet track. It's a kind of a rare one. They usually either just handle it or they just hate it. So looking at him here in the paddock, though, relative to last time when he got back to the turf, he is a bit more awake, however, coming in here. I wonder if that big effort off of the long layoff from November to April 25th, kind of zapped him a little bit, and we saw the consequences of that in June. And now he's just a lot more lively. So I like the energy levels as opposed to what I saw back at Aqueduct. Granted, it is a little bit of a place that will get a horse a little bit more revved up here in Saratoga as opposed to the Big A. Number 7, Elysian Meadows, a horse that I think, is at least physically built to handle this wet track. We've seen him handle it, that's for sure, with 3 efforts and him running 2nd and 3rd twice. I also like him back out to a mile. I do think he is a horse that he just doesn't have any speed, and maybe a mile draws him into the race a little bit more. He's always just so laid back in the preliminaries too, but a lighter framed, kind of a little bit more of an effeminate horse that I always think that translates well to these very wet tracks that we have on hand today. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. I mean, especially with the track we have today and the weather we got now, we're sloppy and sealed, and that's what Experience got in that only dirt start, came off the turf. Really one of the more interesting runners we're going to see this afternoon. Can this horse reproduce this lights out effort again?
If he reproduces half of this effort, he's going to win by open lengths. I mean, he just looks like the second coming of Cintillo, and I know Andy will know who I'm talking about here. He was a horse in the 70s that absolutely moved up in the mud. And like Maggie said, most horses just usually handle it where other rivals don't. This horse excelled on it.
Won by 14 3/4 lengths, and that's the only time we've seen him on a dirt surface. Now he gets, look, it's a different racetrack. That was downstate. No 2 off tracks are the same, but sloppy sealed that day, sloppy sealed here at Saratoga today.
Despite the fact that that was at Aqueduct and this is Saratoga, that instills confidence in me that he's going to be extremely difficult to beat. Because also, I don't see really anybody in here that can run with him.
Yeah.
Doesn't he get loose on the
No, I don't
lead?
know about that.
Who do you think
King's
is
Leap is quick from the inside.
King's Leap's supposed to go. I can't imagine that Ricardo Santana is not going to be aggressive. Now, I'm not saying the 3 can't stalk, and listen, I don't know. Maybe the 3 does get clear, but I do think the 1 is potentially a thorn in the side of the 3. You don't think so? Potentially,
well, if they come out with intention and Ricardo is a rider,
aggressive.
that is aggressive. Yeah. I could see that.
I think, listen, you always say this, and you and I agree on this, one wet track doesn't equate to another one. And in no way am I saying inexperience ran that day. Forget it. This race is a foregone conclusion. But I want to see it again. I kind of want to see it again. But it does seem like speed's been okay.
Glenn Kozak has definitely gotten the tracks at Naira closer to the same compositions. Years ago, this track had so much more clay. And he made a concerted effort to make the tracks as consistent as possible because it's one circuit.
We've seen plenty of wet tracks here that are very fair. Plenty of them. More. Sure. I think you look at the tracks in New York in general. A lot of wet tracks. It used to be. I mean, how speedy it would get. Not often the case unless you get like a huge rainstorm during the day and it's just nothing to do with the track and it's just standing water on it.
Well, here's a look at the 5, who has been no slouch on an off track in his career. 3-time winner in 9 tries in the wet going. Whittington Park. Ilkay Kantramachi, who's having an incredible meet to start things off here. First off the claim with a 7-year-old.
I say one thing about Ilkay. His horses have been running very, very well. This horse, I thought, got one of the cleverest rides of the year from Manny last time. He was a dead closer. Yeah. The guys in the speed decided to just back it up in everyone's face. Manny said, okay, you guys are going to go so slow. I'll try to wire the field by closing on the front end. And I remember watching the race and thinking, I wish Mig was here for this race. He would love this.
Well, he didn't let himself be victimized. He said, okay, you guys want to play this? We're going 51-3. I'll go ahead and go forward. Yep. Also, he's by Midnight Loot. He won a pretty nice Breeders' Cup sprint in a sloppy surface at Monmouth.
His forego here, Midnight Loot's, is still one of the greatest performances I've ever seen at any racetrack. I think he got like a 124 buyer. Wow. Was he a good horse.
Race goes through that 3 who just went by. Inexperienced, 6-5 favorite. Kendrick Carmouche was aboard that day. Back aboard today for Jeremiah Engelhardt. Will he appreciate the sloppy seal going like he did April 25th? There's Whittington Park, 1 of 2 for Ilkay Kantramachi. He has a 6 as well. And we'll see again, the big question, can King's Leap from the inside apply that pressure? And I guess to some extent, the 4 has a little bit of pace, but I would think primarily the 1.
Yeah, he's not fast enough. The 1 is quick, though. I mean, the 1 is quick, and you look at him, he's got a lot of 1s, and you just sort of feel like he's got only one way to go.
He's got those 1s, though, in 2-turn races, predominantly. Not all of them. He does a mile race at Aqueduct that he was up on it. I think Kendrick is going to try to control this from the start, but even if he can't, he's drawn outside the other speed.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. I mean, I also think, depending on what Ricardo does, I think if you're Kendrick, you're on an experience, you want to clear. But I don't think you want to go crazy if the 1 is very aggressive, right? You got to hope that you're riding the goods, and you don't need the lead to win. You know what I mean?
Well, right. You don't want to get overly engaged with somebody to be ripe to be picked off. No
then
doubt
you're going to be beating yourself up, and you're saying, why was I, the worst? He's 8-1. It's not like the 1 isn't taking some money.
So here they come down Champions Way. Post parade coming up for race 10. And we hear the call to post in the background. We'll see King Leap to start things off. So speed from the rail with Ricardo Santana Jr.
I think he's, whether you even think his chances in here, he's the most interesting. In a lot of ways, one of the more key horses in this race, right?
Well, he's not allowed to say how this race is going to be run.
Yeah.
Burning Beauty, 2 for 5 in the wet. It's going to have to run a little faster, though, to be competitive.
Not bad, though.
Here's an experience with Kendrick Carmouche.
Wow. The horse to 3-5s. I think 3-5 is a lot to ask, given this is not. Keep in mind, this is not an off-the-turf race. The race he won was an off-the-turf race. Now he's running against actual dirt horses. I think it matters.
Dear Chairman, with buyers, Whittington Park, Ilkay Kantramachi off the claim.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't want to discount the possibility, the way their horses are running, and I've always loved this old pro, and I don't mind the cut back to the mile.
Here's the stablemate, Jackson Heights, who comes from far out of it.
Deep, deep closer.
Elysian Meadows, we just saw this team with a win. Bill Mott, Jr. Alvarado.
It was against the track last time, and I thought ran better than it looks. I ended up scratching into him when 3Bs came out. I don't mind. I'll take my little shot with him.
And down to 3-5 now on the big favorite. And clicks up just a notch.
I think, I don't know where you stand on that, Richie, but horses, winning off the turf rate, the difference between running against established dirt horses, and there's some pretty good dirt horses. Winning Park's a good old pro,
sure,
as opposed to beating up a bunch of horses that were supposed to run in a turf race.
Yeah, the only thing is I can't get past that 99 buyer figure and the dominance. It was very reminiscent of what we talked about with Nitrogen, right? Well, she beat only 2 other horses that were meant for turf. And then it translated. I think he just ran too fast to ignore it.
Still earned the figure that he earned, which was, anyone else in this field is going to have to do something we've never really seen from them.
Yeah, if he runs that number, it's a foregone conclusion. He's obviously going to win this race. But I bet he doesn't run that kind of number.
But he doesn't have to run that number to win either.
Right, he can run 5 lengths slower and still win this race.
Right.
100%.
And then there's the presence of this one, too, to try and take a little starch out of him early.
Right. He's a key. I want to talk a little about the horse I like, Elysian Meadows. And my problem with him is, he is a bit of a closer, and he's not a winning type. But I thought his last race was actually good. He was chasing 3 wide in there and had some trouble early in the race. The winner just wired the field. It was a total runoff. Didn't think he ran that badly in the slop 2 races back. He's got some races for Bill Mott that are good enough, and I'm going to take a little shot with him to upset the field.
As you see on the screen, we're going to be wrapping up our FS1 coverage. You can catch the conclusion of this Saturday from Saratoga and our program over on Fox Sports 2. Always on YouTube as well, New York Racing Association, but we hope to see you over on FS2 in just a moment. We've got about a minute and change left before we make that swap with 3 races still remaining on this card. Races 11 and 12, if you've not been following what's been going on this afternoon. Both those 2 races, because of the weather we got earlier today, both have been taken off the turf.
Yeah, listen, the thing about the courses is they're not in bad shape. We saw how well they ran at 5.5, but you don't want to risk tearing them up at this point in the meet. We've still got, what is today? The day 10 or something of the meet?
Day 10.
You've got 36 days
yeah.
more. And the thing is, you run those 2 races, yeah, you could get away with it. But it might cost you 10 turf races late in the season, and it's just not worth it right now. It's still early in the season. They'll be around to fight another day. It's frustrating, but that's the weather.
So post time coming up for this 10th. Again, you will see it live over on Fox Sports 2, so make that switch as we got about 10 seconds left here on our FS1 coverage. Race 10 coming up over on FS2. We'll see you there after this slight pause. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Richard Migliori, Maggie Wolfdale with you as we get set for race 10. Going to break from the gate shortly here in this New York bred mile out of the Wilson chute in this allowance optional claiming race where the big favorite and experienced the only dirt try. It was a race that came off the turf and a freakish performance, won by 14 3/4 lengths on a sloppy sealed track, and that's what we have here today for the second dirt try for Ann Experience, the 3, Mig.
Yeah, I just have a hard time seeing past him now. Wagering on him at 4-5, that hoping that wasn't an anomaly, I get. But if I was riding, that's the only one I'd want to be sitting on in the starting gate.
Oh, no question about it. I'm curious to see what their source does because, getting the wet track today, you don't answer the real question, right? Because is he a good dirt horse or is he a good wet track horse? Now, if you're connections, you'll take it, and you hope it rains every time he runs. Sure. But you do want to find out at some point, is he a horse capable of running those races on a dry dirt track? If he is, it's pretty good.
But, again, as Andy mentioned, yes, a 2-time winner, but one of those on turf. So basically, in one start on dirt, it was a win. It was exceptional. Facing multiple winners here, some real veterans. We'll see if he can be up to the task here as the odds-on choice for Jeremiah Engelhardt. Race 10, Saratoga, and Experience at 3. Lights out in his only dirt try so far. Can he do it again? Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thank you, Greg. Here's Jackson Heights coming up. And Elysian Meadows will complete the lineup. Going in. And they're off. King's Leap and Burning Beauty both have some early speed, but there goes An Experience, intent on getting to the front, and An Experience is the leader. And Dear Chairman will try to press, but is a length back second. 3 more to King's Leap third. Burning Beauty is now fourth. A break of 3 back to Whittington Park as they make their way onto the backstretch. Then it's 4 to the 2 trailers, Jackson Heights and Elysian Meadows. 24-1. For the heavy favorite An Experience, leading it by 2 lengths. Dear Chairman in second. King's Leap on the rail is racing 2 off the pace in third. Burning Beauty moves up 3 wide outside of that pair. A gap of almost 5 back to Whittington Park, followed by Jackson Heights and Elysian Meadows. The half mile is behind them. In 47-2, An Experience has controlled the pace. Dear Chairman, ridden hard, trying to bridge the gap once again, but An Experience maintains the lead of a length and a half. Behind them, King's Leap, Burning Beauty took a shot, but is now losing ground around the far turn. 4 back to Whittington Park and Elysian Meadows. They're a quarter of a mile from home. An Experience, King's Leap becomes the fresh challenge at the top of the stretch. An Experience, 3-length lead coming to the 8th pole. King's Leap trying his best in second, as is Whittington Park in third. They're past mid-stretch. An Experience still with a 3-length lead, very sharp throughout. An Experience untroubled reports home in front-running fashion to King's Leap second. Then it was Whittington Park and Jackson Heights.
An Experience in control throughout, now 2 for 2 on the dirt, both sloppy sealed tracks. And that question's still out there. Can he do it on a fast track? We'll have to wait and see.
Right, but he certainly did it today, and he did it quite easily. He's okay. We'll see what he is against Strider. I do want to touch on the second horse. I like what Ricardo did with the 1. He decided, I'm not going to sacrifice myself against the favorite. I'll take my shot to try to beat her, but I'll do it by sitting behind her, and second's okay. And I think that's, he rode, I'm not saying he didn't ride to win, but he rode to give himself his best chance to get a good placing at the very least.
Absolutely, and if he had tried to run with him, he would not have been second.
Whittington Park would have got second.
100%. So he walked that tightrope just right, and I like what Kendrick did. You're on the best horse. Don't try to be cute or fancy. Just take control of the race.
Completely agree.
3-1, 5-6 finish, and An Experience dominant again, not quite as dominant as that state-bred A other than allowance win back in April, but still handles this field with relative ease. And we will see what's down the line for this New York bred, who's now 2 for 2 on dirt, both wet tracks.
Yeah. I mean, I imagine, and listen, I'm sure like I said, Jeremiah Engelhardt, who trains him, would like to get a wet track every time, but I'm sure he's curious to see, get a dry track and see what he can do with this New York bred, because listen, I mean, kind of performances if he can keep running. And I think this is a very solid performance today. I don't think it's the 98 Beyer he got or 99 Beyer, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's in the high 80s to 90. It was a good performance. He thinks I'm going to, I'm out of conditions. I'm going to take a shot at a stake at some point, right? New York bred stake, why not?
Well, I think you have to find out. He's stamped his ticket. He earned the right to try New York bred stakes company.
Someone's got to pay for those hot dogs, Jeremiah.
How many down on the program?
He told me he didn't have the hot dogs this year. I think last year, well, he said the over-under was 10.5. But I think he said he had something else.
He's ready to challenge Joey Chestnut then.
He wants no part of Joey Chestnut.
We're going to say so long to Andy. Samantha Perry's going to be joining us as you step out. It's good to have you for another segment.
It's always good to spend time with the two of you, and we'll do it again, I'm sure.
All right, we're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. An Experience both those wins on the sloppy sealed tracks with that man right there, Kendrick Carmouche. 2 for 2 now on the main track. A win at Aqueduct, now a win at Saratoga at 3-5. We'll be back. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
And then again, $410,000.
There's your winner, $410,000. $400,000. Wait, is it because you needed an extra wide?
Here, Jeremiah Engelhardt on Saratoga
I
Live.
don't know which one to look into.
He's always got me laughing, that's for sure. But no laughing about an experience here, as he was a dominant winner of race number 10. And also pleased to be joined by Anna Engelhardt as well. Maya, as this guy, I mean, last year on the show I made you do the toga twist.
Yeah.
I think I need to see your rain dance.
I don't even know how to do that. Like, would it be like, what's the running? I can do the running man.
Let's see it.
All right.
Wow, my man's got moves.
Come on, I won a couple of homecoming dance contests, so.
Yeah, I can see that and you still can do it at the ripe old age of whatever you are.
I'll be 50 this year. Yeah, I might have just tore an ACL too, by the way.
We'll have to get the EMTs over here. But Maya and Experience, truly a horse that likes the wet. But two, I thought maybe reacted to that big performance off the bench 3 starts ago, but he was right back at it today.
Yeah, we're going to have to look at the Farmer's Almanac to see when we're going to get sloppy tracks from here on out. But I still, like, even after he won his last race, I still kind of thought he was, turf. Yeah. We ran him back, and I don't know, maybe I'm going to try to just stick with the dirt now, and maybe we'll catch a dry track to kind of see how he is and kind of go from there. But I was really happy. Kendrick knows this horse to a T. I don't know if I've ever gone into a race and not given anyone instruction, or at least said something. I didn't say anything today, so he's great. So.
And Anna, we see you with your dad, with your brothers and sisters. It's such a family affair with you guys, and even your grandparents too. Talk a little bit about your summers at Saratoga with your family.
It's a lot of fun hanging out with all of his friends and my friends here, and it's a really fun environment to be able to grow up here.
Absolutely, I'm sure.
I told her walking up the stairs, I'm like, I grew up I love Finger Lakes, don't get me wrong. I grew up as a kid at Finger Lakes. She gets to grow up as a kid at Saratoga, so.
I say that to my girls too. I grew up in Laurel Park. You're growing up at the spa, guys.
The spa.
Well, Maya, congratulations.
Thanks,
enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure catching up with Jeremiah Engelhardt, and he's quite the dancer too, Greg.
Hopefully that ACL's okay. $3.52 for the win. Exciting victory to be able to back up what we saw in the only dirt start from this 4-year-old. But excited to see what's ahead, too.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see, too, if he can duplicate that performance or that kind of performance on a dry track. I got a big kick out of Samantha, how embarrassed his daughter was from the dance.
It's so true. I know if my father was doing a little bit of a jig next to me in the winner's circle, I would be a little bit like that.
Samantha Perry joining us on the set. Good to see you.
You as
You've been doing a little bit of everything for us all over the country.
All over the country. It's been a lot of fun.
We are going to take a look back at what happened in a big one at the Jersey Shore. Grade 1, Naira Betts Haskell. Kentucky Derby favorite. Further ado, Preakness winner, Napoleon Solo. Runner-up in that race, Iron Honor. The return of the Puma. Here it is. Final odds at post time. Naira Betts Haskell. And Matt Dinnerman the call.
In the Jersey Shore's most prestigious race. We're ready to go. And they're off in the Naira Betts Haskell. The Puma stumbled just a little bit coming out of there. He's going to drop to the back of the field. Further ado has speed, and so does the Preakness winner, Napoleon Solo. And Napoleon Solo is going to go on with it here. Further ado, Irad Ortiz Jr. happy to track right behind the second leg of the Triple Crown winner. It's Napoleon Solo on the lead, and he's cleared off too. He's comfortably clear, well off the rail here into the first turn run. He's on top by 2. Star Sweeper second. Further ado kept outside, and he's level second around the clubhouse turn. Then comes Iron Honor in the 4th position. The local Baby Vino is next. Oselli, the richest maiden ever. He's at the back of the pack with the Puma. They'll have to pass them all and make up 6 lengths and 3/4 of a mile onto the back stretch. Napoleon Solo went at a slow pace, 24 seconds flat for a 1 1/8 on the wet surface here. It's not that fast. Napoleon Solo, a length and a tail ahead. Further ado, no excuses. Right behind him, tracking second. Star Sweeper at 75-1 alongside. Length and a half back to Baby Vino, making an early move on the rail. Iron Honor patiently ridden fifth, and he's 4 or 5 off the lead going into the turn. Ocelli, the Puma are next as they go into that turn. Napoleon Solo still well off the rail. He's the leader of length. Baby Vino has made his way into second, and he's coming after Napoleon Solo around the turn. And Further Ado is moving forward 3 wide. He's lost a position. He's right there. The others really need to get going as they come to the top of the lane. Napoleon Solo trying to seal it out. The local Baby Vino 28-1 moving up on the inside. Napoleon Solo, Baby Vino head on the inside. It's Baby Vino, short lead. Napoleon Solo digging in. Baby Vino neck in front. Napoleon Solo trying to counterpunch, but it's Baby Vino coming to the line. Jorge Vargas Jr. and Baby Vino have won the Haskell. Baby Vino continues to improve. He ran his best career race today, and he picked a great day to do it. Napoleon Solo was second, and then a big space back to the minors. Further Ado, Iron Honor.
What an upset. Baby Vino, who'd won the Haskell Prep at Monmouth in the Pegasus, and actually ran a huge figure in that race, depending on what figures you look at, and now takes it to the Preakness winner, Napoleon Solo, to take the Naira Bets $1 million Haskell, Mig.
This was a fantastic effort. This is a horse that has not taken a backward step. From his first start. I was there at Oaklawn when he broke his maiden late in the meet. Lindsay Schultz, somebody I've become familiar with, a terrific horsewoman. But I have to say, Paco Lopez and Napoleon Solo is so worried about trying to mess with other horses in the race. He's out in the 10 path down the backstretch. Baby Vino comes inside of him. Me and Samantha were talking about it. A lot of courage from Jorge Vargas to go up inside him. And he comes all the way down from the 10, and he's trying to pin him in on the fence. Maybe if he had just ridden his horse instead of zigzagging over the racetrack, Napoleon, it might have been a different outcome.
Yeah, it really could have been. And when you have a smaller in stature horse like Baby Vino, you could see the size differential between them coming down the lane. How much heart do you have to have if you're Baby Vino to come through? You could see the head on. Napoleon Solo was bouncing off of him, and Jorge Vargas just held true in his path. You can't teach a horse heart like that.
No. Well
3
said.
straight back-to-back stakes, and now a Grade 1 win for Baby Vino. Let's go to Megan Burgess.
How exciting is it to be joined by the first woman to train a Haskell winner with trainer Lindsay Schultz, and Baby Vino upset the Haskell just moments ago. Lindsay, what's going through your mind? You're surprisingly just so calm, but also at the same time, that's exactly how you act every single day.
Look, the horse is amazing. We've loved him since he started working. I mean, we loved him from day one, and I'm just thrilled he got to show it to everyone and perform like this for his owners. It's so special.
These owners don't have a lot of horse flesh in the barn. This is one of their first purchases, and they're newer to this game. What does it mean to be able to do this with them?
Yeah, it's great. It really is. They're Arkansas people, and this is the first big horse they've ever had. First Grade 1 horse I've had, so it's great to do it with them. And we have a new owner just before the race. Josh Isner bought in, and he is also new to the game, and he's just been getting involved in some awesome horses, and got to win it for him and his Silks. It couldn't have worked out better.
Congratulations, Lindsay. Go enjoy this one.
Thanks so much, Megan.
What an incredible day on the Jersey Shore, an upset in the Haskell, and just an incredible team to do it.
Wow, Cherie DeVoe with a Kentucky Derby and a Belmont Stakes this year. Breakthrough victory, first ever female trainer win the Kentucky Derby. And now Lindsay Schultz with one of the premier 3-year-old events in the country as well, with the Grade 1 Naira Bets Haskell.
Yeah, congratulations to her. A very accomplished horsewoman. A great foundation to be a horse trainer. And like I said, wasn't that familiar with her, but the last 2 winters, spending at Oaklawn Park, you start to really assess horsemanship by the way horses consistently look. And every time she led a horse over to the paddock, they could not have been more dappled out, more well turned out, just the picture of health. And that's a credit to horsemanship.
A little more wide open now, this 3-year-old picture. Is this a horse that can get into the picture? I mean, this is a major race, obviously. with the Golden Tempos, some of the other horses, just beat the horse who was a favorite in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, exactly. And a horse like this, just when you see the heart that he showed, you don't want to count him out in these big races. Maybe on figures, we'll see how it comes back. Of course, the track conditions definitely will play into that for sure. But I think that a horse like this, when you show that kind of courage down the lane, you don't want to be head and head with him, Mig.
No, you don't. Like, horses like that, you try to drift away from them. You don't want to pick a fight with them because they're going to fight you back.
What an upset. 28-1 Baby Vino Pegasus winner, and now the Naira Betts Haskell on the resume as well. As we get back to action at Saratoga, last two races that come off the grass. So move to the main track. We're 14 minutes from this 11th. This New York bred allowance optional claiming field for you when we return.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland Sale, you got to be here.
In the racing game, there's always a dark horse. This is Proxy. Not just a dark horse. He's a tall, dark, and handsome horse. 2 wins at 2.
Here comes Proxy!
2 turns after that. Big days,
Proxy!
bright lights.
All class, Proxy!
His first yearlings are selling now. Move over to the dark side.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
I gotta go with Argentina.
Spain, baby.
Argentina, 100%. Messi. Argentina.
Spain or Argentina for Sunday?
Argentina. There we go. Argentina. Argentina, of course.
Spain.
Argentina. Your Messi the best.
Spain. I love Messi, but I picked Spain to win it all, so I'm gonna stick with it.
FIFA World Cup final tomorrow, I believe 3 Eastern time. Spain has looked pretty formidable. So I got to ask you two your picks for Sunday.
I'll stick with Jose Ortiz because everything he's doing is right. I'll say Spain.
Okay, well, I'll just pick the other one, Argentina. I do like watching Messi play. It's a lot of fun.
Messi, again, has been magnificent. As we get back to our action here at Saratoga, this race comes off the turf, scheduled for a mile and a 16th on the lawn. Mile main track now on this sloppy seal track. And here's our favorite, the 10. Smooth Breeze at 7-5. Jorge Abreu with the man whose pick you just stole, Jose Ortiz.
Well, listen, I'm not chasing an empty wagon. He's doing everything right. So I'll in Jose, I'll trust. Smooth Breeze has 1 race and an off-the-turfer, a mile and a furlong, and it was a very good effort by him, so he shows that he can handle the off-surface.
Yeah, it does. And Winstock is a pretty nice horse as well for trainer Brad Cox, so I like that. And he's gelded. I know, I'm sorry, boys, to hit on that again, but being a 4-year-old, you've kind of matured. He hasn't really lost his kind of childlike, kind of coltish ways. Now we geld him. I expect a completely different horse today.
10 minutes to post. Let's head to the paddock with Acacia Clement.
Well, as many of you know, I am
team geld usually almost all the time. So I'm with Samantha on this one, especially for a horse like Smooth Breeze for two reasons. Number one, he was a horse that did have some pre-race antics. Even just last summer, they'd have to kind of back him up to the gate. He could be a little bit tricky before the race, a little bit overly energetic. And number two, he was a horse that carried a lot of substance sometimes. And he has lightened up significantly with the gelding. And especially with some of those gate antics, with how reluctant he has been, even last time in the Kingston, very reluctant going to the gate. I'm wondering if that gelding will help him to be a little bit more responsive and a little bit more focused. He's very calm and focused here in the paddock, incredibly fit. He does have much more of a turf hoof to him, but as you guys had pointed out, that race back in June of 2025 where he finished second to Winstock is encouraging in a good sized field, and a horse that has shown that he can at least handle these conditions. I respect him, but I do think the ultimate equipment change is the biggest factor for him in here. Now, the number one, El Delary, ran on the dirt 2 starts back in an off the turf race, was actually placed first through disqualification as he went to the front end, and the winner kind of took over and checked him, and he got shuffled back in there, but he was decidedly second best. But that being said, he did have some trouble and was elevated to first, but all things considered, ran very well on the main track. He does have the front wraps on. That is something you will see sometimes on wet tracks, especially when it's a race taken off the turf, so not reading too much into that. Very laid back here in the paddock. He is a more kind of blocky type of built horse. I've always felt physically with him, he looks like one that wants to go a little bit shorter, but he has shown that he can handle going this type of distance, and I just think a horse that's incredibly logical. He wears those full cut blinkers. He's pretty closed in. That's very typical for him. Now, the number 5, Leon Blue, I think being ignored a little bit on the board right now. He did win an off the turf race to break his maiden. I know it was a track listed as fast that day, but I think that he should be able to handle a wet track just fine. He won that race on the dirt sprinting, and my concern with him that day was that he's just built so much like a horse that wants to go longer. So now he gets to go long on the main track. He's always sharp. He's always energetic in his races and leading up to it on the track, and that is very much the case again today. But he's one, like I said, I feel is being ignored and has shown that he can handle the dirt in the past, and now he's getting a chance to do it at the distance that he does prefer, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Post parade coming up shortly. There's Kendrick coming off that victory on An Experience. Very impressive. And we'll see what he could do here on Leon Blue for Mel Giddings.
Leon Blue, named for a legendary Maryland horse trainer, Leon Bluesiewicz, quite a colorful racetrack character that everybody had a Leon Bluesiewicz story.
Did you hear any of his stories from straight out of his mouth?
Oh, yeah. He's the greatest storyteller maybe ever. I'm trying to give him a run for his money. But
6-5 favor this one here. Smooth Breeze. Not to the extent we saw in the last race with An Experience. Didn't run off the screen on that only try on dirt that was a race that was taken off the turf, Samantha, but did run pretty good on a similar type track that this one's going to get again today.
Yeah, and I think that that's very encouraging for sure. Do you want to take him at 6-5? That's just something that you have to decide. But I do find, Greg, that the AE that drew in Clear Conscience is very interesting because his lone dirt start was back when he was with trainer Mark Casse, and he was coming off of a layoff. And typically Mark Casse is a trainer that he doesn't rush one, and they're not over the top for a race like that off of a layoff. So I want to cut him a break here. What a great price. And just to kind of coattail about women trainers in the game right now, Amelia Green, she's one to definitely look out for.
Former assistant to Todd Pletcher. We've shown a feature on her several times over the past few months, but yeah, she has made an immediate impact in the game.
You really, just her second year of training has gained such a strong foothold. Her stable's grown, and she has the ability to get on a lot of her own horses too. And I think that's a big edge, Samantha, for a horse trainer, because sometimes a rider can't articulate to you something they feel, but if you're on them, you can feel it.
Absolutely, it's a huge advantage.
El Delary, 7-2 from the inside, ran second on and off track at Laurel, 2 back.
Yeah, he's got a very nice record in wet going. 4 wins in wet going and inside post. I like that.
Linda Dixon Barn with Jose Lezcano, cable ready.
Yeah, cable ready. He's going to have to show that turf form can translate to dirt. We haven't seen a race fast enough yet.
Let's see speed out of this one. Mo Trump.
Well, he does have wins across a wet track, which is good to see. And when you have speed on a track like this, it's a big asset to have.
Here's Leon Blue for Mel Giddings.
1 for 1 on dirt, but that was a fast dirt track, but a little something to go on at least.
Conman, Tom Morley Barn off the claim, trying dirt for just the second time.
Sorry,
that one's out.
Late
Sorry.
scratch.
Assured success, Edgard Zayas.
Well, whatever figures you use, this is the fastest horse in the race, and this horse has proven dirt experience, but 0 for 7 on the wet track.
Smooth breed. Well, it was for a moment, it was even money. 6-5 right now with Jose Ortiz.
Well, it gets kind of the complete makeover, back to Lasix, first time gelding, and does have that one good race on a sloppy track.
And the one Samantha's intrigued by, they also eligible that draws in Clear Conscience.
A very sharp horse coming into this race, I feel like, just by looking at some of the workouts, and you're going to get the first time Amelia Green on the dirt.
Well, Sam, you had just touched on this horse, talking about why you like Clear Conscience here, 9-1. So a second try on a similar type track. But as outside post here, we'll see what we get. Obviously an opposing competitor to the inside at odds on.
Yeah, absolutely. And a horse like Smooth Breeze, you're going to get a lot of money because Jose Ortiz is in the saddle, as Rich Mig was saying a little bit earlier. Every horse that Jose Ortiz rides, they're running for him. And you, Mig, you know this. You get in those rhythms as a rider where nothing can go wrong, it seems like sometimes.
Well, your confidence level is so high that you trust your instincts to listen to what the horse is telling you. When I was riding well, I would just go with what the horse wanted to do, and they would perform their best. When I wasn't riding well, I was trying to force them to do something that I felt better about. Maybe they didn't feel better about it.
Yeah, and that makes a huge difference just as far as, like you said, your confidence. And I feel like horses can feel that. When you sit on a horse and you have good energy, good confidence, and you're feeling yourself, the horses feed off of that.
Yeah, positive energy.
Yes.
Yep.
There's Dylan Davis. Would have been a huge price on the launch. Shift to this surface and this wet track, and ran very good on a similar track too. Back and a major player now at 9-2. Let's go back to Acacia.
And a horse that is 5-1 is the number 4, Mo Trump, a horse that has proved to be better on the turf and looks more like a turf horse as well. But that being said, on either surface, he's a major pace presence in here, as he has plenty of early speed, and he was incredibly sharp back in the paddock. He has settled now a bit once they've gotten him on track, and Christopher Elliott opting to keep him with the pony for the warm-up. But he's a horse that can go to the front end, and he's wired the field on turf before and will go to the lead on the main track as well. So we'll see if we see clean faces winning races yet again. But no matter what, expect to see this horse forward, and he's acting like it as well. As far as the number 11, Clear Conscience, who Samantha was talking about, he is a horse that, yes, has that one dirt start where he actually ran 3rd on the wet track, and I was pretty impressed by him being able to handle it that day. He's coming back off a layoff again today, though, and I'm wondering if both cases we see him on the main track to kind of get a race into him, and staying into a race like this to get a race off the bench. He hasn't run since October. His last start was in the Mohawk back in the fall against New York Bred Stakes Company, and he's been an incredibly honest and consistent horse, but he is one that typically carries a lot of conditioning. Now, looking at him, this is probably the most fit off of a layoff I have seen him, and everything in the family is much more turf meant overall, but he does look like he's ready off the bench, so we'll see how he handles the conditions today, Greg.
Yeah, it's a question for a lot in here. This one on our screen. So back to Mo Trump for Anthony Ferraro. Mo Trump is quick, Samantha. I mean, this horse has shown sprint speed on dirt. The horse is always forward on turf. Does Christopher Elliott try and control on the front end here?
If you have a horse that leaves the latches running like he does, I feel like as a jockey, you want to let them put you into that position. And if you've got it from the gate, just go, because I feel like you look at his running lines, he's almost a need the lead type, Mig.
Yeah, and it's not a bad thing to have speed on days like this. You don't have to deal with the mud being thrown back in your face. And you're going to discourage some horses that were more turf meant. They're not used to getting that kickback. Speed's always a good commodity to have.
5-1 on the horse who should be in front. Everyone's going to be chasing, but as you know, as we talk about that horse, down to even money now on Smooth Breeze.
It's a tough price to take in a field where I really did feel like it was so wide open, especially in the pick 5. If you're playing the late double here, I felt like it was pretty wide open.
And I guess you brought up this point earlier too, Samantha. I mean, it was a good second, but it was a pretty good horse too that finished ahead of that one that day in Winstock.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to give him a little bit of credit for the company he was keeping. Winstock, watch out for him when he runs here. He's been breezing quite well.
Here we go. Race 11, 11 and 12, both coming off the grass. We're going to close things out in the next race, sprinting now on the main track in a New York bred maiden special weight. First things first, new distance of a mile here for this New York bred allowance optional claiming group in the heavy favorite, Smooth Breeze, just his second try on a dirt track, a little bit like we saw with Inexperience in the last race, but who was sensational in that dirt debut on a sloppy seal track, backed it up. We'll see if this one can get the first win on a dirt track. Start number 2, the 10 Smooth Breeze with Jose Ortiz for Jorge Abreu. We go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Shared Success coming up. Smooth Breeze will be next. And track announcers memorize the silks, of course, and friendly silks to the eye of the announcer, of course, for the Elkstone group with those distinct lime sleeves. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Leon Blue is showing some early interest and up to take a narrow advantage through the opening stages. Shared Successes right up alongside as they swing on to the backstretch. Another 2 lengths back. El Delary is racing a joint third, now taken by Smooth Breeze, who gets a good 3-wide journey, a gap of 5. Back to Mo Trump, who is racing 3 clear of Cable Ready. Clear Conscience is the distant trailer, 23 and 3 for Leon Blue, pressed by the long shot Shared Success. Those two head to the half-mile pole, with El Delary along the rail in third. Outside of him, it's Smooth Breeze in fourth, getting a little nudge now to go after the top pair. 3 lengths back to Mo Trump, Cable Ready inching up just outside of him as they round the far turn. Then Clear Conscience, Shared Success, Leon Blue, heads apart through a half in 46 and 3/5 seconds. These two will arrive at the top of the stretch together. Behind them, Cable Ready continues to rev up, widest of all with the red cap there at the top of the stretch. Leon Blue trying to shrug off Shared Success. He's done just that. And Cable Ready is motoring down the middle of the racetrack with an upset chance. 16th pole, Leon Blue or Cable Ready. Leon Blue digging in, holds a 3-length lead. On the outside, Cable Ready keeps on coming, but out of time. And Leon Blue gives Kendrick Carmouche 2 front-running wins in the slop. Cable Ready was second, a long way back to Shared Success in third.
Leon Blue, named after Leon Blusewicz, who passed away just a few years ago. Legendary trainer and storyteller, more than anything else. And his namesake here with a victory.
Yeah, and Kendrick Carmouche came out with a plan. He wanted the lead. He wanted to control the race. Speed has been good today, Samantha. And I think it was his resolute ride. You know, kind of take everybody away from the idea that you're going to outrun me. He threw down the gauntlet and went gate to wire.
Yeah, and sometimes that's just what you need to do, and that's why Kendrick wins on prices like this more times than not, because you see him leave from the gate, get out of the horse's way, just let them go and take you there, and let's make this first move. Let's keep him going, and on the turn, you could see him do that, and it was just a very impressive ride.
7-1. Not quite, I think, the pace scenario we expected to see in this race early on.
Yeah, well, we all thought that the 4 Mo Trump would show more speed, but again, Kendrick Carmouche, terrific gate rider, came out running, and I think basically took the racetrack away from the 4 Mo Trump before they made that little elbow into the backstretch out of that Wilson chute. A really nice effort there. How about the effort from the runner-up, Cable Ready? That wasn't one I saw coming at a huge price.
huge sustained move. Yeah, I thought for a moment Cable Ready was going to get there, Samantha.
It really did look like that for sure, especially when you kind of angled out. And it seems like the closer he got to the 5, the more the 5 dug in and just started to pull away. And sometimes horses, whenever you're riding down the stretch, Mig, you have horses that you know, maybe I should stay away from them because it's going to just put more gameness in them.
Yeah, you don't want to pick a fight. If you've got momentum, stay away from. And I love that shot there, that ISO shot from the inside. Really gives you an idea of riders on their toes, balanced up on a horse's withers. Samantha, I don't know how those guys do it. It scares me to watch it.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. In another life, huh?
You want to be back out there, don't you?
God, I would have never left.
Leon Blue with the win. 2 wins today for Kendrick Carmouche. Melanie Giddings teaming up here. And the 3rd career win for this 4-year-old. Price is next.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. We say it all the time. It pays to be a New York bred. For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, go to nybreds.com. Leon Blue, New York bred, appreciating the off-going here. Melanie Giddings with Kendrick Carmouche. Let's go to Acacia.
Very happy to be joined by winning trainer Mel Giddings as Leon Blue picks up another one. And, well, this is a cool horse. He can kind of run on anything. And this time he got to do it going a distance of ground, which he seems to appreciate.
Yeah, we always know he is more of a distance horse than anything. I mean, he actually should have probably broke his maiden first time out, but just kind of lollygagged a little bit too much at the back. But yeah, he's very versatile, and is, you know, those Motowns are a nice stallion.
And he was game as well, using that early speed, coming out of some stakes tries, but today he really seemed to fight for it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's a quick horse. He's got a lot of speed, and I mean, he's just that kind of horse. When he's good and he's in a good place mentally, he's going to fight no matter what.
And we've seen your barn really come with some nice horses and some nice prices up here in Saratoga throughout the summer. Has to be special with this one and his namesake, Leon Blue, to get the win for the meet here.
Yeah, he's always pulling me out. He was my first stake win here, and it's been a little dry for us lately, but I was happy to get it today, so we're off the duck.
Congratulations to the whole team.
Thank you.
Greg?
And yeah, the Leon Blue, this one was named after, who's known to say to bettors who ask him how you like your horse today, bet all you want, he can't lose.
Yeah, and he was not afraid to back that opinion either. He would hit the windows pretty hard. A lot of great put-over stories and getting horses ready. He was one of a kind. And oh, by the way, maybe made best crab cakes I ever had.
That's saying something from a man who knows his way around the kitchen as well. Race 12, we're going to close things out. Another race that was meant for the grass. 5.5 furlongs, main track now, so surface switch. State bred maiden special weights, and it is the 8, My Little Army Girl. Second try on dirt. Horacio de Paz, Manny Franco will be aboard. Combat Move, a first-time starter for Linda Rice outside, taking some play as well. We're going to look back to earlier in the card. 2 big stakes races, of course, Diana Saturday today, one of the most prestigious events there is in this sport on the lawn for fillies and mares. And the man who has dominated this race like no trainer has dominated a race probably in the history of this sport, Chad Brown again. 5 in a row in the Diana. He's won 10 of the last 11. And 11 total for him.
Just a remarkable stat, how one trainer could dominate a grade 1, and to me, almost an unofficial classic for fillies and mares on the turf in the middle of the summer. There's never a bad Diana. And she was actually even hampered a little bit by dynamic pricing. Another horse from the Chad Brown barn turning for home, Samantha, but just kept coming with that relentless stride. And Sagesta had everything her own way, was run down.
Yeah, Sagesta is such an interesting horse because she's always puts herself in the right spot but can get beat by one better. And today, that was her stablemate there. She was very game.
1, 2, 3, not just the win for Chad Brown in this Diana. He's done that a couple of times before as well. In fact, he ran 1, 2, 3, 4 in a prior Diana. Kathy and Marissa, though, often, and you look at what Chad Brown's done in the Diana, just unbelievable now, 5 in a row. Kathy and Marissa, off this performance, and even in a beat last start, is she the best filly mare turfer in the country right now?
Oh, I feel like she does. I thought she had a compromising trip last time. Not a turf trip that's conducive to winning, but still ran well.
Yep.
I think this race just squarely put her as the leader of that division of the North American turf females.
Yeah, I could not agree more. It'll be exciting to see how that kind of plays out throughout the rest of the Saratoga summer as we get further into the Breeders' Cup time. But Chad Brown certainly has a loaded hand of filly and mare turfers.
Impressive and pretty interesting. She was the morning line favorite of that quartet for Chad Brown. She was the only one who was not a Grade 1 winner.
Yeah,
no more.
She rectified that.
Yes, indeed. Gets that big win. Jose Ortiz, another huge win for him as his dream season continues. Let's look to the Coronation Cup and talk of if we were going to have a wet track today. Cy Fair, last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint winner, may come out. Decided to stay in, and worth that decision.
And Johnny Velasquez eased her back into that coveted pocket position. Sapphire Beach led him into the stretch. Johnny was just as cool as the other side of the pillow. A lot of riders in that situation would have had a tendency to want to hold that inside position, not allow a horse to drop over. Johnny was like, no, I got a lot. And then look at the way this filly strides out. I love the way she drops her head and reaches for ground.
When we talk about leveling off, that is the textbook definition there. She just digs in like no other. And what a bargain, honestly, that they paid for her. She was a post-sale buy, $185,000 purchase. That is, I know people think I'm crazy. That's not a lot of money for a daughter of Not This Time.
No, and
not this time. It's been just off the charts. She's 5 for 7 now lifetime. And there was talk if she didn't go in this race today because of weather,
right,
she was going to tackle the boys in the Grade 3 quick call tomorrow. Obviously, she wins this race. She does it pretty easily. I look at that race tomorrow. I don't know who could have beat her in that race.
Well, she's already beaten the boys twice, right? But it's awful hard to scratch out of a race, 5-horse field, where you're as short a price. I think they made the right decision at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Well, they get the win, and it was this. We talked about this with Andy Sterling off air too. Same purse structure as well. Yeah. Make the right call.
Right.
She is very good, and I think. Would you agree she's better than what we saw last year?
Listen, I was super impressed with her last year. I love when you see a filly with that demeanor, that intensity that she has. And when she's asked to run, she does level up, drop down, reach for ground. That's the kind of horse that gets you excited. You watch a horse compete like that, and you mean it's like her mechanics are so beautiful.
And it's fun to see when our stars of this sport, when they continue to produce those big races.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes it's tough to make that jump from your juvenile career from 2 years old to 3 years old, and she's just getting better. So it'll be a really bright future for her and just very well managed as well.
We got one more to come. 17 minutes to post in the finale on this Diana Saturday here at Saratoga. And look at the current favorite right there, My Little Army Girl. Manny Franco will be aboard. We'll have the post parade for you from this nightcap when we come back on Saratoga Live.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 6th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day features the Rick Violet Stakes, named after the pioneer in aftercare in New York, and celebrates both retired racehorses and the great organizations established in New York to support them. Bring the whole family. It's a day at Saratoga you don't want to miss. Free with paid admission. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, Friday, July 24th.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Post, the barrier, the stalls, the iron monster, the starting gate. There's so many key and important times in a race where jockeys have to make quick decisions, when to move, when to sit, wait behind horses. But to me, one of the most critical times in a race is leaving the starting gate. If you don't break cleanly, you can get shuffled back, taken out of position, and it's hard to get a horse in a good rhythm. Starts are so important. I want you to know what goes on inside the starting gate. Come on with me.
What are we doing? Hey, we're from the front. All right. Yeah.
Key to breaking sharp from the gate is having your horse warmed up, alert, but settled. You want them relaxed. We got a great gate crew here in New York, and they know all the horses, their habits, what to expect. Put them in the gate, get them square, looking down the track, and be ready to go.
Try to get as relaxed as I can on my horse before we go in the gate. And once I get in there, I want to let him walk in and take a deep breath and make sure the gate guy get up, because I want to make sure he starts setting his feet correctly. And you know, the ones that's going to sit in there and be still, but I just want to keep it as relaxed as I can going into the gate with the horse, where the horse can feel like he's going to do his job. I'm going to just stay out of his way.
You get one that cuts right to the gate, sometimes they'll balk. It's kind of a closed space. Some horses are a little claustrophobic. Important to pick up your feet so you don't get your legs caught on the side of the gate. You could feel their energy. Sometimes you'll feel their heartbeat beating on your leg. Again, want to keep them relaxed, settled, get them square. The assistant starters are so good at getting the horse nice and balanced. Sometimes you get one that's leaning a little too far, you'll take your leg, push off the petition, get them where you want them to be. looking down the racetrack, all 4 legs square on the ground. Last horse gets ready to go in, you're gonna take your half cross, take a piece of mane, one hand, other hand free in case horse breaks left or right, you can correct them, and you're gonna be leaving here in a hurry.
Well, a lot of people wait on the guys to say 1 out to get all set and ready. You know, I'm not, you know, you can hear the guy say 1 out, but I'm mostly paying attention to the guy with the button. That's how I break so fast out the gate, you know. I'm a button guy, you know. Or I listen to the last door sound and the button. And after that, early position wins the race most of the time.
So many moving parts that make a horse break well or break poorly. It's important to have great communication between the rider and the assistant starters as well as the official starter, and working with the trainers to make sure that if a horse is a little bit nervous, they school them, they get them where they're relaxed around the gate. It's not always the horse that's the most keyed up that breaks the best. It's the horse that's alert and settled and balanced in the gate. Then you can leave the gate in a hurry.
The race within the race. I love that piece, Meg. Well done on that. And again, setting yourself up for success from the get-go with a good break.
Yeah, you just don't want to give anybody an advantage. A lot of races are won by, you know, short margins, heads, necks, noses. Giving anything away at the start, even if you're on a closer, I want to break heads up and then allow my horse to drop out, not get shuffled out.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. And a lot of people will say, oh, well, the longer the race, the break is less important. But I disagree. I think it's very important just to keep them in the race and let them find their own rhythm.
Yep. We got 11 minutes away from our finale on this Saturday afternoon here. 5.5 furlongs, move to the main track. Manny Franco. We've talked about the start, Flavien Prat, and he's out of town today over in New Jersey, that Prat and Jose Ortiz have had. It's been sensational for both. Manny's got 3 today. He's got 13 wins. He's only 5 back of those 2.
You know, Manny had a less than stellar meet last year. He won 20, which is still great in Saratoga, but for the standards that he has set, I know he was very disappointed. And I sat down and spoke with him before this meet, and that was the one thing that he emphasized to me. He wanted to get off to a good start. He felt like they got off to a little bit of a slow start last year, and it kind of set the tone for the meet. And even though Saratoga's not a sprint anymore, obviously we're here for the entire summer, the owners and trainers are all here. So when you win here, you become the hot commodity. Winning 1 here is like winning 2 anywhere else.
I could not agree more. And it can kind of plague your whole meet if you start off in a slower way. And it could be nothing that you're doing wrong as a jockey or your agent putting you on these horses. Sometimes the horses just don't run to their form when they get to Saratoga. They need a race over the track. The fact that he had such a hot start is putting him in a position to be in the top.
Yeah.
Well, Manny with a chance on this one right here, the 8, to get number 4 on this Saturday card. Let's go to Acacia.
And the surface is definitely going to be the question for my little Army girl. The only time that she ran on the dirt was in her debut, which was by far her worst performance to date. Now, that being said, she does seem to be one that has improved overall as a horse. And on top of that, she is going out for Horacio de Paz, who has had an excellent start to the Saratoga meet here, particularly with some very well-meant 2-year-olds. Now, she's very sharp here in the paddock, which is typical with her. She does have a bit more of a turf hoof, and the progeny of Charlatan have been able, I think, to handle a little bit better the turf, but she actually strikes me as one that physically looks like she should be able to handle the main track okay. On the bottom side, the dam was all turf. There's really much more of a grass pedigree to her. So I think there are some questions for her to answer, but I am optimistic about her being able to handle these conditions. And like I said, I do think overall she has improved and should be forward. The number 9 is a first-time starter to her outside, Combat Move. Last year in 2025 was purchased as a 2-year-old at the OBS April sale after working 10 flat. And a horse that I thought looked like she was one in that sales breeze that had a good size to her. I can see where she was entered for the turf. She does have a little bit of a turf hoof to her, but not overly. She just looks like she will really benefit from a start from a fitness perspective. And while the dam was 0 for 4, all dirt starts, she is the sister to Shireen, who won the Grade 2 calmly, so definitely being able to handle the main track in there. The number 4, Red Velvet Cake, is now highlighted as your favorite, as Mel Giddings will look for the late double here. She comes back off of a layoff. If she can run back to that debut race back in September, then she could be incredibly tough to beat. She was very disappointing in her subsequent start, but it was followed by a pretty significant layoff. Coming back here, she looks like she could really strengthen with a start off the bench. Just would like to see a little bit more muscle mass in her hind end and across that top line, but she is forward coming back, and there's definitely no excess as she comes, and we'll see if she can show the same sort of early speed that she did as a 3-year-old, especially, like I said, if she can run back to that debut race, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post parade coming up. 7 minutes away from the race to put a bow on this Diana Saturday. We saw some big performances. We look back, obviously, Kathy and Marissa, sensational in the Diana, and Cy-Fair just continues to do what made her so dangerous last year, winning that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. I thought she had a real case. I know she's up against it just because the races she was running in, but there was a real case to be made for her for an Eclipse Award.
Yeah, I could have seen that for sure. And
yeah.
She's been ultra consistent. She has not run a bad race. I mean, every race she gives her effort.
Yeah, she does. And again, we talk about heart and how important that is. Fillies sometimes can be a bit fickle. If something doesn't go their way, it can ruin the whole race for them. But with her, rules not apply.
Can that man get number 4? That is a big number at this racetrack. Manny Franco trying to collect his 4th day.
4-win day anywhere is big. Saratoga, like I said, it's like winning 8. My first Dinah, Raylu Gutierrez. Horses got races that would at least nibble around the edges.
Here's Lake Ariel, David Donk, and Dylan Davis.
3-year-old filly drew the rail last time. Maybe we'll benefit from being off of it this time.
John Velasquez on Red Velvet Cake with experience.
Well, her first start back in September last year at Aqueduct would blow this field away, but then she regressed. Well, how'd she do off the layoff?
Galway Girl, James Ferraro.
Girl, I like that, Greg, with some attitude. Has had one start, a non-effort on the turf. Let's see if she shows more on the wet track today.
Here's Manny Franco, my little Army girl for Horacio De Paz.
Well, her one dirt race leaves a lot to be desired. Charlatan gets about 8% with his offspring in off-going. All turf on the female side of the family.
And the new face, Samantha, combat move, Linda Rice with Jose Ortiz.
Well, did not make the races till now, her 3-year-old career, but the sire only 1 for 26 for first-time starters.
Let's go back to the current favorite, 9-5, Red Velvet Cake. Yeah, first start, she looks awfully tough here. Did not back it up in any sort of way in start number 2.
No, but then obviously she went on the sideline, so something went amiss. She's been training steadily here, and she possesses speed. And tracks like this, I like speed.
I do too, and she's not a very big filly by any means. So horses that are lighter bodied like her and don't have a lot behind the saddle, they tend to just skip across a sloppy sealed track like this, which for her is a huge asset. To me, this is probably as fit as she's going to get. She just doesn't have a ton of strength in behind just in general with her, and she looks sharp enough to take this for me today.
Public believes so as well. She's the 9-5 choice. Some quick works coming back too, including a bullet drill on the Saratoga training track. And Johnny V, winningest rider in the history of Saratoga, will be aboard for Mel Giddings. As we take a look at Lake Ariel and Dylan Davis for David Donk, Meg.
Yeah, I thought she was pretty interesting. Now, you see she's outfitted with that red hood. That will be removed at the starting gate when they put the red hood on. It's just to kind of mute some of the noise and keep them a little calmer, but that she will not race with that hood on. I think she's a player. Her race 2 back in the mud at Aqueduct was very good under Dalila Rivera. You get Dylan Davis. Dylan's been riding in good form. You got to remember, Dylan came back off of really tough injuries, and he has found his form again, and I think Lake Ariel is your biggest chance for an upset over the 4 Red Velvet Cake.
Yeah, a couple back, Vanetta came back, was impressive. Bellin at Saratoga week. Obviously, that race 2 back, Careless Whisper came back and won that week as well. With more, let's go to Acacia.
And Lake Ariel is going to be my pick in here. I really liked how she warmed up on the track, and she is a very sharp, energetic type. And Meg mentioned that hood. Dave Donk puts virtually everything in a hood back in the paddock, and will either take it off after they're saddled or when they do get to the gate. Talking about the three, that just really helps to keep them settled, and he feels that it is something like you see on the 8 there with cotton in their ears, just a little advantage to help and try to muffle out some of the sound and keep them more settled. But this filly has really grown and developed quite a bit, which I appreciate. I thought her race 2 starts back on a wet track was good, going the 6 furlongs behind Vanetta and Careless Whisper, both of whom are very talented, and that was off of a layoff, and she never switched leads. Last time she was off slow, and the winner was Much the Best that day, but a horse that I do think is continuing to progress in the right direction. Now the number 5, Galway Girl. The dam was all turf and synthetic, a much more European pedigree, but she is the half-sister to Brave Bear, a horse who's a 6-time dirt winner. She's a much handier, lightly framed type of filly. I can see why they've been running her on the turf, but as Samantha pointed out, sometimes the lightly framed types do really skip over the wet track, and she seemed to move okay over it in the warm-up, which I liked. I just really think there's a lot more development to be had for her overall, but we'll see how she handles the conditions today, as it did seem that she was kind of skipping over the surface with that light-boned type of build at 9-1, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Back to My First Dinah. 19-1 from the inside. What are you thinking here?
Well, I just think it's interesting the way she ran first time out at Aqueduct in the mud. Against easier, right? Maiden 40s, but she showed some interest. And other races haven't been terrible. Maybe she's just getting back to a proper distance. You know, her best race was, one of her better races was at 6. And this is the kind of horse at a big price that I think could round out your trifecta. The other horses are going to go after each other, get involved. I think Raylu will just let her settle, and he'll come with a run. And I think she'll be passing horses late.
You look at her past performances in the way that she leaves the gate or lack thereof. She's one that doesn't really leave the blocks running. So when you draw that rail post, and if you haven't gotten a lot of dirt in your face, which you look at her form, she's no stranger to taking some dirt in the face. That's going to be an ideal setup for her. She's going to have to pass horses.
That is not a post position where we want to break bad from.
The only thing I will say is I would prefer with a horse that has a tendency to break a little slow to either be post 1 or the far outside post, because at least you're not going to get pinched between 2 horses. You have some room to work with inside of you if you get away slowly. So to me, I don't mind the post 1 as much anyway, because she's going to get outrun.
Yeah, she is. And I think another factor that kind of can go in sometimes to these races when the track's like this, when that mud kicks up on their bellies, sometimes they just take off even more.
Yeah, it almost spooks them, right? And they get a little adrenaline surge and they take off running.
Meanwhile, the only new face in this race, Linda Rice, the outside runner here, and Jose Ortiz a chance to take the riding title lead outright with Flavien Pratt out of town. He would get his 19th winner of the meet here, Samantha.
That would be a nice way to come into your Sunday afternoon. But Linda Rice, yes, she does win with first-time starters, but it's more the exception than the rule here. And when you're a first-time starter, I don't care how old you are, making your debut, when you draw that outside post position, it's not ideal. Horses break towards daylight. They take that little bit of a gap, and sometimes the race can be over after that.
Favorite just stepped in, the 4 Red Velvet Cake, maybe the one to catch as well. John Velasquez for Mel Giddings. Let's go to Frank Miramati here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, the finale on the Saturday card.
My Little Army Girl and Combat Move in the winning move colors. Goes in. They're in the gate, and they're off. And Galway Girl is very quick away from the gate. Lake Ariel, Red Velvet Cake in between them. Those 3 in a real tussle with My Little Army Girl in 4th, 4 lengths off the lead. My First Dinah is next, and Combat Move at the back, 9 or 10 lengths off that battle on the front end between Lake Ariel and Galway Girl. These two sizzle to the 3/8 pole, and they've put 6 on Red Velvet Cake in 3rd. My Little Army Girl inches up on the outside and has about 7 or 8 on this duel. My First Dinah is next, joined by Combat Move. 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter. They're at the top of the stretch, and Galway Girl has gotten the upper hand. Opens up 2 lengths. Lake Ariel had no answer. Here's My First Dinah closing very nicely in the purple, and from nowhere, Combat Move was dead last and is flying on the outside. The lead belongs to My First Dinah. Combat Move chasing My First Dinah, and Raylu Gutierrez to win the finale. Combat Move was second. My Little Army Girl finished third, and Galway Girl was fourth.
Flying late, My First Dinah, Raylu Gutierrez. Mig, nice call. You brought this one up at a huge price.
Well, I just thought there would be a lot of speed on Samantha, and there was a lot of speed on, and it was all the main contenders that were chewing on each other, showing speed, race run a little bit in waves, and My First Dinah actually broke a little bit better from that inside post today. She was out-footed, but here she comes with Raylu Gutierrez, and both the winner, My First Dinah, and the 9 Combat Move came from pretty far back.
They did, which is great to see here. They're both kind of horses. Well, the one is definitely a horse that's used to taking some dirt in her face, so felt like that really helped her as far as an asset goes to passing these horses after you see she's covered right now.
And a great call by you with the 9 Combat Move. She broke out at the start, broke a step slow and broke out. Horses are like water. They will flow to empty space.
Oh, yeah.
1-9-8-5 finish, 14-1 to close out this card, and the inquiry sign now has been posted, so hang on.
Well, we'll get a look at the head-on and we'll give you a better idea. She did shift about a bit in the lane, but without the benefit of the head-on, I'd be just speculating.
Yeah, I've got to take a closer look to see what's really going on here.
All right, so stewards taking a look at this. They'll talk to Raylu Gutierrez and Jose Ortiz, and we'll try and get the view that we have on track here momentarily. So this in question right now, and again, until we get that head-on look, we're not quite sure what they're looking at. You had a chance to look off camera.
Yeah.
Did you have any initial thoughts?
My initial thoughts is that there's nothing happened. They shifted about a little bit. You're going to see they're going to come into the stretch. Keep your eye on the filly. Well, right there, he did make some room for himself. What I was seeing didn't go that far back. He did make some room for himself coming off the elbow, and she did get shifting about. That if you go back to the top of the stretch, that is where this could be problematic.
Yeah, because they did make contact there, and you look at the paths on the dirt as well. You kind of see her. She almost made like an S type of path there in her running.
Yeah. So again, from the point where she made some room for herself, there was nothing. But the initial contact is, I'm sure, what they're concentrating on. Keep an eye on it. We're going to swing off the elbow. They're going to be the horses back in the pack. Filly in purple into the filly in the orange, right in here. And that was pretty substantial contact at that point. So you could see why there's an inquiry. That was pretty significant contact.
Yeah, it was. Was the 9 going to go by if that didn't happen? That's a question we won't know for sure the answer to, but when you make contact like that and it kind of pulled out her legs just a little bit, and that can be a little bit tough there.
Yeah, and keep your eye, again, the filly in the purple and the other filly with the orange cap. The point of the filly in orange, My First Dinah.
Right there.
The point of her shoulder is angled into the other filly's shoulder, and that was a clear, defined view of her making room for herself and solid contact. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a change in the order of finish here.
Seeing that, would you say there should be a change?
Yeah, by the letter of the law, I think the 1 may have been best, but by the letter of the law, that was a foul.
On wet track at all come into play that you let them play a little bit more, or not really?
No, it's a rider's responsibility. And I think in hindsight, Raylu, and I feel for him because it's the worst feeling in the world. You're trying to make it here. You finally win a race in Saratoga and your numbers blink, and it's just a desperate, bad feeling. But in hindsight, he probably should have just stayed towards the inside and not try to hang up.
There's that contact.
Yeah, I mean, actually, the tighter shot makes it look a little bit kinder than the wider angle, but there's no doubt that he made contact. Now it's whether the stewards decide, did it cost the 9-horse combat move a placing? My personal opinion is no, but that was a foul. There's no way around that.
Yeah, and that's what you look at with things like this. If something's not allowed, it's not allowed, and that's it. So I will say that Raylu did do a good job at trying to keep her at a certain path. It was like anytime he threw a cross make, she just kind of wandered in that direction.
Yeah, she definitely got to kind of zigzagging a bit. And anything he did, like you said, not just from the crop, even when he would change his hold, she was running kind of away from things a bit. So I don't blame Raylu as much, but I just know how bad it feels when your number's blinking, and especially when you're looking at your first win of the meet.
Tough to look at that, and you see the contact, but so you're Raylu Gutierrez. What do you try and say to the stewards right now?
Well, sir, I took a step out. Johnny Velasquez leaned into me, and it turned not Johnny Velasquez. Jose Ortiz leaned into me and turned my horse out. It made it more dramatic. I think he's as culpable as me. But that's why, to me, stewards talking to jockeys is an antiquated endeavor. Because it's like football. Referee throws a flag, pass interference. He doesn't ask the defender, did you wait till he touched the ball to hit him? And he doesn't ask the receiver, did he hit you before the ball got there?
It's pretty clear, angled out too, Samantha, and coming into the 9 out of that turn.
Yeah, and you already have momentum going off that turn too, right? So your wheels are spinning and they're moving. So any kind of just shift in your balance, like we said with Raylu, he just barely shifted out, and it probably just made it. He probably wasn't anticipating something like that.
No, right, a little bit of centrifugal force there. Now, they stopped blinking it.
All right.
But I'm going to wait until I see official, because we've been fooled before here with that.
Wow, so it's come down. Usually that means there's no change, but yeah, last week we did see the number the inquiry come down, and they did make a change. But typically, it stands, and that reaction, I would think, safe. A little surprising here.
Yeah, listen, I think they decided, and I believe this to be the case, that it didn't cost the 9 a placing. There was contact, that's indisputable.
Yep.
But maybe they just felt like she had her chance to go by. She was never going to go by, and the rules are written that way in New York. They have to feel that it costs a runner a placing.
And all smiles and hugs now once the sweating is over with, huh?
Well, you could see the relief, between Eduardo Jones and Raylu and hugging. And again, one of the worst feelings is when you've won a race and you're not sure if you're going to come down or not, and you got to sit there while that number blinks. It feels like it takes forever.
And sometimes it feels like the contact isn't as much than when you actually are off your horse and watching it on the big screen. You're like, oh man, did I do that?
I did that.
What? Are you sure? Yeah.
Never want the result to be taken out of your hands and go upstairs. And they survived this one. Raylu Gutierrez, Eduardo Jones. Good for them with a 14-1 shot.
You know what they say, Greg? There's 2 rooms you want to stay out of: the courtroom and the operating room, because you never know which way it's going to go. Add the steward's room to that.
Been to some bad doctors, it sounds
yeah,
like.
That sounds horrible.
No, actually, great doctors.
Medicine's come a long way since then.
I try to stay out of the dentist room. That's what I try to stay out of.
Grade 3 quick call we have on our card on Sunday. 5.5 furlongs on the turf for the boys, the 3-year-olds, presented by TRF. And Johnny's Red Storm, unfortunately, we found out after the Saratoga debut, when they took the pictures, that the horse was not going to lose that day.
Johnny's Red Storm. He's good.
Connections were extremely high for this debut.
I was shocked, honestly. I thought it was a huge effort, but I wasn't expecting a move like that. Especially at Kentucky Downs, too. That's a tough track to win on after just breaking your maiden, but he obviously likes it here at Saratoga.
George Weaver, nice win today with Cy-Fair. Obviously has a way with turf sprinters, but I think that's probably more because that's the kind of horses he's getting, and he makes the most out of them.
Obviously Cy-Fair coming out of that race with a win this afternoon, so that won't be a scratch. But yeah, Johnny's Red Storm, excited to see that one come back for the 3-year-old debut, and Pratt will be back in town to ride after a pretty successful afternoon at the Jersey Shore. My First Dinah, victory upheld after the objection and inquiry, $30.58 wrap up here. A nice call, Mig. You scouted this one out for us.
Well, I just thought she was interesting. I didn't really think she would win. I thought she would run well, and she did, and she got the big prize.
Yeah.
We are back with you with Sunday coverage that includes that Grade 3 quick call tomorrow. We begin on FS2, 1 Eastern start time for Samantha Perry, Richard Migliori, rest of the crew in front of and behind the scenes. Hope you enjoyed our Diana Saturday coverage and our first Fox Saturday Saratoga as well in the books. It was Kathy and Marissa. Domination for Chad Brown continues in that Grade 1. 5 straight. He's won 10 of the last 11. Hits the trifecta as well. His runners 1, 2, 3. What an upset in the Haskell. Naira Betts Haskell goes to Baby Vino. Vegas this winter with the big win, and it was Cy Fair in the Coronation Cup. We'll see you tomorrow, 1 Eastern on FS2.